You've stepped into a quieter space now, where the day doesn't need anything else from you. So my exhausted potatoes, I'm really glad you're here tonight, because we will explore the daily life of a royal concubine in the Ottoman Empire, delving into the routines, expectations and quiet moments within a meticulously structured and closely monitored world. If this calm, boring history helps you unwind, feel free to follow, leave a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is. Now let your body relax into the pillow, slow your breathing, and be sure to turn on a fan for some noise. Somewhere beneath you, water is moving. Not the water of a river or a rain, but the deep, constant sound of water travelling through stone, through the cisterns and channels and fountains of a palace that has been running water through its own body for 2 centuries, the sound of it present in every room and every corridor and every courtyard as a kind of permanent undertone, a reminder that this place was built to last and has been lasting, and intends to go on lasting long after anyone currently inside it is gone. You are inside Topkapi now, my tired dumplings, and the water is already telling you something about the scale of where you are. The gate does not close loudly. Your body notices before your mind catches up, the way important things often arrive. You expected something heavy and final, the sound of iron on stone that would mark the moment cleanly, before and after. What you get instead is a sound that is almost gentle, the wood settling into the frame, the bolt finding its place with a solidity that does not require drama to be absolute. The city that was behind you a moment ago, the calls of vendors and the creak of cart wheels and the smell of bread from the market stalls along the waterfront, all of it is on the other side of that wood now, and the wood is not interested in your feelings about that. You're in a corridor. The walls are tile, pale and geometric, the pattern repeating itself toward a distant turn in a way that makes the corridor feel longer than it is. The light comes from high windows set close to the ceiling, throwing oblique rectangles onto the floor that move almost imperceptibly as the sun outside shifts. The women who brought you here are moving ahead at a pace that assumes you will follow, and you follow, because there is nothing behind you now, and the corridor only goes one way. The smell of the place reaches you in layers. Stone first, the cool mineral smell of walls that are thick enough to hold the night's temperature through most of a summer morning. Then something floral, not heavy. A water that has been scented with something and used to wash the tiles recently enough that it has not fully dried. Then, as you move further in, and the corridor opens into a wider passage, the smell of wood smoke from somewhere below, and food being prepared, and the particular combination of warm bodies and perfumed oil and wool that is the smell of many women living in close proximity, in a space that is kept clean but not cold. You're trying to count the turnings until you lose count. The harem of Topkapi Palace was not the place that European travellers of the period imagined and recorded in accounts that circulated across the continent for centuries, accounts that owed more to fantasy than to observation, since almost none of the men who wrote them had ever been inside. What they described was a prison of pleasure, a sealed world of passive women awaiting the Sultan's attention, an Orientalist projection that revealed considerably more about the fears and desires of the people writing it than about the reality of the institution they were describing. The reality was more interesting and more complex than the fantasy, as realities generally are. The imperial harem of the Ottoman sultans was a household, in the original and fullest sense of that word, a self-contained world with its own economy, its own administration, its own hierarchy, its own education system, its own traditions of craft and music and religious observance, and its own politics, which influenced the direction of an empire that stretched from the gates of Vienna to the Persian Gulf. Leslie Pierce, whose scholarship on the imperial harem represents the most rigorous English language study of the institution, describes it as a dynastic household, a place whose primary function was the reproduction and education of the Ottoman royal family, and whose secondary function was the training and placement of the women who served that family across generations. The women who entered the harem were not ornaments. They were participants in an institution that required skill and intelligence and adaptability to navigate, and the ones who navigated it well could rise to positions of influence that had no equivalent anywhere else available to women in the early modern world. On the first day, there is only the corridor and the smell and the women ahead of you moving at a pace that does not slow. The room where you are taken first is not large. It has the quality of a room that has received many women in this condition. that has absorbed the particular energy of arrival, the bewilderment and the held-together composure and the effort not to show how much you do not know, so many times that it is no longer surprised by any of it. There are other women in the room, senior women whose rank is visible in the quality of their clothing and in the way they sit, with the ease of people who have not needed to wonder where to put themselves for a long time. They assess you, not unkindly, but completely. The assessment is practical rather than personal, the way a craftsman looks at a material before deciding what to make of it, taking in your height and your bearing, and the way you hold your hands and the steadiness or unsteadiness of your gaze. In the scholarship of Ottoman court culture, this initial assessment is documented as a formal process, the new arrival evaluated for her suitability for various kinds of service and instruction, the assessment determining the education she would receive and the role she would initially be trained toward. You know only that you are being looked at with more attention than you have ever been looked at before, by women who seem entirely comfortable doing it, and that the appropriate response is to allow it, which requires a stillness that you manage, barely, by fixing your eyes on a point of the tile pattern on the wall and holding it. The hammam comes later in the day, and it is both practical and ceremonial in a way that the Ottoman world did not feel the need to separate. The bathhouse within the harem complex was not a private room but a social space, its vaulted ceiling trapping steam above the central stone platform, its walls sweating with warmth, the sound in it a particular acoustic quality produced by hard surfaces and water, and the low voices of women that turned every sound into something rounder and more resonant than it would be anywhere else. The women who attend to you know what they are doing, and do it with a professional thoroughness that is impersonal without being cold. The water is hot, the scrubbing is systematic. The oils that follow have a smell that you will later associate entirely with this place, with the specific combination of rose and musk and something resinous underneath that was particular to the palace's preparation, rather than to any ingredient you could name separately. By the time it is finished, you are clean in a way that feels slightly unfamiliar, as if the self that arrived this morning has been prepared for something the self that arrived did not know was coming. Your clothing is different afterward. The clothes you wore into the harem are gone, replaced without ceremony by garments that are finer than anything you have worn before, the fabric a weight and quality that your hands do not immediately know how to hold. The fit is not perfect, adjusted from existing stock, but it is close enough that the effect is complete. You look in the mirror that one of the attendants holds briefly before your face, like someone who belongs here, and you understand dimly that this is entirely the point. The dormitory where you sleep on the first night holds other women, most of them also recent arrivals, the Asimi, the newcomers, the ones who are still in the early stage of understanding where they are. The room is not uncomfortable. The bedding is adequate, the room warm from the hypocaust heating that runs beneath the floors of the palace, the system of channels carrying warmth up through the stone in a way that makes the floor itself slightly warm to the touch. A physical luxury so constant it eventually becomes invisible. You lie in the dark and listen to the breathing of the women around you, some of them already asleep, some of them not. The water is audible even here, even at this hour, the fountains in the courtyard outside finding their way through the walls as a sound that is not quite silence, and not quite conversation but something in between, a presence in the dark that is neither comforting nor alarming but simply there, the palace continuing its business of existing around you. Somewhere above, or below, or across a courtyard you have not yet seen, the rest of the harem is settling into its night. The hierarchy that you do not yet understand is arranging itself in its various rooms and apartments, the women of higher rank in their private quarters, the valide sultan in rooms that are larger than any space you have been in today. The eunuchs are at their posts, the gates, all of them, are closed. The city outside is as far away as it has ever been. The sound of it is not there at all. What is there is the water, and the breathing of the women around you, and the warmth coming up through the floor, and the particular quality of a first night in a place that is going to become, across the months and years ahead, the only place you know. You do not sleep immediately, but the warmth finds you eventually, and the water keeps running, and the night does what nights do regardless of who is awake to witness it. The woman who wakes you does not raise her voice. She does not need to. She moves through the dormitory in the dark with the practiced efficiency of someone who has done this every morning for years, and the touch on your shoulder is brief and specific, not unkind but not gentle either, the touch of someone whose job is to produce a result rather than to comfort you while producing it. Around you, the other women are already moving, rising from their bedding with varying degrees of speed, the ones who have been here longer already on their feet before you have fully understood that the night is over. The call to prayer reached the palace minutes ago, the voice of the muezzin carrying across the water from the minarets of the city, and in the harem the response to it is immediate and practiced. You follow the women ahead of you to the place where the morning ablutions are performed, the water cold enough at this hour to finish the work of waking that the touch on your shoulder began, and then to the room where the prayers are said, a room you have not been in before, its walls lined with women already arranged in the rows that communal prayer requires. You take a place at the edge. The words of the Fatiha begin, and around you the voices of the women join in with a unison that is not quite perfect but is close. The slight variations of individual pronunciation absorbed into something that functions as one sound, and you move your mouth with the words you know imperfectly, and the words you do not know at all, finding the shape of the Arabic on your lips without the meaning yet inside it, the way you might trace a letter before you can read it. The woman beside you does not look at you. She is not performing her indifference. She's simply praying, and the praying is the thing, and you are a detail at the edge of it that will resolve itself in time. The education that began in the days following your arrival was not announced as education. It arrived as schedule, as the movement from one room to another at times determined by people other than you, the hours of the day already organised before you came and reorganised slightly to include you. The Ottoman imperial harem maintained a formal structure of instruction that Leslie Pierce's research describes as comprehensive and serious, not the casual accomplishment gathering of a leisured class, but a genuine curriculum intended to produce women capable of functioning at the highest levels of one of the most sophisticated courts in the world. Ottoman Turkish was the first requirement for those who did not already speak it, and the instruction in it was not gentle. The language has a grammatical architecture that does not resemble the structures of most European or Slavic languages, the verb arriving at the end of the sentence after a sequence of suffixes that modify its meaning in ways that require the listener to hold the whole construction in mind before the sense of it resolves. The teacher, a senior woman whose own Turkish was the cultivated Turkish of the palace, rather than the rougher Turkish of the street, had no investment in your struggle with it. She had taught many women before you. She knew that the struggle preceded the fluency, and that the only path between them was the repetition of what was not yet known until it became known, and she administered that repetition without apology. The syllables found your mouth wrong and then less wrong and then occasionally right, the rightness producing in the teacher a silence that was not praise, but was the absence of correction, which functioned as the same thing in that room at that hour. The Quran came alongside the Turkish, or sometimes before it, or sometimes woven through the same hours in a way that made the two feel like different aspects of the same instruction. The women of the harem were expected to pray correctly, which required the Arabic of the prayers, and to understand something of the faith they were practicing, which required more than the memorized words of the Fatiha. The instruction in Islam was delivered by women who had themselves been educated within the harem, the knowledge passing from one generation to the next in the same way that the knowledge of the Greek lower class passed from hand to hand, person to person, never written down as a curriculum, but transmitted with the reliability of things that matter to the people transmitting them. For a woman who had not been raised Muslim, this instruction was also a conversion, though the Ottoman system did not treat it as a dramatic event but as a process, the faith arriving through practice rather than through declaration. The prayers were said daily until the daily saying of them became the faith. Across the months of instruction, what emerged was a woman who could pray correctly and discuss the faith in the language of the palace, whose daily life was organised around the 5 prayers in a way that gave the day its structure as much as any formal schedule did. The prayers were not interruptions to the day. They were the day's architecture, the fixed points around which everything else arranged itself. The embroidery came later, after the language had begun to settle and the prayers had become less effortful. When the hours of instruction shifted to include the work that would occupy most of the middle portion of every day for the rest of your life in this place. The frame was set up for you by an attendant who adjusted its height with the efficiency of someone who had set up embroidery frames for many women and knew without asking what the correct position was for a woman of your height, sitting on the low cushioned seat that accompanied it. The fabric stretched across the frame was silk, pale and slightly luminous, the kind of surface that shows every error and holds every stitch with a permanence that the needle and thread cannot negotiate with after the fact. The teacher placed the needle in your hand and showed you the first stitch, a simple satin stitch, the thread lying flat across the surface of the silk in a line so precise it looked less sewn than grown there, as if the thread had always been part of the fabric and had only just been revealed. Then she gestured for you to do it. You did not do it the way she had done it. The thread pulled at an angle and the silk puckered slightly beneath it, and the line you produced was recognisable as an attempt at what she had demonstrated, without being close to the thing itself. She watched the stitch, then looked at your hand, then showed you again, the needle moving through the silk with a quality of attention in her fingers that was the physical expression of many years of practice, and you watched the attention in her fingers and tried to locate the same quality in yours. Not the stitch itself, not yet, but the quality of attention that the stitch required, the understanding that this work could not be hurried or forced, that the silk would not accept either, and that the only path to the precision she demonstrated was the same path as the Turkish syllables and the Arabic prayers, the repetition of what was not yet known until the hands knew it without the mind having to tell them. Evliya Çelebi, the Ottoman traveller and writer whose accounts of 17th century Istanbul record the city's cultural life, with the enthusiastic detail of someone who found everything worth describing, wrote about the musical life of the palace with particular admiration, noting the quality of the performances that emerged from the harem's long tradition of musical instruction. The oud, the lute that is the central instrument of Ottoman classical music, was taught to women of the harem with the seriousness that the instrument deserved, the instruction beginning with the correct way to hold it, which was already more demanding than it appeared, the instrument's curved body requiring a specific relationship with the player's arm and torso that had to be established before a single note was attempted. Your first lesson with the oud did not produce music. It produced the physical positions that music would eventually require, the left hand finding the neck, the right hand learning the angle of approach to the strings, the body learning to hold the instrument without gripping it, because tension produced a sound the instrument did not want to make. The teacher played a phrase to demonstrate, a short melodic line that moved through the room with a quality that the room seemed designed to receive. The tiled walls and the domed ceiling sending the sound back altered slightly, warmer and rounder than it had left the strings. You held the instrument in the correct position and plucked a string, and the sound that came back was not the sound she had made, but it was a sound, and the sound meant the string was there and the hand was there and the connection between them was possible. The days of the first weeks arranged themselves into a pattern that you did not choose, and would not have chosen, but that your body accepted with a practicality that surprised you. The dark before dawn, and the cold water and the prayers, the hours of language and faith and the slow accumulation of what was not yet known becoming known, the afternoon at the embroidery frame, the silk taking your stitches and holding them without judgment, the evening meal eaten with the other Asimi, the newest women, the ones still at the same stage of learning, the conversation at meals still careful, still the conversation of people who have not yet decided how much to trust each other, and underneath all of it, running through the walls and the floors and the courtyards between the rooms, the sound of the water, which you had stopped noticing as a sound, and had begun to receive as a condition, the way you receive the temperature of a room you have been in long enough not as a sensation, but as the quality of the air itself, present and constant and asking nothing of you. The world outside the walls was still there. You knew this without needing to think about it, the way you know things that do not require your attention to remain true. What you did not know yet was whether it still contained anything that was yours. That question arrived most clearly at the end of the day, in the few minutes between the last prayer and sleep, when the palace had settled into its night sounds, and the women around you were quiet, and the embroidery frame stood empty in the corner of the room, and the oud was put away, and the Turkish words you had practiced all day were finally still, You lay in the dark and said a word from before, a name, a sound from a language that was not Ottoman, and the word sat in the air for a moment and then was absorbed by the walls, and the water kept running, and the night continued, and tomorrow the woman who did not raise her voice would come again before the light. The hammam is already warm when you arrive. It is always already warm, the fires beneath it having been lit before the first call to prayer, the heat working its way up through the stone in the slow, reliable way that stone accepts and holds warmth, and by the time the morning prayers are done and the women move toward it, the air inside is dense and white and smells of the soap that has been used in this room every morning for longer than anyone currently using it has been alive. The order in which the women enter is not announced. It does not need to be. The senior women go first, the ones whose rank gives them the right to the central marble platform when the steam is at its thickest and the water at its hottest, and they move to their places with the ease of people who have been going to those places for years and have stopped thinking of the movement as a choice. The women of middle rank fill in behind them. The Asimi, the newest arrivals, come last, taking the positions that remain, which are at the edges, where the steam has thinned slightly and the stone beneath your feet is warm, but not the deep, penetrating warmth of the centre. You have learned to perform not minding it, which is not the same thing as not minding it, in a room where performance and reality exist in close enough proximity that the distance between them becomes difficult to measure. The hammam in the harem was not only a place for washing. The scholarship on Ottoman court life documents it as one of the primary social spaces of the harem, a room where the formal hierarchy relaxed without disappearing, where conversations happened that would not happen in the more observed spaces of the palace, where the proximity of bodies and the privacy of steam created a condition in which women who would not otherwise speak to each other could speak. News moved through the hammam the way news moves through any space where people are briefly relieved of the need to maintain their public selves, carefully in low voices, with an awareness of who was close enough to hear. You are still learning whose voice to listen for and whose to let pass. This is its own education, running parallel to the Turkish and the prayers and the embroidery. And no one teaches it formally because no one needs to. The room and the order of things within it doing the teaching that no person is assigned to do. The middle hours of the day belong to the work. After the hammam and the morning meal, which is brought to the women according to their rank and eaten without the formality that the later meals of the day carry, the embroidery frames are set up in the rooms that face the courtyard, and the women arrange themselves before them in the positions they have occupied enough times that the position has become habitual. The body finding its place before the mind has finished deciding to sit down. The light that comes through the courtyard windows in the middle of the morning is the best light of the day for this work. It is direct without being harsh, falling across the silk at an angle that shows the texture of the fabric and the lie of the thread with a clarity that the softer afternoon light does not offer. The women who have been here long enough to know this have arranged themselves to take advantage of it. Their frames positioned to catch the light at the angle most useful for the work they're doing. Adjustments made over months and years of sitting in the same room until the relationship between the light and the frame and the work is exactly as it should be. You're still finding your position. The frame is set correctly, or close enough, but the relationship between your eyes and the fabric and the needle is still something you are negotiating rather than something you have settled into. The distance between what you intend and what the needle produces is still wider than you would choose. The women beside you do not comment on this. The silence of the workroom is not the silence of disapproval, but the silence of concentration, each woman inside the particular quiet of her own work. The room holding all of them in a collective hush that is broken only by the occasional soft sound of thread being drawn through fabric or the slight creak of a frame being adjusted. Topkapa's harem produced embroidery that moved outward into the wider palace, and beyond it as diplomatic gifts, as furnishings for the Sultan's apartments, as garments that carried the skill of their makers into spaces the makers themselves would never enter. Western diplomatic accounts of the period note the quality of Ottoman textile work with a consistency that suggests the observation was not mere courtesy. The Venetian bailo, the diplomatic representative of Venice at the Ottoman court, sent reports home across the 16th and 17th centuries that included descriptions of the palace's material culture, the furnishings and the textiles and the garments in terms that recorded quality rather than merely exotic foreignness. The work your hands are doing will go somewhere you will never see. This is not information that reaches the women at the frames, only the work itself, the frame and the silk and the thread, and the long middle hours of the day that belong to it. The afternoon loosens. This is not an official loosening, not something announced or scheduled, but a quality that the day acquires after the midday prayer, when the most structured portion of it has passed, and the hours before the evening meal are less claimed than the hours before them. The gardens or the courtyards that serve as gardens within the harem's walls, the small paved spaces with their plantings and their fountains, become accessible in good weather to the women who are not otherwise occupied. And in the seasons when the air outside is worth breathing, this is where you will find them. The harem's courtyards at Topkapi were not large. They were scaled to the interior life of the palace, rather than to any aspiration toward grandeur. Enclosed on all sides by the palace's walls, the sky above them a rectangle of whatever the day was doing. In summer the light in them was direct and warm, the tiles holding the heat and releasing it slowly through the afternoon. In spring, which is when you first understood what the courtyard was for, the air in them had a quality produced by the combination of the fountain's moisture and the warmth beginning to accumulate in the stone. A soft and slightly green smell that was the closest thing to the outside world that the inside world offered. You sat in the courtyard on those spring afternoons with the other women and talked, or did not talk, the conversation finding its level without anyone deciding what that level should be. The friendships that were beginning to form in the dormitory and the workroom and the hammam expressed themselves differently here, in the afternoon light, in a register slightly less guarded than the more observed spaces of the palace required. A woman whose name you had known for a month but whose voice you had not yet heard in a full sentence said something about the fountain, about the sound it made, and you said something back, and the something back was the beginning of knowing her, which was different from merely being in the same room as her. No chronicle noted the conversations at the fountain. No diplomatic report described the particular quality of a spring afternoon in the harem's inner courtyard. What the record preserves is the structure of the institution, the ranks and the regulations and the formal occasions, and the gap between the structure and the life lived inside it is where most of the actual living happened. The evening meal arrived with a formality that the morning meal did not carry. The trays were brought by attendants and the portions distributed according to rank. The differences in what was received a daily recitation of the hierarchy in the language of food, a constant low reminder of where each woman stood. What you ate in those early months was adequate. It was not what the senior women ate, or the haseki, or the kadın, whose kitchens were separate and whose meals were prepared with an attention to their personal preferences that the collective kitchen of the Atsimi did not attempt. But it was enough, and enough, as you had begun to understand, was what the harem offered to most of the women inside it as the baseline condition of their existence. Enough food, enough warmth, enough instruction, enough of the small daily comforts that distinguished life inside the palace walls from the life that many of the women here had come from. The distinction was real, and the women knew it. The harem was a constraint, and it was also a provision, and the two things existed simultaneously without resolving into each other, and learning to hold both of them at once, without letting the provision erase the constraint or the constraint erase the provision, was one of the things that the years inside would teach you. Slowly, through the accumulated experience of days that were shaped like this one, and the ones before it, and the ones still to come. The night prayers came, and then the lamps were lowered, and the palace settled into its night sounds, which were quieter than the day sounds, but not absent. The eunuchs at their posts and the fountain still running, and somewhere in the larger complex of the palace, the business of the empire continuing in its nocturnal form, the documents and the decisions that did not stop because the sun had. In the dormitory, the women arranged themselves for sleep with the efficiency of people who had done it enough times that the arrangement required no thought. The breathing of the room slowed. The warmth from the floor rose through the bedding in the reliable way it always did. Outside, the sky above the courtyard was doing whatever the sky was doing, clear or clouded, the stars present or not, and the rectangle of it visible from the courtyard's open centre held whatever the night had to offer, and then held the dark when the night had finished offering. The day had been what days here were. The hammam and the work and the afternoon light and the evening meal and the prayers at their intervals, the structure of it present and reliable in the way that a structure you have not chosen can still become, across enough repetitions, something that holds you rather than confines you. Not comfort exactly, familiarity. The day known well enough that the knowing of it was a kind of ground beneath your feet, solid and reliable even when nothing else was. The water ran. The lamps held their low light. The women around you were already going somewhere in their sleep that you could not follow, and you lay in the warm dark and let the day finish itself, which it did, the way days do, without asking your permission. There is a moment, somewhere in the second year, when the needle stops being something you are managing and becomes something you are using. The distinction is not dramatic. It does not arrive with any ceremony or announce itself as a threshold. What happens is that you sit down at the frame one morning, and the thread goes where you intend it to go, and the intention and the execution are close enough together that the gap between them is no longer the thing you are thinking about. What you are thinking about is the work itself, the pattern emerging from the silk, the way the colour you are laying down in this section will read against the colour you laid down yesterday, the small decisions of angle and tension that accumulate into something that a person standing across the room would see as a whole. The mind stops supervising and starts collaborating, and the work that comes from collaboration is different in quality from the work that comes from supervision. You understand, in the way you understand things that arrive, that this is what the instruction was for, not the stitches themselves, not the vocabulary of motifs, or the technical names for the different grounds, but this, the quality of attention that makes the gap between intention and execution narrow enough to work in. Ottoman embroidery in the classical period was not a single tradition, but a family of related traditions, each with its own techniques and its own vocabulary of motifs, and its own history of where those motifs came from, and what they meant, and how they had changed across the centuries of being passed from one pair of hands to another. The silk embroidery that occupied the harem's workrooms was the most prestigious of these traditions, worked on fabric grounds of silk or fine linen with threads of silk or metal. The metal threads, the gold and silver wire wound around a silk core used for the raised work that caught the light differently from the flat silk stitching, and gave the most formal pieces their particular quality of presence. The motifs that organised this embroidery were not arbitrary. The tulip, which appears in Ottoman textile work with a consistency across centuries that makes it the tradition's most recognisable signature, arrived in the decorative vocabulary of the Ottoman court in the 15th century and remained there through the 18th, appearing on garments and furnishings and ceramics and architectural tile with the regularity of something that had been decided upon and then never seriously reconsidered. The carnation, the cypress tree, rendered in the abstracted form that textile work requires, recognisable as a cypress, without attempting to be a picture of one. The pomegranate split open to show its seeds, a motif old enough in the broader decorative tradition of the Islamic world that tracing its origins requires going back further than the Ottoman period could account for. Not from a pattern book, though patterns existed, but from the work of the women around you, whose frames showed you the motifs in their various stages of completion. The tulip half-finished revealing the sequence of stitches that produced it, the carnation in its early stages looking nothing like itself, and then, across a few hours of work, becoming itself in a way that still surprised you, even after you had watched it happen many times. Your needle learned the motifs the way you learned the Turkish, by exposure and repetition until the shape was in your hands and did not need to be in your mind. The gold thread work was a separate skill, learned after the silk stitching had become reliable, because it required a different quality of attention from the flat work and a different relationship between the needle and the surface. The thread itself, the fine wire wound around its silk core, did not pass through the fabric the way silk thread did. It lay on the surface and was couched down by a second thread worked in a contrasting colour, or in the same colour, the couching stitches so small and so regularly spaced that from a distance they were invisible, and what remained was the surface of the metal thread catching the light. Working with metal thread required you to think differently about what you were making. The silk embroidery built up the image stitch by stitch, each thread a small contribution to a larger whole. The metal thread work was more architectural. The thread laid down in lines and curves that had to be planned before they were executed, because the metal did not forgive changes of direction the way silk did, and a line that went wrong had to be removed rather than adjusted, which meant removing the couching stitches and lifting the thread and starting the line again from where it had been right. This quality of the work, its intolerance of improvisation, was something you came to value rather than resist, because it required you to think about the whole before committing to any part of it, and the thinking that happened before the needle moved was its own kind of pleasure. The pieces that left the harem through formal channels, the garments prepared for the sultan's household, the furnishings commissioned for the ceremonial rooms of the palace, the gifts prepared for diplomatic occasions were produced by the women whose skill had reached the level that the palace's reputation required. This was understood within the harem community without being stated as policy, the way many things in the harem were understood through observation rather than announcement. The women whose work was selected for these purposes were known to the other women, their particular skill recognised and discussed in the workroom with the specific interest that people take in excellence when they are themselves trying to achieve it. To have your work selected was not a small thing. It was not paid in any currency that could be spent, not a promotion in any formal sense, but it was recognised, and recognition in a world with limited means of acquiring it carried a weight that would be difficult to account for in any system that had more ways of marking achievement. The piece of embroidery that left the workroom with your stitches in it and went somewhere in the palace that you would never go was a form of presence in a place that your body could not enter, and this mattered in a way that was not entirely rational and did not need to be. You knew women who had been working in the harem for 20 years whose names were known in the workroom, the way skilled people are always known in communities where their skill is visible. Their frames produced work that you studied the way you had studied your teacher's hands in the first months, trying to locate the quality in the execution that made the result what it was. Some of it you could identify and eventually replicate, and some of it remained, even after years of looking, something you could see but not account for. The difference between a piece of work that was technically correct and a piece of work that was right in a way that exceeded technical correctness. And the gap between those two things was where the best work lived and where you were, slowly making your way toward. The harem's textile production was not only embroidery, the weaving of silk fabric, the production of the fine woolen cloth used for certain garments, the finishing of cloth with the additional work that transformed a plain ground into something fit for the palace's purposes. All of this happened within the broader textile economy of the Ottoman court, a system in which the harem's output was one component of a larger whole. The imperial workshops outside the palace walls produced fabric at a scale the harem's workrooms could not match, but the harem's work carried a different quality of attention, the kind that comes from women working at their own frames on pieces that they will complete over weeks or months rather than workers producing yardage against a quota. Leslie Pierce's work on the imperial harem notes the textile production of the harem women as both a practical contribution to the palace's material needs and a form of accomplishment that the Ottoman court explicitly valued. The skill of the women who produced the finest work recognised as a reflection of the quality of the institution that had trained them. The harem was, among other things, a school, and the embroidery frame was among its most serious classrooms, the education that happened in front of it as real and as demanding as any other instruction offered within the walls. Outside the window, the courtyard is doing what courtyards do in the late morning, holding the light that the sky's offering and reflecting it back off the tiles, in a way that reaches the workroom through the window glass, as something warmer and more diffuse than direct sun. The needle moves. The thread finds its way through the silk in the sequence that your hands now know, before your mind has finished deciding on it. The pattern grows from the fabric the way patterns grow, When the person making them has finally stopped getting in the way of the making, and the morning holds its quality of light and the room holds its quality of quiet and the work continues, there are pieces you kept. Not the formal work, not the pieces that went into the palace's circulation, but smaller things, worked in the hours when the frame was your own and the choice of what to make was yours. A length of cloth worked with a border of cypress trees and a blue thread that you had been given the end of and used before it could be taken back. A small panel of silk with a single tulip. Not the correct tulip, not the Ottoman tulip with its pointed petals and its formal posture, but a tulip the way you remembered tulips from before, rounder and more open, the kind that grew in a place you were no longer allowed to name directly, but that your needle apparently still knew how to find. You kept these pieces folded in the small chest that held your private things, the objects that were yours within the collective life of the harem, and you did not show them to anyone and no one asked to see them. They were not contraband, and they were not secret, and they were not important in any way that the palace would have recognised as importance. They were yours, in a place where very little was yours alone, and the being yours of them was the thing. The rest of their quality is irrelevant by comparison. The needle in the workroom moved in the service of the palace. The needle in the quiet hour served something unnamed in Ottoman, Arabic, or the harem's formal life, something your hands understood without needing to be articulated. She comes in the way you came in, through the corridor with the high windows and the repeating tile, following the women ahead of her at a pace that does not slow. You're standing at the edge of the courtyard when she passes and you watch her the way the senior women watched you, which is to say completely and without apology, the assessment practical rather than personal, taking in her bearing and the way she holds herself, and the particular quality of her stillness under observation. She does not look directly at you. She's doing what you did, finding a fixed point in the tile and holding it, the composure managed by not asking too much of it. You remember finding that tile and holding it, and what the holding cost. What you're doing now, watching from the edge of the courtyard with the ease that years of being here have produced in you, is not something you decided to become. It is something the place made you, the same way the place made everything else about how you now move through it, with a certainty that is not confidence exactly, but is the absence of the uncertainty that marked the first months. She will learn, because every woman in this courtyard who is watching her learned it, the knowledge passing silently from those who have it to those who are acquiring it. The hierarchy of the imperial harem was not a simple ladder. It was a system with multiple axes, rank and favour, and proximity to the sultan running in parallel, sometimes aligned and sometimes not. The woman who held a high, formal rank, not always the woman with the most actual influence. And the woman with the most actual influence, not always the one whose position was most visible to an outside observer. Leslie Pierce's analysis of the harem's internal structure describes it as a dynamic rather than a static system, the positions within it shifting as circumstances changed, as sultans died and their sons succeeded them, as women bore children or did not, as favour was extended and withdrawn across the long years of a reign. The ranks had names that the harem used with precision. The Asimi were the newest, the ones still in instruction, their status the most junior, and their access to the palace's resources the most limited. As a woman's education progressed and her skills were assessed and her conduct evaluated by the senior women who administered the harem's daily life, she might be moved into the category of Gedikli, the women in personal service to the sultan or to the senior women of the household, a position that brought her into closer contact with the palace's daily operations and opened possibilities that the Asimi rank did not offer. Above the Gedikli were the women who had attracted the sultan's personal attention, a category whose formal name and precise boundaries shifted across different periods of Ottoman history, but whose significance was constant. The women who entered this category moving into private apartments, receiving allowances, acquiring attendants of their own. The Haseki was the sultan's favoured concubine, a designation that in some periods was given to a single woman and in others to several, the word itself carrying a weight in the harem's internal life that affected every woman around the one who held it, regardless of whether they would ever hold it themselves. The eunuchs administered the boundary between the harem and the rest of the palace, simultaneously physical and social, the set of protocols governing who could go where and with whose permission, enforced by men whose own position depended on maintaining both. The Kislar Agassi, the chief black eunuch, held a position in the Ottoman imperial system that was formally documented and practically significant, responsible not only for the harem's internal administration, but for the communication between the harem and the sultan's household, a role that gave him access to both worlds and therefore a form of influence that most people in either world did not possess. When the Kislar Agassi moved through the harem, the space reorganised itself around his passage in a way that was not theatrical, but was completely legible to anyone who knew how to read it. The women who had business to conduct, requests to make, information to convey, positioned themselves in his path with the practised casualness of people who had learned that directness was less effective than availability. The women who had no such business moved aside with an efficiency that was its own kind of information, the ones who moved quickly versus the ones who moved slowly, the ones who made brief eye contact and the ones who did not. All of it a continuous text being written and read simultaneously by everyone present. You had been reading this text for long enough that it was no longer effortful. The harem's communication happened mostly in this register, in the language of position and movement and timing and the particular quality of attention that people directed at each other and then withdrew, and learning to read it had been as demanding in its way as learning the Ottoman Turkish, the grammar of it as complex and as unforgiving of misreading. The Valide Sultan's apartments were in a different part of the harem from the rooms you moved through daily, larger and more elaborately furnished, the tilework on their walls the finest in the complex, the ceilings higher, the light that came through their windows falling on surfaces that communicated the distance between those rooms and the dormitory, where you had slept in the first months more clearly than any formal statement of rank could have managed. You had seen those apartments briefly, on an occasion that brought you through that part of the palace, in the company of a senior woman who had business there, and the scale of them had landed quietly, the way things land when you've been prepared by experience to receive them rather than shocked by contrast. The Valide Sultan was the Sultan's mother, and in the Ottoman imperial system her position was the most powerful available to a woman and among the most powerful available to anyone. She administered the harem, her authority over its internal life the final word on questions that the senior women below her could not resolve, and her influence on the Sultan extended through the intimacy of the mother and son relationship into territory that no formal title could fully describe. In the periods that historians have called the Sultanate of Women, the late 16th and 17th centuries, when a succession of powerful Valide sultans governed through sons who were young or absent or otherwise reliant on their mother's judgment, that influence became something closer to what the word governance actually means. Decisions about appointments and alliances and the direction of an empire that stretched across 3 continents, passing through women who lived behind the walls of a palace that most of the empire's subjects would never see. Hürrem Sultan, known in the West as Roxolana, had risen from the ranks of the harem to become the legal wife of Suleiman the Magnificent in the 1530s, a position without precedent in the Ottoman imperial tradition, and one that she consolidated through a combination of personal influence and political intelligence that the court chroniclers of the period recorded with a mixture of admiration and unease that itself communicated how unusual her position was. Kösem Sultan, Valide Sultan to 2 successive sultans in the 17th century, governed the empire through her sons, and then attempted to govern it through her grandson before the political circumstances of the court ended her regency in a manner that the chronicles recorded with the brevity reserved for things that were too close and too dangerous to describe in full. The knowledge came in fragments and in the gaps between what was said and what was understood, in the particular way a senior woman's expression changed when a certain name was mentioned, in the weight that certain words carried in certain contexts that they did not carry in others. You assembled it the way you assembled everything else in this place, from observation and proximity, and the patient accumulation of small pieces that did not form a complete picture, but formed enough of one to navigate by. Rank was the visible part. the part that the food portions and the apartment sizes and the order of bathing expressed in terms that required no interpretation. Beneath the visible part, the hierarchy was about time. The women who had been here longest carried a different quality of presence from the women who'd arrived recently. Not a quality of superiority, but a quality of settledness. The palace having become so thoroughly the medium they moved through that they no longer noticed themselves moving through it, the way you stop noticing the weight of clothing you've been wearing all day. Not arrived, not at the top of anything, but settled in a way that the earliest months had not contained. The harem's rhythms so fully absorbed into your body that the disruption of them registered before you had consciously noticed what was disrupted. The new woman in the corridor felt like a disruption, briefly, because new women always did. The disorientation they carried visible enough to be felt by the women around them. Then the corridor returned to its usual quality, and the tile continued its pattern toward the distant turn, and the palace resumed the business of being itself, which it had been doing before you arrived, and would continue doing after you were no longer part of it. The water ran beneath all of it. The apartments are larger than you remembered from the glimpse, the scale of the rooms resolving from impression into fact as you move through them on an errand that has brought you here for the first time with a reason to enter rather than merely to pass. The tilework on the walls is the finest in the complex, the colours deeper, and the patterns more intricate than the tiles of the corridors and workrooms you have spent your years in, the craftsmen who produced them having been given more time or better materials or both. The result being a surface that holds the eye in a way that the functional tiling elsewhere does not attempt. The ceiling is higher. The light that comes through the windows is the same light that reaches every other room in the harem, the same Istanbul sky sending the same winter morning through glass, but the room is large enough that the light has space to diffuse before it reaches the floor, arriving softer and more even than it does in smaller rooms where the walls catch it first. The Valid Sultan is not here. Her presence, however, is distributed through the space in the way that powerful people's presences distribute themselves through the spaces they inhabit, in the arrangement of the objects, in the quality of the silence, in the behaviour of the attendants who move through the room with the particular efficiency of people whose work is being evaluated by someone who is not present, but whose standards are fully present in their absence. You deliver what you have been sent to deliver, receive what you have been sent to receive, and leave the way you came, back through the door and into the corridor and into the harem's ordinary air, carrying the rooms with you. The scale of them, the light, the tile work that the eye did not want to leave. These are the rooms of the most powerful woman in the Ottoman world, and the distance between those rooms and the dormitory where you slept on your first night is not primarily a physical distance, though it is that too. It is a distance that the hierarchy of the harem measures in years, and in the particular currency of influence. And standing in those rooms, briefly, on an errand, is its own kind of knowledge about how large the distance is and what it would take to cross it. The path to the Validi Sultan's apartments was not a straight line, and it was not a short one. It ran through the bearing of a son, which required first the attention of the Sultan, which required the particular combination of qualities, appearance and accomplishment, and the specific kind of presence that attracted notice in a household full of women selected for their ability to attract notice, that had no guaranteed method of production and no reliable schedule of arrival. A woman could possess every quality the system rewarded and wait years. A woman could arrive in the harem with no particular distinction and find herself elevated within months by a convergence of circumstances that no one had planned and no one could have predicted. What the system offered to every woman within it was the theoretical possibility of the highest position available. The theoretical possibility existed alongside the statistical reality that most women in the harem would never bear the Sultan's child, would never hold the Haseki designation, would never see their son survive long enough to become Sultan, would never sit in the apartments whose tilework you had just been standing close enough to touch. The possibility was real, and the probability was not, and the harem held both of those facts simultaneously without resolving them, the way it held the constraint and the provision simultaneously. the way it held most things that could not be made to agree with each other. For the women who did cross that distance, the crossing changed everything and resolved nothing. The Hoseki received private apartments and her own household budget and attendants, whose loyalty was to her rather than to the collective harem administration, and the weight of the hierarchy shifted around her in ways that were immediately legible to every woman who had learned to read that language. She was no longer moving towards something. She was something, and the something she was came with its own demands and its own dangers. The favour that elevated her being the same favour that made her a target for the interests of every other woman whose trajectory intersected with hers. Hürrem Sultan understood this before almost anyone else in the Ottoman court understood it, which is one of the reasons her story remained remarkable enough that the court chroniclers recorded it despite their clear discomfort with what it represented. She arrived in the harem in the 1520s, her origins debated by historians who have examined the sources without reaching consensus, her early years in the palace undocumented in the ways that early years in the palace were always undocumented. What the record captures is the outcome. A woman who attracted the Sultan's attention and then consolidated that attention into something that the Ottoman imperial tradition had no precedent for. The Sultan's legal wife, a position that the dynasty had avoided for generations precisely because it created the kind of entanglement that Hürrem Sultan's relationship with Suleiman the Magnificent then demonstrated at enormous scale was worth creating. She corresponded with foreign rulers. She commissioned mosques and charitable foundations that bore her name in a city that did not typically put women's names on buildings. She managed the politics of the succession with a directness that the sources recorded with the specific kind of discomfort that attends the documentation of a woman doing something that the documenter believes she should not be doing, but cannot deny that she is doing effectively. The harem was supposed to produce heirs and provide companionship. Hürrem Sultan also produced policy, and the court found this sufficiently remarkable that it could not stop writing about it, even when writing about it was the kind of documentation that made the court's own assumptions visible in ways that were not flattering to those assumptions. Kösem Sultan came a century later, Valide Sultan to 2 successive sultans, her influence over the empire exercised through the medium of sons, and then attempted through a grandson before the political conditions of the mid-17th century court ended her regency in a manner that the chronicles approached with the brevity of people writing about something too close and too consequential to describe fully. She governed. This is the plain fact of it, and the plain fact is also the remarkable one. A woman governing one of the largest empires in the world from inside a palace complex that most of the empire's subjects would never see, through a combination of intelligence and political skill and the particular authority that the Ottoman system vested in the Sultan's mother that was unlike anything available to women in the contemporary European courts that observers were using as their points of comparison. The power of the Valide Sultan was not the power of a ruler in the formal sense. It had no title in the Ottoman administrative vocabulary that translated directly into the kind of authority that sultans and grand viziers held. What it was instead was influence of a specific and practically significant kind. The influence of the person who had the Sultan's ear in the hours that no one else could access, who had known him before he was Sultan, who understood the particular texture of his thinking in ways that decades of proximity produce, and that no amount of formal authority can replicate. Leslie Pierce documents the Valide Sultan's administrative role within the harem in specific terms, the correspondence she conducted with foreign dignitaries, the petitions she received and adjudicated, the appointments she influenced through the management of access to the Sultan, the buildings she commissioned and the foundations she endowed as public expressions of a private power that the Ottoman system both enabled and contained. The containment was real. The walls of the palace were still the walls of the palace, and the Valide Sultan moved within them the same as every other woman in the harem, her apartments larger and her authority greater, but her geography the same sky above the same courtyards, the same fountains running through the same stone. The European fantasy consistently missed this, projecting onto the institution either the complete helplessness of women with no agency, or the exotic omnipotence of women whose influence had no limits. The reality was more precise and more interesting than either projection. The power was real, and it was bounded, and the boundary was not a failure of the power, but a condition of it. You think about this, on the walk back from the Valid Sultan's apartments, as a texture you move through rather than an argument you're making, the way you move through the corridor with the high windows, the light falling in its oblique rectangles on the tile, the palace around you doing what it has always done, containing and enabling simultaneously, the two things not opposites but aspects of the same arrangement. The women who reached the top of this hierarchy did not escape the harem. They inhabited it more fully than anyone else, their power and their constraint both enlarged by the position they held, the apartments larger, and the walls the same walls. The women who did not reach the top of it inhabited it in the manner available to them. The embroidery frame and the language lesson and the afternoon courtyard, and the friendships that formed in the space between the structured hours. Neither of them was the life that the European imagination projected onto the women who lived them, the passive and perfumed captivity of the Orientalist fantasy that the outside world preferred to the more complicated truth, which was that the harem was a world, with the full texture that the word implies, and the women inside it were inhabitants of that world in the way that all people inhabit the worlds they are given, fully and imperfectly and with more interior life than anyone looking in from the outside was inclined to credit. The corridor turns, the tile continues its pattern. The light in the high windows is the winter light of Istanbul, pale and precise, and the water is running somewhere beneath the floor, and you are walking back to the part of the palace that is yours, carrying the rooms you have just been in as a kind of knowledge that has no name in any of the languages you have learned inside these walls, but that your body understands the way your body understands most things that matter, without requiring them to be explained. The afternoon light is doing something particular to the courtyard tiles right now. The winter sun low enough that it comes under the overhang at an angle that catches the glaze on the tile surface and throws it back as something warmer than the light itself, a quality of gold that the tiles only produce for a short period each day, and only in certain seasons, and you have learned, across the years of sitting in this courtyard, exactly when to be here to catch it. This is one of the things that nobody told you about the life you are entering, that you would learn the light, that the specific quality of the afternoon sun in a particular courtyard in a particular season would become a kind of knowledge you carried in your body the way you carried the Ottoman prayers and the embroidery motifs and the reading of the harem's social text. Not something you studied, but something you accumulated through presence, through being in the same place at the same hours across enough days that the place gave up its patterns to you, the way it gives them up to everyone who stays long enough to receive them. Nobody told you that you would accumulate a life here, that accumulate would be the right word. The way sediment accumulates at the bottom of still water, gradually and without drama, until one day the depth of it is something you could measure if you wanted to, though you do not particularly want to, the having of it being more interesting than the measuring. The life of a woman in the imperial harem was not one life, but many lives held simultaneously inside the same walls. It was the life of the body, the hammam and the prayers and the embroidery frame and the meals that arrived according to rank, and the floor warm beneath your feet in the mornings. It was the life of the mind, the Turkish that was no longer foreign, and the Arabic that had settled into your mouth alongside it, and the Quran that you could recite in the dark without the words requiring any part of your attention that you did not want to give them. It was the life of the hands, the needle moving through silk with a quality of attention that had required 2 years to develop, and had then become simply the way your hands worked, the motifs emerging from the fabric the way they emerged, the tulip and the carnation and the cypress tree produced by fingers that knew them without consulting the mind that had once needed to supervise every stitch. And it was the life that happened in the hours between these things, the hours that the schedule did not claim, that the historical record did not preserve, that the chronicles and the diplomatic reports and the court documents left unrecorded because they contained no events that the official accounting of the institution found worth noting. These hours were the ones in which the actual texture of the life was most fully present. The conversations at the fountain and the friendships that had formed in the gap between the structured hours and the private devotions and the small objects kept folded in the chest that held your private things. The friendships were real. The harem is so thoroughly associated in the popular imagination with rivalry and competition, the women pitted against each other in a contest for the sultan's favour, that the ordinary texture of affection and loyalty that developed between women who shared a world that no one outside it could fully understand tends to get lost in the drama of the version that the outside world preferred. The competition was also real. Both things existed inside the same walls without resolving into each other. The woman whose voice you first heard at the fountain, the one who said something about the sound the water made in that spring afternoon of your first year, became someone you knew in the full sense of that word across the years that followed. Not someone you chose in the way that people choose friends in worlds with more choice available, but someone whose company your days had shaped, around the way water shapes around a stone, gradually and without resistance, until the shape of the relationship was something both of you moved through without thinking about the moving. You knew her embroidery by sight across a workroom. You knew the particular register her voice dropped into when she was saying something she had thought about rather than something she was saying to fill silence. You knew that she prayed with a quality of attention in the evenings that was different from her morning prayers, more interior, more her own, the evening prayer being the one she had made personal rather than merely correct. She knew things about you that you had not told her and had not needed to. The devotional life inside the harem had a texture that the formal record of religious observance did not capture. The 5 prayers were performed correctly and in community, the rows of women in the prayer room a visible expression of a shared practice. What the formal record did not capture was what happened to faith across years of living a life that had not been chosen, the particular quality of relationship with the divine that a constrained life can produce, the prayers becoming less rote and more necessary. The Quran verses that had been memorized as instruction becoming across time, the verses that arrived unbidden in the mind during the embroidery hours or the sleepless parts of the night. You had not been raised in this faith. You had been brought to it by the instruction of the harem's education, the Arabic settled into your mouth alongside the Ottoman Turkish, the prayers said daily, until the daily saying of them became something other than performance. What you had not been prepared for was how the faith would change across the years. The Quran verses that had been memorized as instruction becoming, across time, the verses that arrived unbidden in the mind during the embroidery hours or the sleepless parts of the night, deepening not because the harem required it to deepen, but because a life lived within constraint has a way of pressing against the edges of the available consolations, until the consolations either give way or become genuinely consoling. The prayers had become genuinely consoling. The particular hour of the evening prayer, the light in the prayer room at that hour, the sound of the women's voices joining in the words that your own voice had long since learned to join without effort, was the hour of the day that felt most fully inhabited, most completely itself. The day arriving at a moment of stillness that was different from the stillness of sleep or the quiet of the workroom, a stillness that had been chosen rather than arrived at, that your body moved toward at that hour the way it moved toward the courtyard at the hour of the particular light on the tiles. Outside the walls, the city of Istanbul was doing what it had always done. The calls of vendors and the creak of cartwheels and the smell of bread from the market stalls along the waterfront. The sounds and smells of a world that you had last been part of on the day you followed the women ahead of you through the corridor with the high windows and tried to count the turnings. The city did not know you were here. The city did not know about the courtyard light or the embroidery frame or the woman at the fountain or the evening prayer or the small chest with its private contents, or the years of accumulated knowledge that the palace had produced in you the way the palace produced everything, slowly, without announcing what it was doing. This was the life. Not the life of the European fantasy, the jewelled passivity of the Orientalist imagination that had never been inside these walls and could not have imagined what was actually here. Not the life of unrelieved suffering that a different kind of projection imposed on the institution from the outside. The life that was actually here was more ordinary and more specific than either version, the ordinariness being not a diminishment but the actual substance of it, the daily repetition of the hammam, and the prayers and the frame and the food and the courtyard and the fountain being the thing itself rather than the container for something more significant that never arrived. What arrived instead of the more significant thing was this: the afternoon light on the tiles, the needle finding the silk without being told, the evening prayer settling into the body like something that had always been there, the sound of a friend's voice dropping into its thinking register, the water running through the walls of the palace at every hour of every day and night, with the indifference and the constancy of something that had been doing this before you came, and would be doing it after you were gone, and did not require your presence or your attention or your understanding to continue. The lamps are being lit now, the attendants moving through the apartments and the corridors with the efficiency of people who have lit these lamps at this hour every evening for years. The light in the palace shifting from the last of the winter daylight to the warm and slightly unsteady quality of oil lamps that turns every surface a little warmer and every shadow a little softer than they are in daylight. The women are settling. The workrooms are put away for the day, the frames covered, the threads stored, the silk folded in the particular way that prevents creasing. The evening meal has been eaten and the evening prayer said, and the conversations of the afternoon courtyard have moved indoors to the lower register of the dormitory and the private rooms. The voice is quieter now, the day having done its work and asking nothing more. The water is running. It was running when you arrived, and it has been running through every day and every night of every year you have spent inside these walls, and it will be running in the morning and the morning after that, the palace's deepest and most constant voice, speaking in the language of stone and channel and cistern to anyone awake enough to listen. You have learned to listen. You have learned a great many things inside these walls, most of them things that no one announced they were teaching you. Things that arrive through the repetition of days and the proximity of people and the particular quality of attention that a life develops when the world it has to work with is the world it has, not the world it might have chosen, but the world it was given. And the given world, received fully and inhabited completely, turns out to contain more than it appeared to from the outside. The lamp holds its light. The walls hold their warmth. The water runs beneath all of it, as it always has, as it will tomorrow, indifferent and faithful and entirely present in the dark. Rest now, my tired dumplings. The palace is still running. It has been running for a very long time, and tonight, inside its walls, that is enough. The horse is standing still, head up, ears forward, nostrils spread to something on the air that you cannot smell from where you're standing. Whatever it has noticed, it has not decided yet what to do about it. And in that moment of suspended attention, before the decision you can see exactly what this animal is, which is an argument made in bone, muscle. Fine, dark coat by a landscape that spent thousands of years asking very hard questions. The Najd is the high, central plateau of the Arabian Peninsula, a place of gravel plains, basalt fields, seasonal wadis that carry water when the rains come, carry nothing for most of the year. The summer heat here is not the wet, heavy heat of a coastal region. It is dry, direct, the sun working on a landscape with very little to absorb it, the temperature climbing into ranges that would stop most large animals from moving at all during the middle hours of the day. The winters are cold enough to require shelter. The forage is sparse, consisting mostly of desert grasses. Low shrubs that provide nutrition in concentrations that require a great deal of ground to cover for a reasonable amount of feed. Water sources are separated by distances that demand efficient travel rather than leisurely grazing. The desert made the Arabian horse first, across a span of time long enough that the changes it produced went all the way down into the bone, before any breeder made a decision or any standard was written. The horse arrived in the Arabian Peninsula sometime in the 2nd or 3rd millennium before the Common Era, though the exact timeline remains a matter of ongoing archaeological debate. Rock carvings found in the Hejaz region of what is now Western Saudi Arabia depict horses in postures that researchers have noted bear a strong resemblance to the modern Arabian's characteristic outline. The arched neck, the high tail carriage, the refined head. These are not drawings that could be dated precisely, but they place horses in this landscape at a time when the selective pressure of the desert would have had generations to work with. What the desert selected for was not size. The horses that survived in this environment were not the largest. They were the most efficient. A large horse requires proportionally more water, more feed, more recovery time after exertion. In a landscape where all three of those things were limited, largeness was a liability rather than an asset. What the desert rewarded was a horse that could do more with less, that could travel further on a given amount of water, that could recover from exertion more quickly, that could sustain pace over distance without requiring the kind of recuperation that a less efficient animal would need. The physical consequences of this selection are visible in every Arabian horse alive today, and they are worth examining before the history moves any further, because they are the argument that everything else in this story rests on. The chest of an Arabian horse is notably deep. The heart girth, the measurement around the barrel just behind the front legs, large relative to the animal's overall size, this depth houses a heart. Lungs of proportionally greater capacity than most breeds of similar height carry. A larger heart moves more blood per beat. Larger lungs process more oxygen per breath. Both of those things matter enormously to a horse working hard in extreme heat, where the demands on the cardiovascular system are amplified by the need to regulate body temperature at the same time as sustaining movement. The nostrils of an Arabian horse are large, deeply curved, capable of an extreme degree of dilation during exertion. At a full gallop, the nostrils open to a width that is visually striking even to someone who has been around horses their entire life. They are not decorative. They are the intake mechanism of a respiratory system built for high performance in conditions that punish inefficiency. The broad forehead above them houses large sinuses that warm, filter the dry desert air before it reaches the lungs, a biological adaptation to an environment where dust. Temperature differentials are constants rather than exceptions. The bone of the Arabian is dense in ways that do not announce themselves visually. The legs of an Arabian horse appear refined, fine-boned by comparison with draft breeds or warm bloods, and that appearance leads some observers to assume fragility. Studies of Arabian bone density have consistently shown it to be heavier per unit of volume than the bone of most other light horse breeds, a quality that produces durability without adding the weight that bulk would carry. The desert did not produce a delicate horse. It produced a horse that looks lighter than it is, performs accordingly. The skin is thin, the coat fine. In a cool climate, an Arabian in sunlight shows the network of veins beneath the skin along the neck. Shoulder, barrel with a clarity that is almost anatomical, the horse's circulatory system visible from several feet away. This thinness is not fragility either. It is thermoregulation, the horse's ability to dissipate heat through the skin surface more efficiently than a heavier coated animal could manage. In the desert heat, the ability to shed excess body heat quickly is as important as the ability to generate power in the first place. The people who lived on the Nard Plateau, across the broader Arabian Peninsula in the centuries before, after the Common Era, were not passive observers of these qualities. They were paying the closest possible attention. The Bedouin tribes of the Arabian Peninsula were not a single people, but a collection of distinct tribal groups moving across shared landscape according to seasonal patterns, following water, forage, raiding, trading, forming alliances with the practiced complexity of people whose survival depended on reading both the land, each other correctly. The horse was not peripheral to this life. It was central to it in ways that few relationships between humans, animals have been before or since. A Bedouin raiding party without horses was a raiding party that could be outrun, caught. A Bedouin tribe without horses was a tribe that could not project force beyond the distance a person could walk, could not respond to threats quickly enough, could not move the household fast enough when moving fast became necessary. The horse was military capacity, transportation infrastructure, status symbol, insurance policy all at once. And the quality of a tribe's horses was not separable from the tribe's ability to survive in an environment where the margin between surviving, not surviving, was narrow enough that small advantages compounded quickly into decisive ones. This dependence produced attention. The Bedouin breeders who developed what we now call the Arabian horse were not working from written records or formal genetic theory. They were working from observation accumulated across generations, transmitted through oral tradition with the care that people give to knowledge that their lives depend on. They watched horses the way people watch things that matter completely. What they were selecting for overlapped substantially with what the desert had already been selecting for: endurance, soundness, the ability to perform under stress. Recover quickly, the ability to form a working relationship with a human handler that was based on trust rather than coercion, because a horse that required coercion to perform was a horse that would fail at exactly the moment the situation most required it not to. The earliest written references to Arabian horses as a distinct type appear in sources from the first centuries of the Common Era, though the breed's oral history extends considerably further back in Bedouin tradition. Ancient writers who encountered Arabian horses in the context of trade or military conflict noted their appearance as distinctive: the fineness of the head, the high carriage, the quality of movement, in terms that suggest the breed was already recognizable as itself by the time anyone thought to write about it. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing in the 5th century before the Common Era, described the horses of Arabia in terms that suggest awareness of something particular about them, though his account is general enough that it does not constitute a precise description of the breed as we would recognize it. The Roman writer Oppian, writing several centuries later, was more specific, describing the horses of the Arabian Peninsula in terms of their speed, endurance in ways that align with what later sources would confirm. Neither was writing a stud book. The detailed breeding records would not begin to appear until the Islamic period, when religious emphasis on the horse's importance. The administrative capacity of an expanding civilization produced the conditions for systematic record-keeping. But the horse that those later records would describe was already the horse it was, shaped by the desert, by the people who had been watching it for centuries before anyone thought to write what they saw. The horse at the edge of your awareness is still standing still. The thing on the air that caught its attention has either resolved or moved on, because the ears have relaxed slightly, the nostrils returned to their resting width, the head dropped a fraction from its highest position. The concentrated attention has become ordinary watchfulness, which in an Arabian horse is still more alert than most breeds manage at their most focused. The desert made this animal across a span of time longer than most human civilizations have existed. It made the deep chest, the large nostrils, the dense fine bone, the thin skin. It made the stamina, the recovery rate, the particular quality of intelligence that comes from being an animal whose survival required it to think, not just to follow. The Bedouin who would take what the desert had made, refine it further, who would spend the next several centuries turning environmental accident into deliberate art, were already watching. They had been watching for a long time. They knew what they had. The question was what they were going to do with it. The tent is not large. It holds a family, their bedding, their cooking equipment, the things that travel with them across the Najd Plateau as the seasons turn. The tribe moves between water sources. It is made of woven goat hair, dark brown, dense, heavy enough to hold warmth in the cold desert nights, to shed the occasional rain without complaint. There is not a great deal of room to spare, and yet, when the temperature drops far enough, or when the mare is close to foaling, or when the threat of a raid makes leaving her outside through the night an unacceptable risk, the family makes room. The mare is brought in. She stands in the space between the sleeping area, the fire, her head lowered slightly in the particular way of a horse that is relaxed but not inattentive, her breath making a small warmth of its own in the close air of the tent. The children sleep near her. They have grown up near her. She is not a surprise to them. They are not a surprise to her. And that mutual familiarity is not incidental to what she is. It is the point. The Bedouin word for this intimacy, for the relationship between a tribe, its horses, does not translate cleanly into English, because the English language developed in a context where horses lived in stables, humans lived in houses. The two arrangements were understood to be separate. The Bedouin arrangement was not separate. The horse that lived with the family, that was fed by hand when forage was scarce, that was watered before the children were watered in times of genuine shortage, was a horse that understood humans as its primary social world, not its handlers, its family. The distinction mattered in practice because a horse whose trust was total behaved differently in moments of crisis than a horse whose trust was conditional. And in the world the Bedouin inhabited, the moments of crisis came without warning, required everything the horse had. The practical logic of keeping mares inside the tent was not only about temperature or protection from raiders, though both of those things were real considerations. It was about producing a specific kind of horse, a foal born into a human household, handled from its first hours by human hands, spoken to in human voices, accustomed to human smell. Human movement. The particular unpredictability of human behaviour was a foal that would grow into a horse with a tolerance for human proximity that could not be trained into an animal that had not been formed this way from the beginning. The Bedouin breeders understood, without the vocabulary of behavioural science, what behavioural science would later confirm, that the window of socialisation in young horses is early, narrow, and that what happens inside that window shapes the animal's fundamental orientation toward humans for the rest of its life. They were not reading research papers, they were reading horses across generations, and what they had read told them that the horse born, raised in close contact with people, was a different animal from the horse raised in a paddock, not in temperament alone, but in the quality of the bond it was capable of forming. The reliability of that bond under pressure. Over generations, the selection pressure of this preference produced an animal with a genuine orientation toward human companionship that is observable in Arabian horses today, the tendency to seek out human presence, to engage with people rather than tolerate them, to respond to a known person with a recognition that goes beyond mere familiarity. The horses most responsive to human handling were the ones most valued, most carefully bred, most likely to pass their qualities forward. The horses that were difficult, that resisted the intimacy of tent life, that could not be trusted in the unpredictable circumstances of a raid or a flight, were not the horses the Bedouin built their breeding programs around. The Bedouin bred almost exclusively through the mare line, a considered decision rooted in the observation that the character of a strain passed most reliably through the female line. The stallion contributed, certainly, but the mare was understood to be the carrier of what made a strain itself, the consistent thread across generations that preserved the qualities a tribe had spent years selecting for. The strains were called by names that described their character, or their origin, or some quality that distinguished them from others, and each strain was understood to have particular attributes that made it suited to particular purposes. Some strains were known for speed over short distances, others for endurance over long ones, some for a temperament particularly suited to battle, a controlled aggression under pressure that was different from mere courage, others for a gentleness that made them manageable by less experienced riders without sacrificing the underlying quality that made them worth riding in the first place. The tradition of Al-Khamsa, the five, holds that all pure Arabian horses descend from 5 foundation mares selected by the Prophet Muhammad from a herd that had been driven to water after a long desert crossing. According to the tradition, the horses that turned back from the water in response to a call to battle before they had drunk were the ones selected. Their obedience. Responsiveness under the most extreme pressure, the final test of their worthiness. The 5 mares that passed that test became the foundation of the breed's modern lineage, their descendants carrying the designation of a seal, pure, in a tradition maintained by Bedouin breeders for over 1,000 years. The historical documentation of this story is not what a modern stud book would require. It is a founding tradition, the kind of origin narrative that carries cultural, philosophical weight rather than archival precision, describing what the breed stands for as much as where it literally came from. What it describes is a horse selected for willingness over appetite, for responsiveness to the human relationship, even at the moment when the animal's own needs were most urgent. Whether the specific event happened exactly as described is a question for historians. What it accurately captures is the selection principle that shaped the breed, the understanding that the horse's value was inseparable from its orientation toward the person riding it. The oral tradition through which Bedouin breeders maintained pedigree records was not a simple list of names. It was a living body of knowledge, maintained by specific people within the tribe whose role was to know it, transmit it accurately, recited in a form that combined the precision of a legal document with the memorability of poetry. A mare's lineage could be recited back through 5, 8, 10 generations by a breeder who had never written a word of it down, because the recitation was practiced, tested, corrected within the community of people who shared the same knowledge, would notice an error. This tradition produced a system of pedigree verification that operated through consensus rather than documentation. If you claimed your mare was of a particular strain, the claim was subject to the scrutiny of everyone in your community who knew that strain's history. Fraud was possible but difficult, because the knowledge was distributed rather than held by any single authority. The breeder who misrepresented a horse's lineage was misrepresenting it to people who knew as much about that lineage as he did. And in a community where reputation was a form of currency, the cost of being caught was high. Western travellers who encountered this system in the 18th, 19th centuries, attempted to purchase horses or obtain pedigree information, often found the process baffling. The absence of written records struck them as a deficiency, evidence of a primitive system that could not be trusted. They were encountering a different kind of record-keeping, one that had been functioning reliably for centuries longer than the European stud-book tradition. That had produced, by any measurable standard, results that European breeders would spend the next several centuries trying to replicate. The mare in the tent is sleeping now. Her breathing has slowed to the long, even rhythm of a large animal fully at rest, and the sound of it fills the tent in a way that is not intrusive but present. A steady background that the family has slept beside so many nights, it has become part of what sleep sounds like. Her warmth contributes to the warmth of the space. The fire has burned down to coals. Outside, the desert is cold, dark, entirely indifferent to everything inside the tent. Inside the tent, the horse. The family have achieved the particular arrangement that centuries of proximity had made natural, each aware of the other, neither disturbed by the awareness, the boundary between human space. Animal space dissolved by long habit. This is what the Bedouin built across generations of deliberate, attentive breeding. Not only a horse with exceptional physical qualities, though they built that too, a horse that belonged in human company. That was at its best in human company. That human attention had shaped across so many generations, the shaping was no longer visible as shaping. Tomorrow there will be riding to do, and distances to cover, and decisions to make about water, direction, pace. The horse will be ready for all of it. She has been prepared for all of it by people who understood what they were preparing her for, with a clarity that no written manual could have improved upon. For now, she sleeps, and the tent holds its warmth, and the desert does what deserts do through the long hours before the dawn. The ground here is different. Not the hard gravel pan of the Najd, or the loose sand of the Great Erg, but something softer, darker, soil that holds moisture, smells of it. That gives slightly under a hoof in a way that the desert floor never did. The horse notices. It adjusts its stride without breaking rhythm, the way a horse does when it has learned to read ground rather than simply cross it, each foot placed with a fraction more care than the last, the body recalibrating to a surface that is new but not alarming. The rider notices the adjustment, does not intervene. This is the understanding they have developed across hundreds of miles, the rider reading the horse, reading the ground, the communication moving between them without requiring anything as deliberate as a signal. Around them, the army moves in its larger rhythm, thousands of horses, men crossing a landscape that no Arabian horse had crossed a generation ago, carrying with them the language, the faith, the political structure of a civilization that had expanded with a speed that surprised even the people doing the expanding. It is the 7th century of the Common Era. The armies of the early Islamic Caliphate are moving across North Africa, into the Levant, toward Persia, eventually into the Iberian Peninsula. The edges of Central Asia. They are moving on Arabian horses, and everywhere those horses go, the people who see them are seeing something they have not seen before. A horse that moves differently. That holds itself differently. That responds to its rider with a quality of attentiveness that the heavier, coarser horses of the regions they are crossing do not demonstrate. The Arabian horse is about to become the most influential horse in the world. It does not know this. It is reading the ground, adjusting its stride, staying close to the person it trusts. The Prophet Muhammad's relationship with horses was not incidental to his religious legacy. The hadith, the collected sayings, practices attributed to him, recorded by his companions, contain numerous references to horses. To their proper treatment, references that carried the weight of religious instruction for the communities that followed his teachings. Among the most frequently cited is the statement, recorded in various forms across multiple hadith collections, that good is tied to the forelocks of horses until the day of judgment. The precise translation varies depending on the source, the translator, but the meaning is consistent across versions. The horse is not merely a useful animal, but a blessed one, and its care, honouring are acts of religious significance. This framing did not create the Bedouin tradition of horse care, which predated Islam by centuries. What it did was give that tradition religious authority in the context of the new civilization that was organising itself around Islamic teaching. The practices that Bedouin breeders had developed for practical reasons, keeping the mare inside the tent, feeding, watering the horse before attending to other needs, selecting for temperament alongside physical quality, were now practices that could be understood as religiously sanctioned rather than merely practical, and that framing eased their spread into the administrative, scholarly culture of the early Islamic civilization. The first formal written stud books for Arabian horses began to appear in this period, not replacing the oral tradition, but layering over it. The scholars, administrators of the early caliphate, brought to the question of horse breeding the same systematic impulse that produced the great works of Islamic mathematics, medicine, and philosophy in this period, the impulse to organise, record knowledge that had previously existed in distributed oral forms, the horses that Bedouin breeders had tracked through memory. Recitation began also to be tracked through manuscript, their lineages recorded in a form that could survive the death of the person who held the knowledge in their head. This was a significant shift, not because written records were more reliable than the oral tradition, but because they travelled differently. A pedigree written in a manuscript in Baghdad could be read by a breeder in Cordoba or Cairo or Samarkand without requiring the physical presence of the person who originally held the knowledge. The Arabian horse's genetics were already moving across the Islamic world with the armies, the trade routes. Now its documented history was moving with them, the geography of the Islamic expansion in the 7th, 8th centuries reads, from the perspective of horse history, like a map of where Arabian genetics went next, North Africa first, where the existing barb horse population of the Maghreb absorbed Arabian blood, produced a horse that was neither purely Arabian nor purely barb but something in between, combining the Arabian's refinement, endurance with the barb's hardiness in a different kind of difficult terrain, the Iberian Peninsula next, where the horses that would eventually contribute to the Andalusian. The Lusitano were shaped by centuries of Arabian influence, the high action, arched neck, proud carriage of the Iberian breeds carrying visible traces of the Arabian ancestry that the Islamic occupation of Spain introduced. Persia received Arabian horses, gave back a tradition of horse culture that was in some respects as sophisticated as the Bedouin one. The Persian passion for horses documented in poetry, miniature painting across several centuries, the Arabian horse appearing in those miniatures with its characteristic outline rendered by artists who had clearly spent time observing the actual animal rather than working from description. The horses in Persian miniatures of the 10th, 11th centuries are recognisably Arabian, the dished profile, high tail carriage, fine legs depicted with an accuracy that suggests the painters knew exactly what they were looking at. Central Asia presented a different kind of encounter. The horses of the steppes were built for a different set of demands than the Arabian horse, stockier, colder-blooded, shaped by a landscape that rewarded a different kind of endurance. The mixing of Arabian blood into steppe horse populations produced results that varied widely, depending on the specific populations involved. The specific selection pressure applied afterward, some of those results becoming the foundation of breeds that would not be formally recognised for centuries. The Islamic world provided the infrastructure through which that perfected animal could move beyond the conditions that had produced it, demonstrate what it was capable of in contexts its breeders had never imagined. The horse moved well in those new contexts. It moved well because the qualities the desert had selected for. The Bedouin had refined endurance, efficiency, soundness, the ability to perform under stress. Recover quickly were not qualities specific to the desert. They were qualities that translated. A horse that could cross the Nade on sparse water. Sparser forage could also cover the distance between military campaigns in North Africa without breaking down. A horse that could sustain a raid at full speed across desert gravel could sustain the pace of a cavalry engagement on softer ground. The scholar in Baghdad writing down a mare's lineage for the first time in ink rather than committing it to memory was doing something that would have seemed unnecessary to the Bedouin breeder who had carried that lineage in his head for 30 years. It was also doing something that the Bedouin breeder could not do alone, which was send that lineage somewhere the breeder himself could not go. The written horse travelled further than the spoken one, and the world it travelled into was larger, more various than anything the Nard Plateau had prepared it for. The form the difficulty took was almost beside the point, and the horse was going with it, as it goes with the person it trusts. By the time the Islamic Golden Age reached its height in the 9th, 10th centuries, the Arabian horse had been present in the written record for long enough that the written record had begun to develop its own internal debates about breeding standards, bloodline purity, debates that echoed the conversations Bedouin breeders had been having orally for generations. The question of what made a horse a seal genuinely pure was not a question that the introduction of writing resolved. It was a question that writing made more complicated, because written claims could be forged in ways that oral community knowledge was harder to fake. The tension between the oral tradition, the written one, between the Bedouin breeder who knew a horse's lineage because he had been present for it, the scholar who knew it because he had read it, was not resolved in this period. It was not resolved in the periods that followed either. It is, in a modified form, still present in Arabian horse breeding today, where DNA testing has added a third layer of verification to a system that already had two, and where the question of what authenticity means for a horse whose breeding has been tracked across 15 centuries is still, occasionally, a matter of genuine disagreement. The horse on the move across the 7th century landscape does not know any of this. It has adjusted to the soft ground now, its stride settled into the rhythm that distance requires rather than the shorter, quicker rhythm of the desert crossing. The army around it is large, purposeful, going somewhere specific, and the horse is going with it as it goes with the person it trusts, which is to say without reservation, without requiring the destination to first justify itself. The ship has docked. The noise of an English port in the early 1700s is considerable. The creak of rigging, the shouts of dock hands, the general productive chaos of a harbour that moves goods between continents without pausing to reflect on what it is doing. Through all of it, down the gangplank, onto solid ground for the first time in weeks comes a horse. He is not large, standing next to the English horses already on the dock, the heavy-boned working animals. The thicker-set riding horses of the period, he looks almost slight, his legs finer, his head smaller, more refined, his overall outline suggesting something built to a different specification than anything the people watching him have encountered before. His coat is bay, a deep warm brown with black points, and the morning light catches it in a way that makes the network of veins along his neck, shoulder visible from several feet away. He stands quietly on the unfamiliar ground, ears forward, taking in the noise, the smell of an English port with the alert composure of a horse that has learned, over a long sea voyage, a longer journey before that new things do not necessarily require alarm. His name, the name he would be given by the people who would record his influence on English breeding, is the Dali Arabian. He was purchased in Aleppo, in what is now Syria, in 1700, by Thomas Dali, a merchant, consul who recognised in this young stallion something worth the considerable trouble, expense of shipping him to England. Thomas Dali's letters home describing the horse have survived, and in them he writes, with the careful admiration of a man who knows horses well enough to know when he's looking at something exceptional, noting the horse's symmetry, his quality of movement, the particular refinement of his head. Neck. He was 4 years old when he arrived in England. He would live to the age of 30. In that time he would become the most influential sire in the history of the thoroughbred, the ancestor, through his great-great-grandson Eclipse, of the majority of modern racehorses worldwide. He was just a horse from somewhere else, standing quietly in the English morning, waiting to see what came next. The English had been importing horses from the Arabian Peninsula, the broader Middle East for longer than the Dali Arabians' arrival might suggest. The appetite for Eastern horses among English breeders had been growing through the 17th century, driven by the observation that the native English horse stock, while serviceable, was not producing animals with the speed, stamina that racing, which had become a serious, expensive pursuit among the English aristocracy, increasingly demanded. The Bayeli Turk arrived first in 1686, a stallion captured from the Ottoman forces at the Battle of Buda, brought to England by Captain Robert Bayeli, who rode him at the Battle of the Boyne before retiring him to stud. The Godolphin Arabian arrived in 1730, his origins more obscure, more debated than the other two foundation sires, having passed through France before reaching England under circumstances that various accounts describe differently. The Dali Arabian was the third of the three foundation sires of the modern thoroughbred, and by most genetic analyses of modern racehorse lineage the most influential. All three carried Arabian or Arabian-influenced blood, the genetics that the desert had shaped. The Bedouin had refined. The Islamic world had spread across 3 continents over the preceding 1,000 years, arriving now in the green. Rainy landscape of northern England to be put to work on a problem English breeders had been unable to solve with the resources they already had. They wanted a faster horse. The Arabian gave them one. What English breeders understood was empirical rather than theoretical. The offspring of the eastern stallions were faster. They were sounder. They held their condition over the kind of distances that English racing demanded. The 4-mile heats that were standard in the early 18th century requiring a degree of stamina that the pre-Arabian English horse stock did not reliably produce. The Dali Arabian's most famous descendant Eclipse, foaled in 1764, was undefeated in 18 races, never seriously extended. His stride was measured by observers of the period as covering ground at a rate that his contemporaries could not match. And the descriptions of him in motion carry a quality of genuine astonishment that is not the routine hyperbole of racing writing, but the more specific astonishment of people watching something they cannot quite account for. Eclipse retired to stud, became, through his sons, grandsons, great-grandsons, the ancestor of the majority of modern thoroughbreds, the Dali Arabian's influence compounding through the generations until it was present in nearly every horse on every serious racing circuit in the world. What the Arabian blood introduced into the English racing horse was not only speed, though speed was the most visible result. It introduced the refinement of bone that produced a horse lighter on its feet than the heavier English stock. It introduced the lung, heart capacity that allowed that horse to sustain its pace over distance, rather than producing a short burst of speed that faded before the finish. It introduced the quality of coat, skin that managed heat more efficiently, which mattered on the summer racing days when temperature added an additional demand to the physiological ones, and it introduced, in ways that were observed but not easily quantified at the time, a quality of intelligence, responsiveness that made the resulting horses more manageable under the pressures of competitive racing than their heavier predecessors had been. Lady Judith Ann Dorothea Blunt Lytton, known to history as Lady Wentworth, arrived at a different point in the Arabian horse's English story, nearly 2 centuries after the Dali Arabian stepped off his ship. By her time the thoroughbred was thoroughly established, the Arabian blood that had transformed it so thoroughly absorbed into the new breed that the thoroughbred was considered a distinct entity rather than a derivative one. The pure Arabian horse, The Asil horse that the Bedouin had maintained through centuries of careful selection was in danger of a different kind of dilution, not the dilution of its blood into other breeds, but the dilution of its standards through careless breeding in the West. Lady Wentworth inherited the Crabbit Arabian stud in Sussex from her parents Wilfrid, Lady Anne Blunt, Lady Anne, who had travelled to the Arabian Peninsula in the 1870s, 80s to purchase horses directly from Bedouin breeders, bypassing the intermediary market that had grown up around Arabian horse trading in the preceding century. The Blunts were not casual enthusiasts. They were serious students of the breed who understood, from direct observation of Bedouin breeding practices, that what made the Arabian horse what it was could not be maintained without the same standards of selection that the Bedouin had applied. Lady Wentworth took those standards further. She was a scholar of the breed as much as a breeder, producing in 1934 a comprehensive study titled The Authentic Arabian Horse, that combined genealogical research with direct observation of living horses, challenged several of the accepted narratives about the breed's history with the combative precision of someone who had spent decades verifying what others had assumed. Her breeding program at Crabbit produced horses that influenced Arabian breeding across Europe, America, and Australia, and the Crabbit line remains one of the most recognizable, respected strains in modern Arabian breeding. What Lady Wentworth was doing at Crabbit was, in a sense, what the Bedouin breeders had always done. She was watching horses with the quality of attention that matters completely. She was selecting for the qualities that made the Arabian what it was, rather than for the qualities that made it convenient or fashionable. She was maintaining a standard in a context where the commercial pressures of the modern horse market made maintaining standards difficult. The Dali Arabian lived out his years at Aldby Park in Yorkshire, standing at stud through the long English seasons in a landscape as different from the Najd Plateau as it is possible to find on the same planet. The wet green winters, the mild summers, the soft ground, the constant cloud cover were nothing that any horse from the Arabian Peninsula had been shaped to expect. He managed. The qualities the desert had built into him, the efficient metabolism, the dense bone, the cardiovascular capacity, the thermoregulatory skin, served him in England as they had served his ancestors on the Najd, not because England. The Najd made the same demands, but because the qualities themselves were robust enough to translate across conditions. He was sound throughout his long life. He produced exceptional offspring until late in his career. He was, by every account that survives, a horse that held himself with the composure of an animal that understood its own quality, without requiring anyone else to confirm it. The horse that had stepped off the ship in 1700. 4. Standing quietly in the noise. The unfamiliar smell of an English port had arrived somewhere it would remake entirely. It did not know that. It was watching the new place the way it watched everything, with the concentrated attention of a horse built by a landscape that rewarded paying attention, reading the ground beneath its feet, finding it different, finding it, after a moment, manageable. Stand close enough to an Arabian horse. The first thing you understand is that the descriptions you've read or heard about the breed are not wrong exactly, but they are insufficient. The words that get used, refined, elegant, exotic, fine, are words that gesture toward something without landing on it, the way luminous gestures toward a quality of light. The horse in front of you is not a description. It is a physical fact, and the physical fact is more specific, more interesting than any of the words that have been used to approximate it. The profile of an Arabian horse is concave, where the profiles of most other breeds are straight or convex. The forehead is broad, prominent, the bone of the skull arranged in a way that pushes the forehead forward, creates the distinctive dished quality of the face below it, the nose curving inward rather than running straight from eye socket to nostril, the way a warm blood's or a quarter horse's face does. This dish is not cosmetic. It is structural, the outward expression of a skull arranged to house the large sinuses that filter. Warm desert air before it reaches the lungs the broad forehead accommodating the exceptional width between the eyes that gives the Arabian its characteristic look of open attention. The eyes themselves are large, set wide, low on the skull, positioned in a way that gives the horse a wider field of vision than most breeds carry. The eye of an Arabian horse is dark, typically, and has a quality that people who spend time around the breed describe with words that edge toward the anthropomorphic: intelligent, expressive, present, because the eye genuinely communicates more than a less reactive horse's eye does. The pupil responding to stimuli with a quickness that reflects the underlying alertness of an animal whose survival once depended on noticing things before they became threats. The neck is long, arched, set high on the shoulder at an angle that gives the head its characteristic elevated carriage. This is not a trained posture, not something achieved through the collection exercises of classical dressage, but a natural consequence of the skeletal structure beneath. The neck vertebrae arranged to carry the head high at rest as well as in motion. A horse that carries its head high has better forward vision at speed. In a landscape where speed, vision were the primary tools of survival, the high-headed horse was the horse that lasted. The shoulder is long, sloping, the angle of the shoulder blade creating a long ground-covering stride rather than the shorter, choppier stride that an upright shoulder produces. This matters for endurance in ways that accumulate over distance. A horse with a long shoulder covers more ground per stride than a horse with an upright one, which means it expends less energy per mile, which means it arrives at the end of a long day with more in reserve. The Bedouin did not have the vocabulary of equine biomechanics. They had the observation that certain mares covered ground more efficiently than others, and they bred from those mares. The withers, the point where the neck meets the back at the top of the shoulder, are prominent, well defined in the Arabian, providing a clear attachment point for the muscles of the neck. Shoulder, a stable platform for a saddle. The back itself is short. And here the Arabian's anatomy departs from the standard mammalian template in a way that is measurable, documentable. Most horses carry 6 lumbar vertebrae between the last rib, the pelvis. A significant proportion of Arabians carry 5, occasionally 4. This is not a defect. It is a structural difference that produces a shorter, stronger coupling between the hindquarters. The rest of the body allowing the horse to engage its hindquarters more fully under its body weight, to transfer power from the hindquarters to the forehand more efficiently. The croup, the top line of the hindquarters from the hip to the tail, is relatively level in the Arabian, and the tail is set, carried high, a consequence of the same skeletal arrangement that produces the short back. The high-tail carriage is one of the Arabian's most visually distinctive features, the tail lifted away from the body in motion, in a way that reads to the human eye as expressive, as communicating something about the horse's internal state. What it is communicating most of the time is simply that the horse is moving forward with energy. The high tail a byproduct of engaged hindquarters rather than a deliberate signal. The legs of the Arabian are where the breed's most counterintuitive quality lives. The cannon bone, the main bone of the lower leg between the knee, the fetlock appears fine. In comparison with the cannon bones of draft breeds or even many warm bloods, the Arabian's cannon is narrow, refined, the tendons running alongside it clearly defined beneath thin skin. The visual impression is of delicacy. The impression is misleading. The bone of the Arabian's lower leg is denser per unit of volume than the bone of most other light horse breeds, a quality that has been confirmed through comparative studies of bone composition across breeds, that the Bedouin knew empirically long before anyone measured it. A dense cannon bone is a cannon bone that resists the stress fractures. Splints that high-speed work over hard ground produces in horses with less structural integrity in their lower legs. The Arabian's legs are built for the kind of ground that breaks less well-made horses, and they have been doing that work reliably for longer than most breeds have existed. The hoof of the Arabian is tough, well-formed, the horn dense, the shape naturally round, the frog well-developed. Horses from desert environments tend toward harder hooves than horses from soft ground climates, a difference that develops over generations through the same selective pressure that produced everything else about the breed, the horses with structural weaknesses in their feet not surviving to pass those weaknesses on. An Arabian horse that has been kept on soft pasture for several generations will still tend toward a harder, tougher hoof than a warm blood kept in the same conditions, the genetic inheritance of the desert expressing itself in an environment that no longer demands it. The skin of an Arabian horse is thin enough that the veins beneath it are visible along the neck, the shoulder, the barrel, and the inner surface of the legs in a way that is genuinely striking the first time you see it. The coat is fine, closer in texture to silk than to the coarser coat of most other breeds, and it lies flat against the body rather than standing away from the skin the way a heavier coat does. In sunlight, particularly in summer, when the coat is at its shortest. Finest, an Arabian horse in motion catches light in a way that photographers who specialise in equine subjects describe as unlike any other breed. This thinness is thermoregulation. The closer the skin lies to the surface of the body, the more efficiently the horse can dissipate heat through the skin surface rather than retaining it. This matters in the same way that all of the Arabians' other adaptations matter, because in the desert, heat management is not a comfort issue but a survival one. A horse that overheats during hard work, cannot recover quickly, is a horse that fails exactly when it is most needed. The Arabians' thermoregulatory system was shaped by the same selection pressure that shaped its bone density, its lung capacity, the desert asking the same question it always asked. And across thousands of years of being asked, the breed gave the same answer. The deep chest answers the question of how you sustain cardiovascular performance over distance in extreme heat. The short back answers the question of how you transfer power from hindquarters to forehand efficiently over rough terrain. The dense cannon bone answers the question of how you absorb the concussive impact of hard ground without structural failure. The thin skin, fine coat answer the question of how you manage heat when the work. The weather are both at their worst. The large nostrils, broad sinuses answer the question of how you filter. Condition desert air without losing the respiratory efficiency that sustained effort demands. These answers were not designed. They were selected over thousands of years by an environment that eliminated the horses that gave the wrong answer, preserved the ones that gave the right one. The Bedouin breeders who refined the process were not inventing the answers. They were recognizing them in the horses that survived, making sure those horses were the ones that bred. The broad forehead points to the desert air. The short back points to the terrain. The dense, fine bone points to the gravel. The distance. The thin skin points to the heat. The high tail points to the hindquarters driving forward beneath a horse that has been covering ground since before anyone wrote down what it was doing. Stand close enough to an Arabian horse. Let the eye travel from the head to the tail, from the broad forehead to the high-carried flag of the tail, and what you are reading is a document, not a document written by people, though people contributed to it across centuries of selection. A document written by place, by climate, by the particular demands of a landscape that did not ask for beauty. Produced it anyway, as a byproduct of asking for everything else. The breeder is standing in a field in Virginia in 1840-something, looking at a mare that has just foaled, and what stops him is the head. The foal is a few hours old, still working out the basic logistics of its own legs, and its head has the look that he's seen in pictures. Heard described by people who travelled further than he has, the broad forehead, the dish of the face below it, the large dark eye set wide. Lo, the mare is not an Arabian. She is an American horse of mixed breeding, the kind of practical animal that a working farm produces over generations of breeding for what is needed rather than what is fashionable. But somewhere in her lineage, at a remove of several generations at least, there was Arabian blood, and it has come forward now in the face of this foal with a clarity that several generations of dilution have not managed to erase. Not a dramatic transformation, not a horse that suddenly looks entirely different from everything around it, but a quality that surfaces, resurfaces across generations in the descendants of horses that carried it, The broad forehead appearing in a foal whose dam shows no obvious sign of it. The depth of chest persisting in a line long after the original Arabian cross has receded into the pedigree beyond the point where most breeders bother to trace it. The Arabian horse simply existed, with qualities that other breeders recognised as useful. And the movement of those qualities across breeds. Continents followed the same logic that has always governed the spread of useful things. The breeds that carry measurable Arabian influence span nearly every horse-producing region in the world, nearly every discipline in which horses are used. Some of that influence is recent, documented in formal stud books. Some of it is old enough that it predates the stud book tradition entirely, exists only as a genetic signature in the modern population, confirmed by the kind of analysis that was not available until the late 20th century. The thoroughbred is the most visible example, the breed whose entire foundation rests on 3 Arabian or Arabian-influenced stallions, whose modern genetic composition traces the majority of its male line ancestry to the Dali Arabian alone. But the thoroughbred is also the example that most people know, and the more interesting story of Arabian influence is the one that ran through breeds whose names do not immediately suggest it. The Morgan horse, developed in New England in the late 18th, early 19th centuries from a single foundation sire named Figure, later called Justin Morgan, carried conformation traits that Morgan historians have long associated with Arabian influence somewhere in the foundation sire's background. The refinement of the head, the depth of body, the quality of bone, appearing in a horse whose origins are incompletely documented, but whose physical characteristics point consistently toward Eastern blood. The Morgan became one of the most influential American breeds of the 19th century, contributing its genetics to the American saddlebred, the standardbred, and the Tennessee walking horse, carrying whatever Arabian influence it held forward into those breeds as well. The American quarter horse, bred for the explosive speed of the quarter-mile sprint, carries thoroughbred blood throughout its foundation, which means it carries Arabian blood at one remove, the refinement, cardiovascular capacity of the desert horse present in a breed that looks nothing like an Arabian, was developed for purposes the Arabian's original breeders could not have imagined. The quarter horse's characteristic muscling, compact body come from other sources, from the heavy colonial horses of the eastern seaboard, from Spanish horses with their own complex genetics. But the speed, the lung capacity, the quality of bone that allow a quarter horse to reach full gallop in a few strides owes something to the genetics that arrived in England on the Dali Arabian in 1700. 4. The Spanish horse tradition received Arabian influence through 2 distinct channels: the Islamic occupation of the Iberian Peninsula, which introduced Arabian blood into Spanish horse populations beginning in the 8th century, and the later deliberate importation of Arabian stallions by Spanish breeders working to refine their existing stock. The result was the Andalusian, a horse whose arched neck, elevated movement, proud carriage carry visible traces of Arabian ancestry while expressing them in a way that is entirely its own, the Spanish temperament. The Spanish tradition of horsemanship having shaped the breed away from the Arabian's type in ways that are as interesting as the ways it remains similar. The Lipizzaner, the white horse of the Spanish riding school in Vienna, traces its ancestry to Andalusian horses imported to the Habsburg court in the 16th century, which means it carries the Arabian influence that shaped the Andalusian at 2 removes, the desert genetics arriving in the balletic precision of the haute école exercises through a chain of transmission that spans 1,000 years. 3 distinct horse cultures. The Lipizzaner looks nothing like an Arabian. The broad forehead, the large dark eye that stopped the Virginia breeder in his field are not visible in a Lipizzaner's face, but the depth of chest, the quality of movement, the structural efficiency of the hindquarters that make a Lipizzaner capable of the collected work that the Spanish riding school demands are there, quieter than they were in the horses that brought them, but present. Lady Wentworth understood this paradox better than most people of her era. The Arabian horse had given its genetics to nearly every significant light horse breed in the world. and in doing so had made itself in a sense universal, its qualities distributed so widely that they were no longer recognisable as specifically Arabian in most of the horses that carried them. The pure breed, the Asil horse that the Bedouin had maintained for centuries, risked becoming a historical curiosity, valued for its influence on other breeds rather than for what it was in itself. The work she did at Crabbit was partly a response to this risk. By maintaining rigorous standards for what constituted a pure Arabian, by tracing pedigrees back to Bedouin sources, refusing to accept horses whose lineage could not be verified to her satisfaction, she was doing for the breed in England what the Bedouin oral tradition had done in the Arabian Peninsula, keeping the standard in place against the pressure of convenience, fashion, the commercial logic of breeding for whatever the market currently wanted. The horses that left Crabbit carried pedigrees that Bedouin breeders of the classical period would have recognised as the right kind of documentation, thorough, verified, tracing maternal lines with the same care that the oral tradition had always applied to them. Lady Wentworth's approach was not universally admired by other Western Arabian breeders of the period, some of whom found her standards too rigid, her personality too combative for comfortable professional relations, though the horses she produced were harder to argue with than she was, and the argument about standards is one that the horses tended to settle simply by existing. Late 20th century genetic analysis found Arabian markers in populations that had received no documented Arabian blood for 200 years or more, the genetics more durable than the records of how they got there, the pure Arabian, the Asil lines that Bedouin breeders, their Western counterparts like Lady Wentworth had maintained against the pressure of crossbreeding, occupied a position in the horse family tree that is genuinely ancient. Its genetic profile diverged from the main trunk of horse evolution far enough back that the divergence is measurable in the modern genome. The desert made something specific. The specific thing proved durable enough to persist across 15 centuries of contact with every other horse population in the world, without losing the qualities that made it what it was. The foal in the Virginia field got to its feet eventually, the legs sorting themselves out with the pragmatic determination of a young horse that has no option but to figure this out. Its head, with a broad forehead, the wide dark eye turned toward the breeder standing at the fence. Whatever it was looking for, or not looking for, the attention it directed at the human in its field had the quality that the Bedouin had selected for across centuries, not the blank assessment of an animal registering a presence, but something that looked, from the outside, like interest. The desert is still there, not in the landscape outside the window, not in any geography most of the people who work with Arabian horses today would recognise as the place that made them, but in the horse itself, in the room with you, in the particular way it is standing right now with its head up, its nostrils reading the air, its large dark eye taking in everything in the space with the unhurried attention of an animal that has never stopped paying the kind of attention that once meant the difference between surviving the night. Not. You're close enough to hear its breathing. The inhale is slow, deep, the chest expanding visibly with each breath, the ribs swinging outward in the way that a horse with a deep heart girth breathes, fully using the whole of the lung rather than the shallow surface of it. The exhale is quiet, a warm current of air that you can feel from where you're standing if you hold still long enough. The coat catches the light the way it always does, the veins tracing their paths beneath the skin along the neck, shoulder like a map of something that cannot be seen from the outside but is present, working, and, at this moment, at rest. The horse in front of you carries the Najd plateau in the density of its bone, the desert wind in the capacity of its lungs, and, in the quality of attention it directs at the world, the particular intelligence of an animal shaped by 15 centuries of close, careful human regard. It has been doing this, standing still, watching, in one form or another, for longer than most of the civilizations that have risen, fallen around it. The endurance race begins before dawn, and that is the condition under which everything that follows must be understood, because the Arabian horse in an endurance race is not performing for an audience, or demonstrating its qualities in a controlled environment. It is doing what it was made to do, covering distance over difficult terrain at sustained speed for hours at a time, and the fact that it is doing this in the 21st century with a GPS tracker on its saddle. A veterinary crew waiting at each checkpoint does not change the fundamental nature of what is happening, which is the desert's question being asked again. The breed giving the same answer it has always given. The Tevis Cup, run annually in California over 100 miles of Sierra Nevada mountain terrain, is one of the oldest, most demanding endurance races in the world. The trail crosses canyons, ridges, river crossings, stretches of exposed granite that reflect the summer heat back up at the horses passing over them with a directness that tests thermoregulation the way the Nard Plateau once did. The Arabian horse does not merely participate in this race, it dominates it. In the decade since the Tevis Cup's founding in 1955, the list of winning horses reads as an extended argument for the specific qualities that the desert selected: deep-chested, fine-boned, metabolically efficient, able to sustain pace over distance, recover between checkpoints with a speed that other breeds cannot match. The World Equestrian Games endurance competition tells the same story at a global scale: the Arabian horse. Horses carrying significant Arabian blood account for the overwhelming majority of competitive placings across the discipline worldwide. This is not because endurance racing was designed to favour the Arabian. It is because endurance racing tests exactly what the Arabian was designed: by 15,000 years of environmental pressure, several thousand years of deliberate human selection to do. The race did not choose the horse. The horse was already built for the race before the race existed. The show ring is a different theatre. An Arabian at halter, standing on a groomed surface under careful lighting with a handler positioning it for a judge's assessment, is experiencing a context that no Bedouin mare in a desert tent would have recognised. The conformation being evaluated, the broad forehead, the dished profile, the arched neck, the high-tail carriage, is the same conformation that the desert produced. The Bedouin refined. The previous 6 chapters of this history have traced through 1,000 years of movement, influence, but the context of evaluation is entirely new, a formalised aesthetic judgment conducted by people with clipboards, rather than a practical assessment conducted by people whose lives depended on getting it right. The show ring has produced, over the century or so of its existence as the primary venue for Arabian horse evaluation in the West, a subset of the breed selected for exaggerated expression of the breed's most visible characteristics. The dish of the face deeper than functional anatomy requires, the tail carriage higher than the skeleton naturally produces, sometimes assisted by practices that are controversial within the breed community, the movement more extravagant than the efficient ground-covering stride of an endurance horse. These are not qualities the desert asked for. They are qualities that judges rewarded, which is a different kind of selection pressure than the one that made the breed what it is. The breeders who work in the preservation tradition, maintaining Asil bloodlines with the rigour that Lady Wentworth applied at Crabbit, that the Bedouin applied before her, tend to view the show ring with the patient scepticism of people who know what the horse is for. The horse they are breeding does not look like the extreme halter horses of the modern show circuit. It looks like the horses in the Persian miniatures, like the horses that Thomas Darley recognised in Aleppo, like the horses that crossed the Neige at night with a rider who trusted them completely. It looks like itself. The temperament that the Bedouin selected for is still present. This is worth saying plainly because it is sometimes misunderstood. The Arabian sensitivity read as nervousness, its responsiveness read as volatility, its engagement with human presence read as neediness, rather than as the orientation toward human companionship that centuries of selection produced deliberately. An Arabian horse in the wrong hands, with a handler who reads its responsiveness as a problem to be corrected rather than a quality to be worked with, is an Arabian horse that confirms every negative assumption about the breed. It is reactive. It is opinionated. It does not accept confusion or inconsistency from the people around it with the tolerant resignation that a more phlegmatic breed might offer. It notices everything, including the things that the handler does not intend to communicate, The tension in a grip, the hesitation before a cue, the slight change in breathing that a person makes when they are uncertain. It responds to all of it. An Arabian horse in the right hands is something else. It is the horse that the Bedouin described in the oral tradition, the one that covered ground at night with a sleeping child on its back, arrived without incident, the one that stopped at the call to battle before it had drunk because it understood that the person calling was more important than the water. Not because it had been trained into that understanding, but because it had been bred toward it across so many generations that the orientation was no longer a behaviour but a character, present in the animal the same way the dense bone. The deep chest are present, not acquired but inherited, carried forward from the horses that were kept close, trusted completely, asked everything of, never found wanting. The Arabian Peninsula today maintains its own breeding programs, some of them tracing directly to the Bedouin tribes that developed the breed, some of them representing the newer institutional breeding operations of the Gulf states, which have invested in the preservation, development of Arabian horse bloodlines with the seriousness, the resources of organisations that understand what they are stewards of. The oral tradition of pedigree has not disappeared. It exists alongside the DNA database now, the two systems of verification running in parallel, each checking the other, neither sufficient alone in the minds of the most careful breeders. The horse in the room does not know any of this. It does not know that it is the product of 15 centuries of deliberate human attention, or that its genome has been sequenced, analysed, or that its ancestors crossed 3 continents, transformed the racing industries of 2 hemispheres. It knows the smell of the space it is in, the sound of your breathing, the particular quality of your stillness, which is different from the stillness of someone who is not paying attention. It is reading you the way it reads everything, with the full, patient attention of an animal that has been oriented toward human presence for so long that your presence is, to it, simply part of what the world contains. The breathing slows, not all at once, but gradually the way a large animal settles when it has decided that the space it is in is safe. The chest rises, falls with a steadiness that has its own rhythm, slower than your own breathing, deeper, the exhale long, warm, unhurried. The large eye softens, the head drops a fraction. Not much, just enough. The horse, arriving at the place where the work is done. The distance has been covered. The night holds nothing that needs watching for. The desert made this. The Bedouin kept it. The world received it, was changed by it, is still, in the horses carrying this blood on every continent, being changed by it in ways too quiet, too gradual to see in any single generation but visible, over time, in the shape of a forehead, in the depth of a chest, in the quality of an eye turned toward a human face with something that looks, every time, like recognition. Rest now, my tired potatoes. The horse is still watching. It has been watching for a very long time, and it is very good at it. And tonight that's enough for both of you. Imagine standing on a hillside in Lancashire, England, where the grass grows thick and sheep graze with that particularly English stoicism that suggests they've seen everything and remain unimpressed. Before you rises Pendle Hill, a distinctive landmark that dominates the landscape like a sleeping giant. It's not particularly tall by mountain standards, about 300 feet, but it has a presence that makes it feel much larger, the way certain people command attention simply by existing. The hill's shape is peculiar and memorable. From some angles it looks like a massive whale breaching from an ocean of green fields. From others, it resembles a giant's shoulder, hunched against the northern weather. Local people have lived in its shadow for thousands of years, and the hill has accumulated that quality of permanence that only ancient landscapes possess. The sense that it was here long before humans arrived, and will remain long after we're gone. In the early 1600s, when our story takes place, this landscape was quite different from modern England. There were no neat hedgerows dividing fields into tidy squares, no roads wider than cart tracks, and no telegraph poles or power lines scratching against the sky. The villages scattered around Pendle Hill were small clusters of stone and timber buildings, often just a dozen families living close enough to share each other's smoke and gossip. The weather in Lancashire has always been dependably unpredictable. Rain sweeps across the hills with the regularity of a postal service, bringing that particular dampness that seems to seep into everything. Your clothes, your bones, your sense of what constitutes a nice day. The mist that gathers around Pendle Hill creates an atmosphere that makes the familiar suddenly strange, transforming a landscape you know into something mysterious and slightly otherworldly. This was a region where people lived close to the land in ways we can barely imagine today. You couldn't simply go to a supermarket when food ran low. If your crops failed, you went hungry. If your cow stopped producing milk, your children's nutrition suffered. If disease struck your livestock, your livelihood vanished. Every aspect of survival depended on things largely beyond human control: weather, disease, the fertility of soil, and the health of animals. The forests around Pendle were darker and more extensive than they are today. These weren't parks for Sunday strolls, but working woodlands where people gathered fuel, foraged for food, and encountered the kind of isolation that modern people rarely experience. Walk into these woods at dusk, and you'd find yourself in a world of shadows and sounds where your imagination could easily transform a rustling leaf into something more sinister. The villages had names that felt like they'd grown naturally from the landscape: Newchurch, Barley, Roughly, and Goldshaw. Small communities where everyone knew everyone else's business, along with their parents' business, and probably their grandparents' business too. Privacy was a luxury that didn't exist. Your neighbours knew when you ate, when you slept, who visited, and what you argued about. Life here moved at the pace of seasons rather than clocks. People rose with the sun because candles and rushlights were expensive, and they retired when darkness made work impossible. Time was measured by the position of the sun, the flowering of certain plants, or the behaviour of animals. You might arrange to meet someone after milking or when the blackberries ripen, and everyone understood these imprecise measurements perfectly. The buildings themselves tell you something about how people lived. Most homes were single-storey structures with thatched roofs, maybe 2 rooms if you were fortunate, often just one large space where the entire family cooked, ate, worked, and slept. Smoke from the central hearth would drift up through a hole in the roof, blackening the thatch and creating that distinctive smell of old smoke that permeated everything. Winters were genuinely harsh in ways that central heating has helped us forget. You'd wake to find frost patterns on the inside of whatever served as your windows, if you had windows at all. Many homes simply had shutters that you'd close against the cold, choosing between freezing and darkness. Chilblains were so common that people barely mentioned them, just another minor misery of winter like wet boots or perpetually cold feet. The fields around Pendle were divided not by ownership in the modern sense, but by complex systems of common rights that had evolved over centuries. Different families had rights to graze certain numbers of animals, to gather specific types of wood, and to fish in particular streams. These rights were rarely written down, but understood through tradition and enforced by community consensus. It was a system that worked reasonably well until someone tried to change it or challenged established customs. Spring brought relief from winter's hardships, but also anxiety about whether crops would grow successfully. You'd see women and children walking the fields, picking stones from newly ploughed earth, a task that seems futile until you realise that rocks you remove this year won't damage your plough next season. Every aspect of farming required this kind of long-term thinking and constant physical labour. Summer was briefly glorious when it wasn't raining. The hills would bloom with wildflowers whose names have mostly been forgotten. Folk names that described their appearance or supposed properties. Heal-all, self-heal, eyebright, and woundwort. Plants that promised relief from the various ailments that afflicted people without access to modern medicine. Autumn meant harvest, and harvest meant the difference between a tolerable winter and a desperate one. Everyone worked during harvest, from the smallest child who could carry a sheaf of grain to the oldest grandmother who could tie knots. It was exhausting, back-breaking work but it came with a sense of shared purpose and the hope that this year's efforts would sustain everyone until next year's harvest. This landscape, these rhythms of life, these patterns of work and worry, this was the world of the Pendle Witches. Not a gothic horror setting, but a real place where real people struggled with the same basic challenges that humans have always faced. How to survive, how to protect their families, and how to make sense of a world that often seemed hostile and inexplicable. To understand what happened in Pendle in 1612, you need to travel inside the minds of people who lived in a world entirely different from ours. Not different in the sense of being primitive or less intelligent. These were people just as clever and capable as anyone today, but different in their fundamental assumptions about how reality worked. Imagine living in a world without scientific explanations for natural phenomena. When your child develops a fever, you don't think about viruses or bacteria, concepts that won't exist for another 2 centuries. Instead, you wonder what caused this illness. Did someone curse your family? Did you offend God? Did your child encounter something malevolent while playing near the old oak tree that everyone says has an odd feeling about it? This wasn't superstition in the dismissive sense we often use that word today. These were people constructing reasonable explanations based on the information available to them. If your cow suddenly stops producing milk, and you remember having an argument with your neighbour yesterday, and then someone tells you that your neighbour's grandmother was known for having the sight, you've got what seems like a logical chain of causation. It's wrong, but it's not stupid. Magic in this world was less like Harry Potter, and more like an extension of natural philosophy. Educated people genuinely believed that certain individuals might have special knowledge or abilities, just as they believed in the 4 humours, in the influence of planetary movements on human health, and in the power of the king's touch to cure disease. The line between what we'd call medicine and what we'd call magic was blurry at best and often non-existent. The Church, of course, had opinions about all of this. England in 1612 was officially Protestant, having broken with Rome about 80 years earlier. But old Catholic beliefs persisted, mixed with even older folk traditions that probably dated back to before Christianity arrived in Britain. People would attend Protestant services on Sunday, while also touching wood for luck, throwing salt over their shoulders, and carefully observing which direction a magpie flew, because everyone knew that mattered somehow. The Bible, which most people couldn't read but knew through sermons and common culture, was quite clear that witches existed. The Old Testament explicitly stated, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," which seemed pretty unambiguous if you took scripture seriously. If the Bible said witches were real, then denying their existence was essentially questioning the word of God, a dangerous position to take in any era, but particularly in post-Reformation England, where religious orthodoxy was literally a matter of life and death. But here's where it gets interesting. The kind of witchcraft that most concerned ordinary people wasn't the devil-worshipping, soul-selling variety that troubled theologians and authorities. Most accusations of witchcraft at the local level involved what we might call neighbourhood disputes taken to supernatural extremes. Someone's butter won't churn, someone's child is ill, someone's horse goes lame, and the afflicted person remembers a recent argument or perceived slight from someone with a reputation for being a bit odd. The people most often accused of witchcraft fit certain patterns. They were frequently women, often elderly, usually poor, sometimes cantankerous, and generally on the margins of village society. In other words, people who lacked the social protection that came from wealth, family connections, or community standing. The village curmudgeon who lived alone, kept cats and muttered to herself, was playing a risky game in a world where being different could be dangerous. Yet these same communities also relied on people who claimed special knowledge. The cunning folk, or wise women, who knew which herbs helped with which ailments, who could predict weather patterns, and who understood the mysteries of childbirth. These were valuable community resources. The line between helpful cunning folk and dangerous witches was razor thin, and largely depended on whether your magic was perceived as helping or harming. Think about the psychology of living in this world. When misfortune strikes, and misfortune struck regularly in an era without modern medicine, reliable crops, or any form of social safety net, people needed explanations. bad luck, or natural causes are psychologically unsatisfying answers when your child is dying and you can't do anything to help. The idea that someone caused this through malice at least provides a target for your grief and anger, and more importantly, suggests that something might be done about it. This worldview also provided a form of social control. If everyone believes that harming others through witchcraft is possible, and that witches can be identified and punished, then there's an incentive to maintain good relations with your neighbours. The fear of being accused served to discourage the kind of antisocial behaviour that could tear apart small communities where cooperation was essential for survival. Dreams and visions carried weight in this world that we've largely lost. If you dreamed that your neighbour transformed into a hare and drank from your cows, that wasn't just a random nightmare. It might be a genuine glimpse of hidden reality. The modern distinction between objective reality and subjective experience was much less clear. Inner and outer worlds blended together in ways that made perfect sense to people at the time. Children absorbed these beliefs naturally, the way children today absorb ideas about technology or popular culture. A 6-year-old in 1612 would know which plants were lucky, which days were unlucky for starting new ventures, and probably several rhymes or charms for warding off evil. This knowledge wasn't taught formally, but picked up through observation and participation in daily life. The concept of proof was also different. Today we expect evidence that can be objectively verified. In the 17th century, eyewitness testimony was considered highly reliable, even when describing supernatural events. If 3 people said they saw Goodwife Smith's spirit flying through the air, that counted as solid evidence. The fact that human perception is unreliable, and that people can genuinely believe they saw things they didn't, wasn't yet understood. This was also a world where authority figures, magistrates, ministers, and educated gentlemen believed in witchcraft just as firmly as illiterate farmers. King James I himself had written a book about witchcraft called Demonology, arguing for the reality of witches and the necessity of prosecuting them. When your king, your minister, your social betters, and your neighbours all agree that something is real, doubting it requires an extraordinary level of independent thinking that few people in any era possess. Now we come to the people themselves, not abstractions or symbols, but actual human beings who lived in the shadow of Pendle Hill, and whose names we still remember over 400 years later, though for reasons they could never have imagined. The Device family lived at Malkin Tower, a name that might sound picturesque until you realise that Malkin was old dialect for a dirty, untidy woman or a scarecrow. Imagine a decrepit building, probably more hovel than tower, in a remote part of the Pendle landscape. This was home to Elizabeth Southern, known as Old Demdike, who was somewhere around 80 years old in 1612, an extraordinary age for the period that probably contributed to her reputation as someone with unusual knowledge. Demdike, the name itself sounds like something from folklore, had a granddaughter named Elizabeth Device, who in turn had children including Alison Device, a young woman about 20 years old when our story unfolds. This was a family living in poverty that would shock modern sensibilities, not the kind of picturesque rural poverty you see in period dramas, but genuine grinding destitution, where every day presented challenges to basic survival. Living nearby was another family headed by Anne Whittle, known as Old Chattox, who was probably in her 80s. The name Chattox might derive from chatterbox, suggesting someone known for talking, though it's equally possible it had other origins now lost to history. Chattox had a daughter named Anne Redfern, and these two families, the Devices and the Chattoxes, had the kind of relationship that makes modern family feuds look like minor disagreements. These weren't wealthy families arguing over inheritance or social position. These were people at the absolute bottom of the economic ladder, competing for scarce resources in a harsh environment. When you're that poor, every small advantage matters, and every perceived slight can become a major grievance. The Device and Chattox families apparently had a long-standing mutual antagonism, possibly involving accusations of theft, definitely involving accusations of witchcraft, and generally characterised by the kind of bitter enmity that develops when people who dislike each other cannot escape each other's presence. Picture old Demdike as she might have been, a very elderly woman, probably nearly blind. Sources mention her poor eyesight, with the kind of face that 8 decades of hard living creates. She'd have lost most of her teeth, her skin would be weathered by constant outdoor work, and she'd likely have that distinctive elderly stoop that comes from a lifetime of manual labour. She was, by several accounts, known as someone who could curse, who knew charms and spells, and who had what people called the sight. But here's what's important to understand. Old Demdike probably believed in her own powers. This wasn't necessarily a con artist exploiting the gullible. She'd grown up in a world where magic was real, where certain people had special knowledge, and where curses could cause harm. If you'd spent 8 decades accepting these beliefs as fact, and if your reputation as someone powerful was perhaps the only source of respect or fear you commanded, you'd probably cultivate that reputation too. Old Chattox seems to have had a similar reputation, which perhaps explains part of the rivalry between the families. 2 elderly women, both claiming magical knowledge, living in proximity in a small community. That's a situation ripe for conflict. Add genuine poverty, family grudges, and a cultural context where curses and counter-curses were taken seriously, and you have a powder keg waiting for a spark. The younger generation of these families lived in their elders' shadows. Alison Device, about 20 years old, seems to have been an ordinary young woman trying to survive in difficult circumstances. Sources suggest she might have been what we'd now call developmentally disabled, though historical records are too fragmentary to be certain. What we know is that she worked as a beggar, travelling the roads and asking for charity or small favours, which was a common survival strategy for the desperately poor. Anne Redfern, Chattox's daughter, was married to a man named Thomas Redfern, and seems to have been trying to maintain a slightly more respectable existence than her mother. This was the constant tension for families with reputations for witchcraft, wanting to be accepted by the community, while also being associated with people whose reputations made acceptance difficult. Living among these families were others who became caught up in the events of 1612. Alice Nutter, a woman of somewhat higher social status whose involvement in the story remains puzzling to historians. Jane Bulcock and her son John, Catherine Hewitt and several others. Each of them was a real person with hopes, fears, daily routines and relationships that the historical record barely captures. What these people shared was life in a small community where everyone knew everyone else's business, where reputation was currency, and where the line between getting by and destitution was frighteningly thin. They lived in a world where a bad harvest could mean hunger, where illness usually meant death, and where your survival often depended on the goodwill of neighbours who might also be your rivals. The houses these people lived in would shock modern sensibilities. Earthen floors that turned to mud when it rained, roofs that leaked, walls that let in drafts, and smoke-filled interiors from cooking fires. Privacy didn't exist. Families slept together in whatever dry corner they could find, with perhaps a curtain to separate sleeping areas if they were fortunate. Sanitation as we understand it didn't exist. Water came from streams or wells, and every bucket had to be carried by hand. Their clothes would have been rough wool, probably homespun, patched and repatched, and worn until they literally fell apart. Shoes were expensive enough that many people went barefoot in warm weather to preserve them. Personal possessions would be minimal, perhaps a few cooking pots, some basic tools, and bedding that probably consisted of straw-stuffed sacks and rough blankets. Yet these were people, not just historical figures. They laughed at jokes we'd probably understand, worried about their children, enjoyed pleasant weather, and complained about their neighbours. Old Demdike might have had a favourite spot where she liked to sit on sunny days. Alison Device probably had friends she gossiped with. Anne Redfern might have had ambitions for her children that circumstances made impossible to achieve. The events that would lead to tragedy began on a road near Colne on March 18th, 1612. This wasn't some dark and stormy night perfect for Gothic drama. It was probably just an ordinary late winter day, cold and damp in the way that northern England excels at being cold and damp. Alison Device was out begging, which wasn't shameful in the way we might think of begging today. but was a recognised survival strategy for the destitute. She encountered John Law, a peddler from Halifax, travelling along the road with his pack of pins, needles, laces and other small goods that peddlers carried from village to village. These travelling salesmen were important figures in rural England, bringing not just goods, but also news and connection to the wider world. What happened next depends on whose account you believe, but the basic facts seem to be these. Alison asked Law for some pins. He refused, either because he wanted payment she couldn't provide, or because peddlers sometimes did give small items to beggars, and he simply didn't feel like it that day. Shortly after this encounter, John Law collapsed with what appears to have been a stroke. Now, if you're a modern person reading this, you understand that strokes happen for physiological reasons. Blood clots, burst vessels, and high blood pressure. John Law was a peddler who walked long distances carrying heavy loads, probably ate poorly, and lived a stressful existence. He was, in other words, a prime candidate for cardiovascular problems regardless of whom he met on the road. But if you're John Law, or his son Abraham Law, or anyone in the community hearing about this incident, the sequence of events looks very different. Alison Device, from a family with a reputation for witchcraft, asked for something. Law refused. Immediately afterward, Law suffered what appeared to be a magical attack. The cause and effect seems obvious. What makes this story particularly intriguing is that Alison herself apparently came to believe she had caused Law's collapse. When questioned later, she confessed to cursing him, though whether this confession came from genuine belief, from pressure during questioning, or from some combination of both, we can't know. Living in a world where everyone around you believes in witchcraft, and you've been raised by a grandmother who claimed magical powers, you might well internalise those beliefs and interpret events through that lens. The Law family lodged a complaint with Roger Nowell, the local magistrate. Nowell was a justice of the peace, part of the local gentry whose job involved maintaining order and investigating crimes. He was, by all accounts, a literate, educated man who took his responsibilities seriously. He was also a man of his times, which meant he believed in witchcraft as surely as he believed in the authority of the king and the truth of scripture. Nowell began his investigation the way any magistrate would, by gathering testimony. He questioned Alison Device, who apparently confessed not only to cursing John Law, but also provided information about the magical practices of other family members. This is where the story begins to expand from a single incident into something much larger. Once the investigation began, old grievances surfaced like debris floating up from a flood. People who had long suspected their neighbours of witchcraft now had an official audience for their suspicions. The Device and Chattox families, already enemies, began accusing each other of various magical crimes stretching back years. Every unexplained illness, every dead cow, every batch of butter that wouldn't churn. All of these suddenly had explanations in the form of malicious witchcraft. The testimonies that emerged reveal a community that had been living with these suspicions and fears for years. Old Demdike allegedly confessed to having sold her soul to the devil some 20 years earlier, meeting him in the form of a boy named Tib. Chattox supposedly admitted to similar practices. These confessions raise all sorts of questions. Were they true? Were they extracted under pressure? Did these elderly women genuinely believe their own stories? What's clear is that once the process started, it gained its own momentum. Neighbours who might have been willing to overlook odd behaviour when there was no official investigation suddenly felt compelled to share their suspicions. People who had lived side by side with the accused for years now provided testimony about suspicious incidents they'd never previously reported. The accusations extended beyond the obvious targets. Alice Nutter, a woman of higher social status, was arrested, though her involvement in the case remains mysterious. She doesn't seem to fit the profile of typical witchcraft accusations. She wasn't old, wasn't notably poor, and didn't have an established reputation for magical practices. Some historians speculate about land disputes or other motives that might have drawn her into the case, but the truth has been lost to time. As spring turned to summer, more people were arrested. Jane Bulcock and her son John, Catherine Hewitt and others. The local jail, which was probably a deeply unpleasant place even by the standards of 17th century prisons, began to fill with accused witches from the Pendle area. Meanwhile, something happened that Roger Nowell would later consider crucial evidence. A meeting at Malkin Tower on Good Friday, April 10th, 1612. Various members of the Device family and their associates gathered, allegedly to plot the destruction of Lancaster Castle to free the imprisoned family members. Whether this meeting was actually a rescue plot or simply an ordinary family gathering blown out of proportion by frightened imaginations, we cannot know. The evidence against the accused consisted largely of testimony, from accusers, from alleged victims, and from the accused themselves. By modern standards, this evidence would be laughable. People claim to have seen familiar spirits in the form of animals, to have witnessed impossible things, and to have knowledge of events that occurred in impossible ways. But by the standards of the time, and in a community primed to believe in witchcraft, this testimony was damning. What strikes modern readers about these accusations is their mundane quality. This wasn't devil worship or dramatic satanic rituals. These were accusations about petty grudges, minor thefts, and arguments over borrowed items never returned. Someone's clay pit was blocked. Someone killed someone else's cow. Someone was denied butter and supposedly cursed the churn in revenge. These were the everyday conflicts of a small community, but filtered through a worldview that made them evidence of cosmic evil. The tragedy wasn't that these conflicts existed. Every community has disagreements, but that the cultural context transformed ordinary human pettiness into capital crimes. Lancaster Castle in the summer of 1612 was hardly the Gothic fortress you might imagine when you hear the word castle. By then it was serving as a courthouse and prison, its military importance long past, its stones weathered by centuries of rain and wind. But it was still an imposing building, a physical symbol of royal authority and legal power that would have intimidated anyone dragged before its courts. The assizes, the travelling courts that periodically visited major towns to try serious criminal cases, arrived in Lancaster in mid-August 1612. These events were significant occasions, bringing judges from London and attracting crowds who treated trials as a form of public entertainment. Imagine something between a court proceeding and a theatrical performance, conducted in a world where public executions were considered family outings. The presiding judges were Sir James Altham and Sir Edward Bromley, men educated in law but also fully subscribing to contemporary beliefs about witchcraft. They weren't ignorant or cruel by the standards of their time. They were following established legal procedures and examining evidence according to contemporary standards. The fact that those standards would horrify modern sensibilities doesn't mean these men were monsters. It means they were products of their era. The star witness was young Janet Device, perhaps 9 years old, daughter of Elizabeth Device and younger sister of Alison. The law at the time allowed children as young as 7 to give testimony, and Janet provided detailed evidence against her own mother, sister and grandmother. For centuries, historians have debated whether Janet was coached, whether she was seeking attention, or whether she genuinely believed what she was saying. Imagine being in that courtroom. The smell of unwashed bodies, of damp stone, of fear. The accused would have been dirty from weeks or months in prison, where conditions included things that would violate every modern standard of human rights. Demdike and Chattox, both elderly and infirm, sat through proceedings they could barely understand, speaking a dialect that the educated judges sometimes struggled to comprehend. The trials proceeded with what was considered due process at the time. The accused were allowed to speak in their own defence, though they had no lawyers, no right to remain silent, and no presumption of innocence in the modern sense. The evidence presented against them included testimony about impossible events, confessions that may or may not have been coerced, and the testimony of children describing things they couldn't possibly have witnessed. What's interesting is what was considered persuasive evidence. The prosecution emphasised the finding of clay images, small figurines that allegedly were used for cursing intended victims. Whether these were genuine attempts at magical harm or simply dolls that had innocent purposes, we cannot know. In a world where everyone believed in sympathetic magic, the idea that you could harm someone by harming an image of them, such objects were powerfully incriminating. Several of the accused apparently confessed, though under what circumstances and with what degree of pressure we can only speculate. Interrogation techniques of the time could include sleep deprivation, extended questioning, and psychological pressure, though there's no specific evidence of physical torture in this case. But when you're an elderly, impoverished woman who's been imprisoned for months, questioned by educated gentlemen who represent royal authority, and told that confessing might show mercy, well, you might confess to quite a bit. The clerk of the court was Thomas Potts, who would later publish an account of the trials titled The Wonderful Discovery of Witches in the County of Lancaster. This book, which is our primary source for the trials, was essentially prosecutorial propaganda, designed to show the wisdom of the authorities in uncovering this nest of witchcraft. Reading Potts, you'd think the trials were a triumph of justice. Reading between the lines, you see frightened people, dubious evidence, and a legal system that prioritised securing convictions over determining truth. Old Demdike never made it to trial. She died in prison, probably in May 1612. Given her age and the conditions of imprisonment, this isn't surprising. Demdike had spent perhaps 80 years surviving everything that harsh world could throw at her, only to end her days in a dungeon, accused of crimes that probably seemed to her no different from the everyday magic she'd practiced throughout her life. The verdicts, when they came, surprised no one who understood the atmosphere in that courtroom. 10 people were found guilty of murder by witchcraft: Anne Whittle, Old Chattox, Anne Redfern, Elizabeth Device, Alison Device, James Device, Alice Nutter, Catherine Hewitt, Jane Bulcock, John Bulcock, and Isabel Roby. One person, Margaret Pearson, was found guilty of lesser crimes. Only one, Alice Gray, was acquitted. The condemned would have been returned to their cells to await execution, which happened relatively quickly by early modern standards. There was no lengthy appeals process, no years of imprisonment while waiting for final resolution. Justice in 1612 moved at the pace of a trial and rope. The executions took place on August 20th, 1612 at Gallows Hill in Lancaster. Hanging in this period was neither quick nor painless. These were not the carefully calibrated drops that later made hanging relatively humane. Instead, you were essentially strangled, dangling from a rope while your body slowly suffocated. It could take considerable time to die, and the dying were visible to the crowds who came to witness executions. We don't have detailed accounts of the actual executions, which is perhaps a small mercy. We know that 10 people died that day, their bodies left hanging as warnings to others. Later they would have been cut down and probably buried in unconsecrated ground, denied even the comfort of Christian burial in a world where such things mattered enormously. Among those executed was Alice Nutter, whose involvement remains puzzling. She went to her death maintaining her innocence, which was notable in an era when condemned criminals were expected to confess their sins before dying. Her steadfast denial has fueled centuries of speculation about her actual guilt or innocence. What happened to the young witnesses after the trials? Janet Device, who testified against her family, disappears from historical records. We don't know if she felt guilt, relief, or nothing at all. She was a child caught in circumstances beyond her control, asked to do something unimaginable, and the long-term consequences of that testimony on her own life remain unknown. In the immediate aftermath of the trials and executions, life in the Pendle area probably continued much as it had before. Crops still needed tending, animals still required care, and the basic rhythms of agricultural life proceeded regardless of legal drama. But something had shifted in the community consciousness. The executed witches became cautionary tales, their stories told and retold, growing with each retelling the way stories do. Mothers probably warned their children about the fate of those who practiced witchcraft. Neighbours who had quarrelled might have been more careful about their accusations, having seen how quickly suspicions could escalate into capital charges. But did the trials actually solve anything? Roger Nowell probably believed he had uncovered and eliminated a genuine threat to the community. The judges likely felt they had upheld the law and protected innocents from malicious magic. The ordinary people of Pendle, well, they'd seen their neighbours executed, their families destroyed, and their community torn apart by accusations and trials. The children of the executed faced particularly difficult futures. What do you do when your mother is hanged as a witch? How do you live in a community where everyone knows your family history? Some probably left the area, seeking places where they weren't known. Others presumably stayed, carrying the stigma of their family connections throughout their lives. The publication of Thomas Pott's account in 1613 turned a local tragedy into a national sensation. The wonderful discovery was widely read, going through multiple editions and establishing the Pendle Witches as one of the most famous witchcraft cases in English history. But Potts was writing propaganda, not history, and his account served the purposes of the authorities who wanted to demonstrate their vigilance against witchcraft. Other witchcraft trials continued throughout England for decades afterward. The Pendle case was neither the first nor the last, though it was unusually large in the number of people accused and convicted. Witchcraft would remain a capital crime in England until 1736, meaning that for more than a century after the Pendle trials, people could still be executed for magical crimes, but attitudes were slowly changing, at least among educated people. As scientific understanding advanced, as the Enlightenment brought new ways of thinking about causation and evidence, belief in witchcraft began to seem increasingly superstitious. By the early 18th century, you could still find people who believed in witches, but you could also find educated people who questioned such beliefs. The Pendle case itself began to be re-examined through different lenses. Was the accused actually guilty of any crime, magical or otherwise? Were they victims of community hysteria, personal grudges, or judicial overreach? Had Roger Nowell been a diligent magistrate uncovering genuine evil, or an overzealous prosecutor destroying innocent lives? These questions remain debated among historians. Some see the Pendle trials as straightforward examples of persecution of the poor and marginal by authorities. Others argue that the accused genuinely practiced what they considered magic, even if such magic was objectively harmless. Still others focus on the complex social dynamics that allowed accusations to flourish and destroy lives. What's undeniable is that real people died. Elizabeth Device was executed, leaving children behind. Old Chattox, in her 80s, ended her long life on a gallows. Alice Nutter, whatever her actual involvement, was killed by the state based on testimony of dubious reliability. These weren't abstract examples of injustice. They were human beings whose final moments we can only imagine. The landscape itself holds memories, if stones and hills can remember. Pendle Hill still rises above Lancashire, looking much as it did in 1612. Malkin Tower is long gone, crumbled into ruins and forgotten, though historians still debate its exact location. The roads where Alison Device encountered John Law are now paved, carrying cars instead of peddlers and beggars. Lancaster Castle still stands, its stones having witnessed centuries of history beyond the 1612 trials. Visitors can tour the building today, walking through spaces where the accused once stood, though whether those stones retain any memory of what happened there is a question best left to poets rather than historians. The villages around Pendle continue their existence, gradually modernising as centuries passed. The thatched roofs gave way to slate, the earthen floors to flagstone, and the isolation to connection. Electricity reached the area, bringing light to places that had known only candles and firelight. Roads improved, connecting these once remote communities to the wider world. Families who could trace their lineage back to 1612 probably kept quiet about any connections to the accused witches. It's one thing to have a notorious ancestor, it's another to have one who was executed for witchcraft. The social stigma lingered long after belief in actual magic had faded from educated opinion. By the Victorian era, the Pendle Witches had become a curiosity, something for antiquarians and folklore collectors to study. The Victorians, with their complicated relationship to the past, were simultaneously fascinated by and superior about the superstitions of their ancestors. They could read about the trials with a kind of horrified satisfaction, secure in their own enlightenment and modernity. The 20th century brought new interpretations. feminists pointed out that witchcraft accusations predominantly targeted women, particularly women who were old, poor, or otherwise powerless. The Pendle trials became an example of how patriarchal societies used witchcraft laws to control and eliminate women who didn't fit comfortable social categories. There's truth in this analysis, though it perhaps oversimplifies the complex social dynamics at work. Others have focused on the economic aspects of the case. The accused were largely impoverished, surviving on the margins of society, in a world without social safety nets, where charity was voluntary and unpredictable. People like the Device family were vulnerable in ways that made them both dependent on community goodwill, and easy targets when that goodwill evaporated. The trials can be seen as an extreme form of social control, eliminating people who were economic burdens on their communities. Some historians have emphasised the role of religious tension. This was post-Reformation England, where old Catholic practices persisted underground, while Protestant authorities tried to enforce religious uniformity. The folk magic that Demdike and Chattox allegedly practiced had roots in pre-Christian traditions overlaid with Catholic ritual. Their practices might have represented not just heresy, but a challenge to religious authority. Local historians in Lancashire have worked to uncover the human details behind the famous names. Who were these people really? What did they eat for breakfast? What songs did they know? And what made them laugh? The historical record preserves their deaths in detail, but tells us relatively little about their actual lives, which is perhaps the final injustice, that we remember them for how they died rather than how they lived. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, perhaps noting how different your own evening is from what any resident of 1612 Pendle could have imagined, we arrive at the question of what the Pendle witches mean to us today. Not as historical curiosity or Halloween decoration, but as actual people whose story still has things to teach us. The legacy of the Pendle witches lives on in unexpected ways. The area around Pendle Hill has embraced its witch history, though in forms that would probably baffle the original participants. There are walking trails following routes associated with the accused, visitor centres explaining the history, and even an annual Pendle Witch weekend featuring talks, tours, and historical reenactments. It's simultaneously a celebration and a commemoration, honouring the dead while acknowledging the injustice they suffered. Pendle Hill itself has become something of a pilgrimage site for people interested in witchcraft, history, or just beautiful landscapes. Modern witches, followers of contemporary Wicca and other neo-pagan traditions, sometimes visit as a way of honouring their spiritual ancestors, though the connection between 17th century folk magic and modern witchcraft is more symbolic than historical. The hill that witnessed such tragedy now hosts people seeking peace, beauty, or spiritual connection. The story resonates because it touches on themes that remain relevant. How do communities respond to those who are different? What happens when fear overcomes reason? How do ordinary social tensions escalate into extraordinary violence? These aren't just historical questions. Every generation faces versions of them. The Pendle trials remind us that people in the past were neither wiser nor more foolish than we are. They were doing their best to make sense of a world that often seemed hostile and inexplicable, using the intellectual tools available to them. We might look back and see superstition where they saw reason, but future generations will probably look at some of our current beliefs with similar incomprehension. There's something quietly powerful about walking the landscape where these events occurred. Stand on Pendle Hill on a misty morning, and you can almost understand how people living here in 1612 could believe in magic. The landscape itself seems slightly enchanted, with its sudden mists, its ancient field patterns, and its sense of continuity stretching back before history began keeping records. Modern residents of the Pendle area have a complex relationship with this history. It's a source of local identity and tourist income, but it's also a reminder of a dark chapter in community history. How do you honour the dead without exploiting their tragedy? How do you educate people about historical injustice while acknowledging that everyone involved was operating according to the beliefs and values of their time? The Pendle witches have inspired numerous works of art, literature and drama. Novelists have reimagined their stories, poets have written elegies, and playwrights have brought them back to life on stage. Each interpretation reflects contemporary concerns as much as historical reality. The witches become whatever we need them to be: victims of patriarchy, casualties of economic anxiety, examples of religious persecution, or simply human beings caught in terrible circumstances. For the historically minded, the Pendle trials offer a window into daily life in early modern England. The trial records, particularly Potts's account, contain details about food, clothing, housing, and social relationships that help us understand how ordinary people lived. We learn about their beliefs, their fears, their neighbourly conflicts, and their survival strategies. The accused left us, inadvertently, a detailed portrait of life at society's margins. The legal legacy is complex. The Pendle trials represented the system working as it was supposed to work according to the standards of the time. The accused received trials, could speak in their own defence, and were judged by established legal procedures. That those procedures were fundamentally unjust by modern standards doesn't mean they were considered unjust at the time. This raises uncomfortable questions about how future generations will judge our own legal systems. What would the accused think if they could see how they're remembered today? Would old Demdike be amused that people now walk trails named after her? Would Alison Device appreciate being commemorated in local festivals? Would Alice Nutter feel vindicated that historians still debate her innocence? We can't know, but there's something poignant about the fact that people whose lives were marked by poverty and powerlessness are now remembered while their wealthy, powerful judges have been largely forgotten. The Catholic Church, interestingly, has never canonised any of the Pendle witches as martyrs, despite occasional suggestions that they might have been Catholics persecuted for their faith. The evidence for this theory is thin, but it reflects our ongoing desire to find meaning and redemption in their deaths. We want them to have died for something, for their beliefs, for their defiance, for some principle, rather than simply dying because of bad luck and worse justice. The educational value of the Pendle story extends beyond history. It's taught in some schools as an example of how evidence should be evaluated critically, how mass hysteria can develop, and how social pressures can influence testimony. Students learn to question sources, to recognise bias, and to understand that injustice can occur within legal frameworks that seem perfectly reasonable to participants. For writers and storytellers, the Pendle witches offer rich material precisely because so much about them remains mysterious. We have the bare bones of their story, but endless room for interpretation and imagination. Who were these people really? What did they think and feel? The historical gaps become spaces where fiction and empathy can operate. The landscape itself has become a character in the ongoing story. Pendle Hill, with its distinctive profile and brooding presence, has inspired artists, photographers, and nature lovers for generations. The hill has been painted, photographed, climbed, and contemplated by thousands of people who may know nothing about the 1612 trials, but who respond to its particular beauty and atmosphere. Some descendants of the Pendle family still live in the area, carrying names like Device, Nutter, or Bulcock. For them, the witch trials are family history, complicated and personal. Some have embraced this heritage, others prefer not to discuss it. It's a reminder that history isn't just something that happened to other people long ago. It's something that continues to shape living families and communities. The commercialisation of the Pendle witch story raises ethical questions. Is it appropriate to sell witch-themed souvenirs based on a tragedy where real people died? Does turning historical trauma into tourist attractions trivialise suffering? Or does it serve a valuable purpose by keeping memory alive and educating new generations about historical injustice? These questions don't have simple answers. What's clear is that the story refuses to be forgotten. 400 years later, people still want to know about the Pendle witches, and still want to understand what happened and why. This persistent interest suggests that the story touches something fundamental about human nature, our capacity for fear, our need for explanations, our treatment of outsiders, and our complicated relationship with justice. The memorial to the Pendle witches, a simple plaque in Lancaster acknowledging the executions, represents a small but significant form of historical reckoning. It doesn't excuse what happened, doesn't try to make it more palatable, and just quietly acknowledges that these people lived, died, and deserve to be remembered. Sometimes that simple acknowledgement is the most we can offer to those wronged by history. As your tea cools and the room around you settles into comfortable quiet, we arrive at the end of our journey through Pendle's history. But before we close this story, let's sit for a moment with what these long ago events might mean for us here, now, in a world that seems entirely different from 1612 Lancashire. The Pendle Witches invite us to practice empathy across time. These were people who woke up in the morning not knowing they were living through what would become a famous historical event. They worried about ordinary things, whether the weather would cooperate with planting, whether their neighbours would help them during hard times, and whether their children would survive to adulthood. Then circumstances swept them into events that would echo through 4 centuries. Think about how quickly normal life can become a nightmare. Alison Device probably woke up on March 18th, 1612, thinking about little more than whether she'd successfully beg enough to eat that day. By evening, she was implicated in a case that would eventually send 10 people to the gallows. That velocity, from ordinary morning to life-changing disaster, is something every human being can understand regardless of century. The trials remind us that certainty can be dangerous. The judges, the prosecutors, Roger Nowell and the witnesses, all of them were certain they were right. They believed in witchcraft the way we believe in gravity, and that certainty made it possible to execute people on evidence that seems laughable to modern eyes. But what are we certain about today that future generations will view with similar horror? There's also something here about the power of stories and reputation. Old Demdike cultivated a reputation for magical power, probably because it gave her a form of influence in a world where old, poor women had almost none. That reputation sustained her for decades, earning her a mixture of fear and respect. Then it killed her. The stories we tell about ourselves, and that others tell about us, have consequences we can't always control. The vulnerability of children in adult conflicts appears throughout the Pendle story. Janet Device testifying against her family. The children of the executed were left to navigate a world that had killed their parents. Young Alison, perhaps not fully understanding the implications of her confession. Children don't choose the circumstances they're born into, yet they bear the consequences of adult decisions and adult conflicts. Economic precarity threaded through every aspect of the Pendle story. These were people living on the edge of survival, where a failed harvest or a dead cow could mean starvation. In that context, every relationship became transactional, every slight potentially serious, and every misfortune someone else's fault. Poverty didn't cause the trials, but it created conditions where they could flourish. It still does. The healing power of time reveals itself in how the Pendle story has evolved. What was tragedy has become heritage, what was persecution has become pilgrimage, and what was ending has become remembrance. The pain doesn't disappear. Those 10 people are still dead, their families still destroyed, but time allows us to find meaning and lessons in events that initially seem to contain nothing but loss. Consider how the landscape has absorbed this history. Pendle Hill doesn't mourn. It simply exists, solid and eternal, watching centuries pass with geological indifference. Yet humans project meaning onto it, finding in its mists and shadows a reflection of the mysterious, the unknown, and the slightly uncanny. The land becomes a mirror for our own concerns and imagination. The question of belief itself deserves reflection. Did the accused actually practice what they considered magic? Almost certainly some of them did. In their world, with their understanding of causation, mixing herbs while saying certain words seemed as reasonable as any other explanation for how things worked. They believed in their own power the way we believe in the power of medicine or technology, which is to say, they had faith in systems that provided explanations and sometimes results. The role of authority in the Pendle story offers uncomfortable parallels to modern life. Roger Nowell wasn't a villain twirling a moustache. He was a respectable gentleman doing what he thought was right, according to the laws and beliefs of his society. The judges were learned men following established procedures. Evil doesn't always announce itself as evil. Sometimes it wears the mask of proper authority and legal procedure. What about forgiveness? Can we forgive the accusers who sent innocent people to their deaths? Can we forgive the judges who accepted dubious evidence? Can we forgive young Janet for testifying against her family? Forgiveness might be the wrong concept. These people are long dead, beyond the reach of either condemnation or absolution. Perhaps understanding is what we can offer instead. The recognition that humans throughout history do terrible things while believing they're doing right. The persistence of the Pendle story suggests something about the human need for narrative. We want history to have shape and meaning, to teach lessons, and to connect us to something larger than our individual lives. The Pendle Witches provide that connection, not because their deaths were particularly meaningful, but because we've invested them with meaning through centuries of remembering and retelling. As research continues and new historical methods develop, we might learn more about the Pendle Witches. Archaeological investigations could reveal details about how they lived. Demographic research might illuminate the social structures they navigated. New readings of existing documents could shift our understanding. History isn't fixed. It's constantly being revised as new evidence emerges and new questions get asked. The modern witchcraft movement's adoption of the Pendle Witches as spiritual ancestors creates a kind of posthumous redemption. People who were executed as evil are now honoured as practitioners of an alternative spirituality. Whether this would comfort or confuse them, we can't know, but it represents a complete reversal of their historical reputation. The condemned become the celebrated. For those who visit Pendle today, the experience offers whatever they bring to it. Tourists see a pleasant day out in beautiful countryside. Historians see a landscape that illuminates their research. Spiritual seekers find a place of power or tragedy or both. The land accepts all interpretations with equal indifference, simply being what it is while humans project their various meanings upon it. As full darkness settles outside your window and this story draws to a close, imagine Pendle Hill as it stands tonight, solid, ancient, and essentially unchanged despite 4 centuries of human drama occurring in its shadow. Mist might be gathering in the valleys, as it has gathered on countless nights before. Sheep settle into their nighttime routines, as their ancestors did when Alazan Device walked these paths. The villages round Pendle are quiet now, their streets lit by electric lights that would seem like magic to anyone from 1612. In Lancaster, the castle still stands, though now it's a tourist site rather than a functioning courthouse. The ghosts, if they exist, walk in memory and imagination rather than in any literal sense. What remains of the Pendle Witches is finally their humanity. Strip away the sensational aspects, the witchcraft accusations, the dramatic trials, the executions, and you're left with people. People who loved and fought and worked and worried. People who made the best decisions they could with the information available to them. People who suffered and endured and eventually ran out of options. Their names, Demdike, Chattox, Device, Nutter, Redfern, echo down through centuries, attached to people who never imagined they'd be remembered at all, much less for 400 years. They wanted what most people want: enough to eat, a roof that didn't leak, children who survived and neighbours who didn't wish them harm. They got, instead, infamy and death. But they also got remembrance, which is perhaps a small compensation. They're not forgotten. Students learn about them, historians study them, visitors seek out places associated with them. Their story continues to matter, continues to teach, and continues to connect us to the deep past when life was harder, but humans were recognisably ourselves. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep in comfort and safety that would astound anyone from 1612, spare a thought for those who lived and died in Pendle. Not pity, necessarily. They were tougher than us in many ways, more accustomed to hardship, and more resilient in the face of what life threw at them. But perhaps acknowledgement. They existed. They mattered. Their story is part of the vast, complex tapestry of human experience that connects us all. The Pendle Witches remind us that history isn't just dates and famous names. It's ordinary people dealing with extraordinary circumstances, doing their best to survive in a world that doesn't always cooperate with human needs or desires. It's the story of how communities work, how they fail, and how fear and belief can combine to tragic effect. As you drift towards sleep, you might reflect that you, too, are living through history. Future generations might look back on our time with the same mixture of understanding and incomprehension that we bring to the 17th century. What we consider normal, our technologies, our beliefs, our social structures, may seem as strange to them as witchcraft trials seem to us. The landscape endures. Pendle Hill will be there tomorrow, indifferent to human drama, solid and eternal. The villages will wake to another day. Life continues, as it always has, with the past present in landscape and memory, but never quite able to break through into the actual present. Sleep well, knowing that the witches of Pendle, those accused and accusers, victims and survivors, have all found whatever peace death provides. Their struggles are over, their stories remain, passed from generation to generation, shaped and reshaped to meet contemporary needs, but still rooted in events that actually happened to real people in a real place. And perhaps, in some quiet way, telling their story is a form of justice. Not legal justice. That ship sailed 4 centuries ago, but the justice of memory. They are not forgotten. Their names are spoken. Their humanity is acknowledged. In a world where most people leave no trace, where most lives disappear into the vast silence of history, the Pendle witches have achieved a kind of immortality. Not the kind anyone would choose, perhaps, but immortality nonetheless. Rest now. Let the gentle rhythm of your breath remind you that you are alive, here, now, connected to all of human history but also separate from it, your own person in your own time. The past is done, the present is comfortable, the future remains unwritten, and somewhere perhaps in the collective memory of the land itself, Pendle Hill holds these stories, adding them to layers upon layers of human experience, waiting for anyone who cares to listen. Picture this. You're settling into your favourite chair after a long day, maybe with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Now imagine if, instead of relaxing, your feet suddenly decided they had other plans entirely. Not just a little restless leg syndrome, mind you, but full-blown can't stop, won't stop dancing. That's essentially what happened to the good people of Strasbourg in July 1518, though they didn't have the luxury of calling it quirky. It started with Frau Troffea, a woman whose name has echoed through history for all the wrong reasons. On a perfectly ordinary summer morning, she stepped out of her half-timbered house onto the cobblestones of Strasbourg and began to dance. Her dancing was not the kind you might do at a wedding after a few glasses of wine, but an urgent, desperate kind of movement that seemed to possess her entire being. You have to understand, this wasn't Renaissance flash mob material. Frau Troffea danced as if her life relied on it, and in fact, it did. Her feet moved in patterns that made no musical sense, and her arms flailed in rhythms that belonged to no earthly song. The townspeople gathered around her, initially amused. After all, who doesn't enjoy a bit of unexpected street entertainment? But as the hours ticked by, their smiles began to fade like paint in the rain. Frau Troffea kept dancing. During the midday heat, when sensible people sought shade and cool drinks, Frau Troffea continued to dance. During the dinner hour, the aroma of roasted meat and fresh bread should have beckoned any sensible individual home. During the evening, her feet should have been expressing gratitude for her decision to finally sit down. The cobblestones beneath her feet told their story, worn smooth by centuries of cartwheels and horse hooves, now witness to this strange new rhythm. You can almost hear them, those ancient stones whispering among themselves about this peculiar turn of events. They'd seen plague and war, feast and famine, but never anything quite like this. By nightfall, Frau Troffea was still moving, though her dance had transformed from something almost graceful into something more akin to a marionette with tangled strings. Her neighbours brought her water, which she drank without stopping her movement. They offered food, which she barely managed to consume between steps. They pleaded with her to rest, but she seemed as unable to stop as you might be unable to stop breathing. The local authorities scratched their heads and consulted their limited medical knowledge. Perhaps it was a fever, they reasoned. Fevers could make people act strangely. But Frau Troffea showed no signs of illness beyond this compulsive movement. Her skin wasn't flushed, her eyes weren't glassy. She simply could not stop dancing. As you lie there tonight, comfortable in your bed, imagine the bewilderment of those medieval minds trying to process this impossibility. They lived in a world where everything had a place and a purpose. Cows gave milk, chickens laid eggs, and people danced only when there was music and merriment. But here was Frau Troffea, defying the natural order with every unwilling step. The night watchman took turns observing her, partly out of concern and partly out of morbid fascination. They'd seen plenty of odd things during their midnight rounds, drunken revelries that lasted too long, lovers' quarrels that spilled into the streets, and the occasional sleepwalker stumbling about in their nightclothes. But nothing had prepared them for the sight of a middle-aged woman dancing alone under the stars, her shadow performing an endless, exhausting ballet on the moonlit stones. As dawn approached, bringing with it the promise of a new day, Frau Troffea was still dancing. Her movements had slowed, but they hadn't stopped. It was as if some invisible puppeteer had taken control of her strings and forgotten how to let go. Now you might assume that the sensible citizens of Strasbourg would have shunned Frau Troffea after witnessing her bizarre predicament for a full day and night. You'd be wrong, of course, because people have always been magnetically drawn to the inexplicable, like moths to a particularly puzzling flame. Instead of backing away, small crowds began to gather regularly around Frau Troffea. They brought their morning bread and ate it while watching her dance. They discussed her condition over their midday meals, gesturing with chicken legs and chunks of cheese. They turned her suffering into a form of communal entertainment, although none of them would have openly acknowledged it in those exact terms. This is where the story takes a turn that would make even the most creative screenwriter pause and reconsider. Within a week of Frau Troffea's first involuntary step, others began to join her. Not voluntarily, you understand. These weren't copycat dancers or attention seekers. These were ordinary people who suddenly found their feet betraying them in the most extraordinary way. Hans the baker was kneading dough when it started. His hands, which had shaped thousands of loaves with methodical precision, suddenly began moving to a different rhythm. Before he knew it, his whole body had joined the dance, leaving behind a kitchen full of half-formed bread and a wife who thought he'd finally succumbed to the summer heat. Greta, the weaver, abandoned her loom mid-thread when her feet decided they had more important things to do than operate the pedals in their usual measured way. The half-finished cloth remained stretched on the frame for weeks, a testament to the moment when normal life simply stopped making sense. You can picture the scene, can't you? The town square that had once been a place of orderly commerce, vendors hawking their wares, children playing simple games, merchants negotiating deals, transformed into something resembling a fever dream. Except the fever seemed to be catching, spreading from person to person like a yawn in a worn-out congregation. The dancing wasn't beautiful, mind you. This wasn't some spontaneous celebration of life and joy. The dancers moved with a desperate urgency, their faces etched with exhaustion and confusion. Their clothes became tattered from the constant motion. Their shoes wore thin against the unforgiving cobblestones. Some danced until their feet bled, leaving small red marks on the stones like some macabre breadcrumb trail. The local physicians were summoned, naturally. These learned men arrived with their leather satchels full of mysterious remedies, and their heads full of medieval medical wisdom. They observed the dancers with the same intensity you might observe a puzzle that's missing several crucial pieces. They took notes, they consulted their texts, and they stroked their beards thoughtfully. Their diagnosis, when it came, reflected the medical understanding of the time. They declared that the dancers had a condition known as hot blood. Therefore the solution was to encourage more dancing until the heat dissipated from their systems. It was rather like suggesting that someone with hiccups should hiccup more vigorously until they stopped. But it seemed logical within the framework of 16th century medicine. Therefore, the authorities, guided by their immense wisdom, chose to combat the issue head-on. They hired musicians to play for the dancers, reasoning that proper music might help regulate their chaotic movements. They cleared larger spaces for the dancing, moving market stalls, and redirecting cart traffic. They even built a stage, thinking that perhaps the dancers would feel more dignified performing on an elevated platform. The irony would have been delicious if it weren't so tragic. Instead of curing the dancers, The music and attention seemed to attract more victims. The dancing seemed to have transformed into a seductive melody, appealing to a profound, concealed fragility within the human soul. By the end of the second week, nearly 40 people were dancing in the streets of Strasbourg, their individual rhythms creating a chaotic symphony of movement. The families of the dancers tried everything they could think of. They brought favourite foods, hoping to tempt their loved ones to stop and eat properly. They carried chairs and stools, placing them hopefully in the dancers' paths. They also brought pillows and blankets, believing that if they could persuade the dancers to take a moment's rest, the spell might be broken. But nothing worked. The dancers danced on day and night, their movements becoming more frantic as their bodies grew weaker. It was like watching people slowly drown in air, struggling against an invisible current that only they could feel. By the third week of this peculiar epidemic, the city of Strasbourg had transformed into something unrecognisable. You know how a familiar room can suddenly feel strange when you move just one piece of furniture? Well, imagine an entire city where the fundamental rules of human behaviour had been rewritten overnight. The marketplace, which had operated according to centuries-old rhythms of buying and selling, now resembled something between a medical ward and a carnival. Even in the face of impossibility, vendors still set up their stalls each morning, but their attention was divided between their wares and the growing number of dancers who wove between the displays like exhausted ghosts. Children, who had initially found the whole spectacle entertaining, began to grow frightened. There's something unsettling about seeing adults lose control, especially when those adults include your neighbours, your teacher, or your aunt, who always remembered your birthday. The dancing had crossed the line from curious novelty to something darker and more threatening. The dancers themselves had begun to show serious signs of wear. Their clothes hung in tatters, their faces gaunt from exhaustion and irregular eating. Some had collapsed and been carried home, only to rise and begin dancing again as soon as they regained consciousness. It was as if rest only stored up energy for more frantic movement. Maria, the seamstress, developed a particularly heartbreaking pattern. She would dance for hours, then suddenly stop mid-step and look around with clear, confused eyes, as if waking from a dream. She would recognise her surroundings, call out to friends and family, and even sit down for a few minutes to drink water or nibble bread. Then, just as suddenly, the compulsion would return, and she would leap to her feet and resume her endless dance. These moments of clarity made the condition even more disturbing. It wasn't madness in any traditional sense. The dancers knew what was happening to them. They simply couldn't stop it. Imagine being trapped in your own body, watching yourself perform actions you never chose to perform, like being a passenger in a vehicle whose steering wheel you can't reach. The city's records, kept by meticulous scribes who documented everything from grain prices to weather patterns, began to read like something from a fever dream. Item, the dancing sickness continues. Item, Johann the Cooper joined the dancers this morning. Item, the musicians have been paid for another week of playing. Item, 3 more dancers collapsed today but resumed upon waking. You have to admire those record keepers, really. Faced with something completely outside their experience, they did what bureaucrats have always done. They wrote it down carefully and hoped someone else would figure out what it all meant. The religious authorities, meanwhile, were having theological debates that would have been fascinating if they weren't so urgent. Was this divine punishment for some collective sin? A test of faith? Was this a manifestation of malevolent spirits? Different priests offered different interpretations, and their congregations split accordingly. Some organised prayer vigils, others called for public confessions, and a few suggested that perhaps God was simply enjoying some cosmic entertainment at human expense. The dancers themselves became unwilling celebrities. People travelled from neighbouring towns to witness the phenomenon, turning Strasbourg into an accidental tourist destination. Merchants arrived to sell food and trinkets to the crowds. Street performers came to compete for attention, though their conventional acts seemed almost quaint compared to the desperate dancing happening all around them. However, the locals were growing tired of the novelty. Living in the middle of an ongoing crisis has a way of exhausting even the most patient communities. Families were disrupted, businesses struggled to function normally, and everyone walked around with the nervous energy of people waiting for the other shoe to drop. Except in this case, the shoes never stopped moving. The dancers' families organised themselves into an informal support network. They took turns bringing food and water, alternated in watching over their afflicted relatives, and shared the burden of worry that comes from loving someone who is slowly wearing themselves down. It was community care born from desperation, but it was beautiful in its way. Some of the dancers had begun to develop their own individual styles. Otto the blacksmith danced with heavy rhythmic movements that echoed his hammering motions at the forge. Liesel, the baker's daughter, spun and twisted as if kneading invisible dough. Their bodies, even in the grip of this strange compulsion, remembered their daily work and transformed it into movement. By now, the city authorities were beginning to panic. What had started as a curious local phenomenon was threatening to become a complete breakdown of civil order. More importantly, people were starting to die. Death, when it finally came to the dancers, arrived not with drama but with a kind of merciful exhaustion. Similar to a candle nearing its end, the dancers struggled to maintain the constant energy their bodies required. It was Klaus the miller who went first, collapsing in the middle of what had been a particularly vigorous sequence of spins and somehow failing to rise again. The sight of Klaus lying still on those worn cobblestones created a strange silence in the square. Even the other dancers seemed to pause, as if some invisible conductor had finally given them permission for a moment's rest. However, only a brief moment passed before the surviving dancers resumed their endless movement, carefully stepping around their fallen friend as if he were merely another obstacle in their path. You might wonder what goes through a community's mind when the impossible becomes deadly. The people of Strasbourg were experiencing something that challenged every assumption they'd ever made about how the world worked. They were practical people, accustomed to practical problems with practical solutions. Crop failures could be endured, diseases could be treated or at least understood, and wars could be fought and ended. But this dancing plague defied every category they had for making sense of suffering. The physicians, those learned men with their impressive collections of books and instruments, were beginning to admit privately that their hot blood theory might need some adjustment. Several had observed the dancers closely enough to notice that they weren't sweating excessively, despite their constant motion. Their skin remained relatively cool, and their breathing wasn't as laboured as it should have been given their activity level. Their bodies appeared to function under entirely different rules. Dr. Hermann, the most respected physician in the region, spent 3 full days and nights observing the dancers. He took careful notes about their movements, their eating and drinking patterns, and their brief moments of rest. What he discovered puzzled him even more than the original phenomenon. The dancers seemed to be in a state that was neither fully conscious nor unconscious, neither sick nor healthy, and neither voluntary nor completely involuntary. It is, he wrote in his journal, as if they are sleepwalking while awake, or perhaps awakening while they sleep. They respond to their names and can speak coherently when directly addressed, yet they cannot choose to stop moving. It is as though some part of their will has been borrowed by an unknown force. The families of the dancers were developing their own expertise born from desperate necessity. They learned to anticipate when their loved ones were most likely to collapse from exhaustion. They discovered which foods the dancers could manage to eat while moving, and they developed techniques for helping them drink water without breaking their rhythm. They became amateur medical attendants, though no medical school could have prepared them for this particular curriculum. Anna, whose husband had been dancing for nearly a month, described the experience in terms that still echo across the centuries. He is there and not there. His body dances, yet his eyes gaze at me with a profound sadness, as if he finds himself imprisoned behind glass. Occasionally I think he's trying to tell me something with his movements, but I cannot understand the language his feet are speaking. The community was starting to feel the effects of the constant music, which they had initially perceived as beneficial. The hired musicians were exhausted from playing for weeks on end, and their melodies had taken on a repetitive, almost hypnotic quality that seemed to make some listeners feel dizzy. Several people reported feeling an uncomfortable urge to move their feet in time with the music, though they managed to resist the compulsion. The dancing itself was evolving. What had started as individual, isolated movements was becoming something more coordinated. The dancers seemed to be responding to each other, creating patterns and formations without any apparent conscious intent. They would form circles, then lines, scatter and reform in different configurations. It was like watching a flock of birds or a school of fish, except these were human beings who should have been making deliberate choices about their movements. Some of the dancers had begun to show signs of what we might now recognise as trance states. Their eyes would roll back, their breathing would become shallow and rapid, and they would move with an intensity that seemed to come from somewhere outside themselves. During these episodes, they appeared completely unreachable, as if they had temporarily left their bodies behind entirely. The religious community was fracturing under the weight of competing interpretations. Father Wilhelm preached that the dancing was a form of divine ecstasy, similar to what mystics experienced during prayer. Father Johann argued it was clearly demonic possession and called for exorcisms. Father Klaus, the city's oldest priest, suggested that God was teaching them about the nature of human will and the body's relationship to the soul. The debates were becoming increasingly heated, and the congregation was choosing sides based as much on their fears as on their faith. It's remarkable how quickly theological certainty can crumble when faced with something that doesn't fit neatly into existing categories of understanding. Meanwhile, the dancers danced on, their numbers fluctuating as some collapsed and others were mysteriously called to join them. The city had become a living laboratory for questions that nobody knew how to ask, let alone answer. When faced with the inexplicable, humans have a tendency to multiply explanations rather than admit ignorance. By the fourth week of the dancing plague, Strasbourg had attracted more experts than a modern medical conference, each arriving with their own pet theories and proposed solutions. Master Johann from the University of Basel brought an impressive collection of astrological charts and announced that the dancing was clearly the result of planetary malalignment. Mercury, he explained with considerable authority, was in an unfortunate conjunction with Mars, creating an excess of kinetic energy in susceptible individuals. His solution involved complex calculations of when the planets would return to a more harmonious configuration, roughly 6 months hence. Brother Augustine from the monastery at Molsheim had a different interpretation entirely. He arrived with a cart full of holy relics and proclaimed that the dancers were experiencing a form of religious ecstasy, like what St. Vitus himself had experienced. The solution, he insisted, was pilgrimage to the shrine of St. Vitus, where the dancers could channel their divinely inspired movement into proper worship. You can imagine the scene: learned men with their scrolls and instruments, religious authorities with their crosses and holy water, all standing around debating the finer points of their theories while 40 exhausted people continued their endless dance mere feet away. It was like convening a panel of experts to discuss the nature of rain while standing in the middle of a thunderstorm. The city council, meanwhile, was dealing with increasingly practical concerns. The dancing had disrupted commerce, attracted unwanted attention from neighbouring regions, and was beginning to strain the city's resources. They needed solutions, not theories. But every expert who arrived seemed to bring more questions than answers. Dr. Paracelsus, who would later become famous for his revolutionary medical ideas, made a brief appearance during this period. His assessment was characteristically blunt. These learned men speak of hot blood and planetary influences while people die before their eyes. Perhaps the sickness is not in the dancers' bodies, but in our understanding of what bodies can do. He was particularly critical of the decision to provide music for the dancers. You might as well give wine to a drunkard and call it medicine, he observed. The music feeds the compulsion rather than curing it. Occasionally the kindest treatment is to remove what seems helpful but proves harmful. His words carried weight, and a faction began to form around the idea of trying complete silence instead of constant music. It was a radical departure from the established treatment, but then again, the existing treatment wasn't working particularly well. The families of the dancers were developing their own theories based on intimate observation. They noticed that their loved ones seemed to dance more frantically when crowds gathered, as if performing for an audience they couldn't see. They observed that certain types of music triggered more intense movements, while others seemed to calm the dancers slightly. They discovered that the dancers' movements sometimes echoed their daily work routines, a pattern that none of the learned experts had bothered to document. Elizabeth, whose teenage daughter had been dancing for 3 weeks, made a particularly astute observation. She dances like she's trying to escape from something, but also like she's trying to reach something. Her movements aren't random, they're searching. But I cannot tell what she's searching for. This idea of the dance as a form of searching resonated with other families. They began to notice that their dancers appeared to be moving either towards something or away from it, although the nature of that something remained invisible to everyone else. It was as if the dancers could see a landscape that existed only for them. The younger members of the community were having their reactions to the prolonged crisis. Children who had initially been fascinated were now having nightmares about being unable to stop moving. Teenagers were avoiding the areas where dancers congregated, afraid that the compulsion might somehow reach out and grab them too. Young adults were leaving the city entirely, unwilling to risk being caught up in whatever was happening. But perhaps most tellingly, some people were beginning to report feeling a strange sympathy with the dancers. They would watch the endless movement and find their feet tapping involuntarily. They would dream of dancing and wake up with their legs tangled in bedsheets. A few even reported brief moments of feeling an almost irresistible urge to join the dancers, though they managed to fight off the compulsion. Their experiences raised disturbing questions about the nature of the condition. Was it truly random, or were some people more susceptible than others? Was it a hidden contagion, or a dormant part of the human psyche? Dr. Herman, who had been observing the dancers since the beginning, was developing a theory that was both simpler and more complex than the others being proposed. He suspected that the dancing might be a physical expression of something psychological, a kind of breaking point where individual human will simply give up trying to maintain control over an increasingly uncontrollable world. Perhaps, he wrote in his private notes, the dancers are not sick, but rather more honest than the rest of us. They are showing us what it looks like when the human spirit can no longer pretend that it has mastery over the body it inhabits. It was a radical idea for its time, suggesting that the boundary between mind and body might be more porous than anyone had imagined. Sometimes the most profound shifts happen not with dramatic revelations, but with quiet observations made by exhausted people who have run out of clever theories. It was Frau Bertha, the baker's wife, who had been caring for 3 different dancers, who first noticed the pattern that would eventually lead to the plague's resolution. She observed that the dancers seemed calmer, though they never stopped moving entirely when they were in smaller groups, away from the crowds and the constant music. More importantly, she noticed that they danced differently in the early morning hours, before the city fully awakened. Their movements were still compulsive, but they seemed less frantic, more like people walking in their sleep than people fleeing from invisible demons. "It's the watching," she told Dr. Herman one morning after a particularly long night of observation. "They dance harder when people watch them, not because they want attention, but because something about being watched makes the dancing worse." This insight led to a quiet experiment. A few families began taking their dancing relatives to more secluded locations, quiet courtyards, gardens outside the city walls, even private homes with large rooms. The results were subtle but unmistakable. Away from audiences and musicians, the dancers' movements became less violent, less desperate. Dr. Herman documented these changes carefully. The dancers still couldn't stop moving, but their movements became more flowing, less like convulsions and more like a strange form of sleepwalking. Some even began to show brief moments of genuine rest, not collapse from exhaustion, but actual pauses in their movement. The religious authorities were initially resistant to this approach. Brother Augustine argued that removing the dancers from public view was tantamount to hiding God's work from the faithful. But Father Klaus, the elderly priest who had been quietly observing throughout the crisis, supported the experiment. Perhaps, he suggested, what these souls need is not more attention, but more peace. The city council, pragmatic as always, was simply relieved to have the disruption moved away from the main commercial areas. They officially sanctioned the creation of quiet spaces where dancers could be cared for away from crowds, though they were careful not to call it a cure. Gradually, as they relocated the dancers to more peaceful environments, an unexpected event occurred. Without the stimulation of constant music and crowds, their individual personalities began to reassert themselves. Maria, the seamstress, started incorporating recognizable gestures from her work into her dance. Not the frantic mimicry that had characterized her earlier movements, but something more like a conversation between her conscious and unconscious minds. Otto, the blacksmith's movements, began to follow the rhythm of breathing rather than some internal drumbeat that no one else could hear. His dance became less about desperate energy and more about a kind of patient endurance, as if he were waiting for something to finish cooling in his forge. The families caring for the dancers developed new routines based on these observations. They created spaces that were comfortable but not stimulating, provided simple foods at regular intervals, and most importantly, they learned to be present without being intrusive. They discovered that the dancers seemed to respond to quiet companionship in ways they hadn't responded to medical interventions or religious ceremonies. Anna, whose husband had been dancing for over a month, described the change. "He still moves constantly, but now it's like he's dancing with something instead of fighting against something. I can see him in there, behind his eyes, waiting." This sense of waiting became a common theme in how families described their dancing relatives. The dancers appeared to be in a state of flux, neither fully present nor fully absent, and neither completely sick nor completely well. Dr. Herman began to theorize that the dancing might represent a form of healing instead of being merely a sign of sickness, though he couldn't specify what it was healing from. Perhaps, he wrote, there are injuries to the human spirit that can only be mended through movement, just as there are injuries to the body that can only be healed through rest. The idea was revolutionary, that the dancing might be a cure rather than a disease, a necessary process rather than a pathological condition. It suggested that the dancers' bodies might possess a wisdom that their conscious minds couldn't access. As word of the quieter approach spread, some of the original experts began to reconsider their theories. Master Johann from Basel admitted that his planetary calculations might need to account for environmental factors. Brother Augustine suggested that perhaps the saint was working through peaceful contemplation rather than public demonstration. Even Paracelsus, in his final notes on the case, acknowledged that the solution had come not from learned intervention, but from careful observation by people who cared more about helping than about being right. The families discovered what we experts missed, he wrote. Sometimes healing requires not doing more, but doing less. The number of new cases had already begun to slow, though whether the decline was due to the changed approach or simply the natural progression of the phenomenon remained unclear. What was clear was that the desperate, frantic quality of the dancing was gradually giving way to something that looked more like a strange form of prayer or meditation. The city itself was slowly returning to something resembling normal life, though the experience had changed everyone who lived through it. People walked more carefully, as if testing whether their feet would obey their intentions. They looked at each other differently, with a new awareness of how little control any of them really had over their own bodies and minds. You know how some storms end. Not with a dramatic crash of thunder, but with a gradual lessening of wind and rain until you suddenly realise the silence has returned. The dancing plague of Strasbourg ended in much the same way, so gradually that nobody could say exactly when it stopped being an emergency and started being a memory. Frau Trophäa, who had started it all with her first involuntary step, was among the last to find stillness. For 6 weeks she had been the unwilling pioneer of this strange territory, where human will met its mysterious limits. When she finally stopped moving, it wasn't with collapse or drama, but with a simple pause that gradually extended into rest. She was sitting in the garden behind the baker's house, where her family had moved her to escape the crowds and the constant music. The morning sun was filtering through apple leaves, and she'd been moving in slow, gentle circles for hours. Then, as naturally as a person might stop humming a tune, she simply sat down on a wooden bench and stayed there. Her sister, who had been watching anxiously from the kitchen window, almost didn't believe it at first. She waited several minutes before approaching, afraid that any attention might restart the compulsive movement. But Frau Trophäa remained seated, looking around the garden with clear, present eyes, as if she were seeing it for the first time in weeks. "I'm tired," she said simply, and her sister began to weep with relief. Over the following days, the other dancers found their ways back to stillness. Some stopped during sleep and simply didn't resume when they woke. Others came to rest gradually, their movements slowing like music boxes winding down. A few experienced their final dance as something beautiful rather than desperate, a kind of celebration or completion that left them exhausted but oddly peaceful. Not everyone survived the experience. The official records show that several dancers died from exhaustion or related complications, though the exact number was never precisely documented. Those who lived carried the memory of those weeks in their bodies for the rest of their lives. They walked differently afterward, with a kind of conscious gratitude for their ability to choose when and how to move. Dr. Herman spent months interviewing the recovered dancers, trying to understand what they had experienced during their weeks of compulsive movement. Their descriptions were remarkably consistent in some ways, and completely individual in others. Most remembered feeling trapped in their bodies, aware of what was happening but unable to control it. But they also described odd moments of peace, as if dancing had taken them to places they couldn't reach on purpose. It was like being carried by a river, Maria the seamstress told him. Frightening because I couldn't swim to shore, but also sometimes beautiful because I could see things from the water that I never would have seen from the bank. Otto the blacksmith had a different metaphor. It was like being a piece of metal on my anvil, being shaped by hammers I couldn't see. It hurt, but something in me knew the hammering was necessary. These interviews revealed that the dancers had maintained more awareness than anyone had suspected. They had been conscious of their family's care, grateful for the quiet spaces, and aware of the changes in their movement patterns. They'd simply been powerless to communicate this awareness while the dancing continued. The city of Strasbourg gradually returned to its normal rhythms, though the memory of those summer weeks left permanent changes. The authorities developed better protocols for caring for people in crisis, emphasizing comfort and observation over dramatic interventions. The physicians incorporated new ideas about the relationship between mind and body into their practice. The religious community developed a more complex conception of how the sacred might manifest in human experience. But perhaps the most lasting change was in how the people of Strasbourg understood the nature of human control and human vulnerability. They had witnessed something that challenged fundamental assumptions about how much power individuals have over their bodies and choices. They had learned that sometimes the most caring response to someone's crisis is not to try to fix them, but to stay present while they work through whatever healing process their more profound wisdom has initiated. The cobblestones in the town square still bear faint marks from those weeks of endless dancing, though you'd have to know where to look to see them. Local guides sometimes point them out to visitors, telling abbreviated versions of the story that emphasize the strangeness, while missing the deeper lessons about community care and the mystery of human resilience. Years later, when other communities experienced similar outbreaks of dancing mania, and there were several throughout medieval Europe, some remembered the lessons of Strasbourg. They learned to provide quiet spaces rather than public stages, to offer patient presence rather than dramatic cures, and to trust that sometimes healing looks different from what we expect. The dancing plague of 1518 remains one of history's most puzzling medical mysteries, but it's also a story about how communities can learn to care for members who are experiencing something beyond ordinary understanding. It reminds us that the human body and spirit are capable of experiences that exceed our ability to categorize or control them, and that sometimes the wisest response to mystery is not to solve it, but to honor it. As you drift towards sleep tonight, you might think about Frau Trofea and her fellow dancers, and about the families who learn to love them through their strange journey. You might contemplate the delicate boundary that sometimes exists between what we perceive as normal and what we perceive as impossible, and how much healing occurs not through expert intervention, but through the patient presence of individuals who care enough to remain and observe whatever unfolds. The dance is always there, just beneath the surface of our ordered lives, waiting to teach us something about surrender, about community, and about the beautiful, terrifying mystery of being human in a body that is never entirely under our control. Imagine the Mediterranean Sea in 218 BCE as a vast blue stage where two great powers circled each other like cautious dancers. On one side, Rome, still young, still hungry, expanding from its 7 hills with the methodical determination of someone organizing a particularly complex filing system. On the other, Carthage, ancient, sophisticated, wealthy beyond measure, its merchant ships threading through every port like silver needles, stitching together the fabric of ancient commerce. You need to understand that these two civilizations were as different as wine and olive oil. Both valuable, both essential to Mediterranean life, but fundamentally incompatible when forced to occupy the same vessel. Rome built its strength on citizen soldiers who farmed in peacetime and fought when called, men who viewed military service as a civic duty roughly equivalent to paying taxes, except with significantly more marching and considerably less paperwork. Carthage, meanwhile, had turned commerce into an art form so refined that Roman merchants looked like children playing store by comparison. While Romans were still figuring out maritime trade, Carthaginian sailors had been navigating by stars their ancestors had named, following currents their grandfathers' grandfathers had mapped, and moving goods between continents with the casual efficiency of someone who's done the same route so many times they could do it blindfolded. The city of Carthage itself sat on the North African coast like a jewel in a setting of lesser stones, its harbours engineered with such precision that Roman engineers would later study their ruins the way you might study a master craftsman's techniques. The famous circular military harbour could shelter over 200 warships, each in its own covered berth, protected from both weather and prying eyes. Imagine an ancient naval base designed with the kind of security and efficiency that would make modern military planners weep with envy. But what made Carthage truly remarkable wasn't just its wealth or its ships. It was the vast trading network that stretched from the Pillars of Hercules in the west to the eastern reaches of the Mediterranean, and even beyond to mysterious lands that Romans only heard about in sailors' tales. Carthaginian merchants traded in tin from distant Britain, amber from northern forests, frankincense from Arabia, and exotic animals from deep within Africa. They were the Amazon prime of the ancient world, except delivery took months instead of days and occasionally involved elephants. Rome and Carthage had already fought one major war, the First Punic War, which lasted 23 years and ended with Rome acquiring Sicily and developing a navy almost by accident. It was the kind of conflict where both sides started out thinking it would be quick and decisive, then found themselves still fighting 2 decades later, having spent fortunes and lost entire generations, all over an island that neither had particularly wanted in the first place. The peace that followed was the awkward kind where both parties smile at each other, while mentally cataloguing grievances and planning for round 2. Carthage retreated to rebuild, focusing on Spain, where silver mines promised the wealth needed to pay war indemnities to Rome. Rome consolidated its gains and eyed Carthage's Spanish holdings the way you might eye your neighbour's attractive lawn furniture. Into this delicate balance came Hannibal Barca, whose very name would eventually make Roman children behave and Roman senators lose sleep. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, you need to understand the world he inherited, a Mediterranean basin where established powers and rising ambitions created a situation as stable as a table, with one leg shorter than the others. Something was going to shift eventually. It was just a matter of who would provide the push and which direction the whole arrangement would tumble. The landscape itself seemed to reflect this precarious balance. The Mediterranean's northern shores rose into mountain ranges that had channeled and shaped human movement, since people first figured out that walking around obstacles was easier than going over them. The Alps stood like a natural wall between southern Europe and the north, their peaks catching clouds and creating weather patterns that determined where cities grew and armies marched. Southern Spain, where our story truly begins, offered a different geography, hot, mineral-rich, and populated by tribes who had been metalworking since before Rome was even a village. The Carthaginians had established themselves there not through conquest, but through the more subtle art of making themselves commercially indispensable, which is like winning a war without the expense of actually fighting one. This was the world in 218 BCE, balanced, prosperous in patches, divided by mountains and united by sea, waiting for someone to disturb its equilibrium in ways that would ripple across centuries. The stage was set, the actors were in position, and somewhere in Spain, a young Carthaginian general was planning something that would make the Roman Senate wish they'd paid more attention to geography lessons. Let's talk about young Hannibal for a moment, because understanding his dream requires understanding the man, and understanding the man requires going back to when he was just a boy watching his father prepare for war. Hamilcar Barca, Hannibal's father, was the kind of man who carried grudges the way other people carry family heirlooms, carefully, protectively, with every intention of passing them down to the next generation. He'd commanded Carthaginian forces in Sicily during the First Punic War, watched his city forced to accept humiliating peace terms, and spent the rest of his life rebuilding Carthaginian power in Spain with the single-minded focus of someone planning an extremely elaborate comeback. According to ancient sources, and you can decide how much to trust stories that were written down by people who weren't actually there, Hamilcar once brought 9-year-old Hannibal to a sacrifice and made him swear eternal enmity to Rome. Whether this actually happened or was later propaganda doesn't particularly matter. What matters is that Hannibal grew up in a household where Rome wasn't just an enemy, but the enemy, the obstacle between Carthage and its rightful place in the world. Hannibal's education was the ancient equivalent of an advanced degree in how to make Rome uncomfortable. He studied Greek because that was what educated people did in the Mediterranean world. the same way modern professionals learn English regardless of where they're from. He learned warfare from his father and later from his brother-in-law Hasdrubal, watching how to manage mercenary armies composed of Iberians, Numidians, Libyans, and others who had no particular loyalty to Carthage beyond regular pay and competent leadership. But more than tactics or languages, Hannibal learned to think strategically in ways that most of his contemporaries couldn't match. While other generals planned campaigns, Hannibal planned wars. While they thought about next season's fighting, he thought about how to reshape the entire strategic situation. His dream wasn't simply to defeat Rome in battle. That was just Tuesday for a competent general. His dream was to break Rome's power so completely that Carthage would never again have to worry about Roman interference. Here's where you need to understand the Roman power structure, because Hannibal understood it better than most Romans did. Rome's strength didn't come from its legions, impressive as they were. It came from its alliance system, the complex web of treaties and relationships that connected Rome to hundreds of Italian communities. These allies provided soldiers, supplies, and strategic depth that made Rome almost impossible to defeat through conventional warfare. Hannibal looked at this system and saw its vulnerability. Rome's Italian allies weren't joining gladly. Many had been forced into alliance through conquest. They provided troops not from love of Rome, but from lack of alternatives. If someone could demonstrate that Rome wasn't invincible, if someone could march through Italy showing that Roman protection was worthless, then perhaps these alliances would crumble like old bread, leaving Rome isolated and defeatable. This insight was the foundation of Hannibal's dream. He would take the war to Italy itself, not through a naval invasion that Carthage's weakened fleet couldn't support, but through an overland route that everyone knew was impossible. He would march an army from Spain, through Gaul, over the Alps and into northern Italy. Then he would defeat Roman armies in their own territory and offer their allies a better deal. It was the kind of plan that sounds absolutely insane when you first hear it. Like someone today suggesting they'll walk from New York to Los Angeles just to prove it can be done. Except with war elephants and hostile tribes and mountain ranges that had never been crossed by an army. But Hannibal had advantages that made the impossible merely extremely difficult. First, he had inherited his father's Spanish base, complete with silver mines that funded his operations and veteran soldiers who'd been fighting together long enough to trust their commanders. Second, he had diplomatic contacts throughout Gaul who could provide intelligence, supplies, and guides. The ancient equivalent of having friends along the route who'll let you crash on their couch. Third, he had elephants, which might seem like a logistical nightmare, but were actually brilliant psychological warfare tools. Nothing says "I mean business" quite like showing up with creatures that most people had only heard about in travelers' tales. But beyond these practical advantages, Hannibal had something more valuable: the ability to inspire people to attempt things they would never consider on their own. His soldiers followed him, not because they were forced to, but because they believed in his vision, or at least believed that following him would lead to plunder, glory, and stories they could tell their grandchildren. In 218 BCE, at 29 years old, Hannibal stood at the head of an army in Spain and looked north toward the Alps. Most generals would have seen an impassable barrier. Hannibal saw a route to immortality. His dream wasn't modest. It involved rewriting the power structure of the entire Mediterranean world. But here's the thing about impossible dreams. They remain impossible right up until someone accomplishes them, at which point everyone claims they knew it could be done all along. The decision to march was made not in a moment of passion, but after careful calculation. Hannibal spent months preparing, gathering supplies, securing agreements with Gallic tribes, and studying what little information existed about Alpine passes. He sent scouts ahead and made arrangements for supply depots. This wasn't impulsive adventurism, it was methodical planning applied to an outrageous objective. As spring approached and the campaign season opened, Hannibal's army began its march north from New Carthage in Spain. The dream was about to become a very cold, very difficult reality. But first, they would spend months crossing relatively friendly territory, giving Hannibal time to train his diverse forces into a cohesive unit, and giving his soldiers time to contemplate exactly what they'd signed up for: Picture yourself on a warm morning in late spring 218 BCE, standing on the outskirts of New Carthage, modern Cartagena, watching an army assemble for what most observers thought was just another Spanish campaign. The smell of dust and horse sweat mingles with the salt air from the Mediterranean, and if you closed your eyes, you might think this was just another military deployment, the kind that happened regularly throughout the ancient world. But open your eyes and really look at what's gathering. This isn't just an army, it's a mobile nation, a self-contained world preparing to walk from Spain to Italy. 90,000 infantry from a dozen different tribes and nations, 12,000 cavalry, and 37 elephants whose handlers treat them with a careful affection you might show a particularly temperamental but beloved family member. The diversity is staggering. Libyan spearmen in their distinctive linen armour stand near Iberian tribesmen carrying the falcata, that distinctively curved sword that could cut through Roman shields like an aggressive letter opener. Numidian cavalry from North Africa sit on their horses bareback, making Roman cavalry, who at least use saddles, feel like they're overdoing it with equipment. Balearic slingers, whose accuracy with their simple leather slings rivals modern target shooters, practice their craft with stones that hum through the air like angry bees. And the elephants. We need to talk about the elephants, because they're both more and less important than you might imagine. These aren't the massive African bush elephants you see in nature documentaries. These are North African forest elephants. Smaller, now extinct, but still impressive enough to make an entrance. Each one requires about 300 pounds of food daily, drinks enough water to fill multiple bathtubs, and has a handler who knows its moods, preferences and personality quirks the way you know your closest friend's coffee order. The elephants serve multiple purposes beyond their obvious combat role. They're mobile propaganda, walking advertisements for Carthaginian power and exoticism. They're psychological weapons that will terrify enemies who've never seen anything larger than a cow. And they're symbols of Hannibal's confidence. Only someone absolutely certain of success would burden themselves with such high-maintenance companions on a journey through hostile territory and impossible mountains. The march begins with deceptive ease. The army moves north through Spain, following well-established routes through territory that's partly under Carthaginian control and partly inhabited by tribes who've decided that not interfering with this particular army is the better part of valour. The pace is deliberate rather than rushed, roughly 10 to 15 miles per day, because moving 90,000 people with their equipment and supplies isn't something you can do quickly without creating the kind of logistics disaster that ends military careers. Each evening, the army stops and transforms itself into a temporary city. Tents rise in organised patterns, fires are lit for cooking, sentries are posted, and for a few hours the world takes on a rhythm that feels almost domestic. Soldiers clean equipment, repair sandals worn by the day's march, and share food and stories in languages that span the Mediterranean. The elephants are fed and watered, their handlers checking them for injuries or illness with the thoroughness of nurses. Hannibal moves through these evening camps with practiced ease, stopping to speak with different units, asking about supplies and listening to concerns. Leadership at this level isn't about dramatic speeches. It's about being seen, being accessible, and demonstrating that you share the hardships you're asking others to endure. When Hannibal eats soldiers' rations and sleeps in a regular tent, it builds loyalty more effectively than any amount of inspiring rhetoric. The army crosses the Ebro River, that traditional boundary between Carthaginian and Roman spheres of influence in Spain. This is the point of no return, the moment when the campaign becomes an official act of war. But the crossing itself is anticlimactic. Just a long day of ferrying men and equipment across a river that flows with the muddy determination of all major waterways. The elephants wade across, enjoying the bath, while their handlers curse and pray in roughly equal measure. Beyond the Ebro, the territory becomes progressively less friendly. Spanish tribes who owe no loyalty to Carthage eye this massive army with understandable nervousness. Some offer tokens of submission, food, guides, and promises not to attack if the army just keeps moving. Others prepare for resistance, gathering warriors and sending messages to neighbouring tribes about this unprecedented invasion force. Hannibal handles each situation with a flexibility that keeps his army moving while minimising delays. When resistance seems serious, he offers overwhelming force, defeating tribal armies with such efficiency that other communities decide cooperation looks more attractive. When tribes seem willing to negotiate, he's generous with promises and modest with demands, understanding that the goal isn't to conquer Spain, it's to pass through it with minimal damage to his army. The weeks blur into a rhythm of march, camp, occasional skirmish, and march again. The soldiers stop asking where they're going and focus on the immediate tasks of surviving each day's journey. Equipment wears out and is repaired or replaced. The weaker soldiers fall out and are left behind with wounds, illness, or simple inability to maintain the pace. The army that continues north is smaller but harder, winnowed by the journey into something approaching fighting trim. By the time they reach the Pyrenees, that mountain range separating Spain from Gaul, Hannibal has already sent home about 10,000 soldiers whose loyalty seemed questionable. Better a smaller army that's committed than a larger one that might desert or betray at a crucial moment. It's the kind of ruthlessly practical decision that characterises Hannibal's entire campaign. Better to solve problems early than watch them grow into disasters later. The crossing of the Pyrenees is a preview of greater challenges ahead. The mountains are steep, but not impossibly so. The pass is well used by traders and shepherds. Still, it's the army's first real taste of what moving through serious mountains involves. The thin air that makes breathing harder, the rocky terrain that tears at sandals and hooves, and the cold at higher elevations even in summer. When they emerge on the Gallic side of the Pyrenees, the army has shrunk to perhaps 50,000 infantry and 9,000 cavalry. The elephants remain, though the mountain crossing has left some showing signs of stress. But the survivors are now veterans of a journey that has already exceeded what most armies would consider a major campaign, and they haven't even reached the Alps yet. Gaul sprawls before them, a vast patchwork of tribal territories where Celtic peoples live in a relationship with Rome that ranges from hostile to merely suspicious. Hannibal's diplomatic preparations pay dividends here. Tribal leaders who've been contacted months earlier provide guides, supplies, and permission to pass through their territories. Others, hearing of this unprecedented army's approach, decide that maintaining neutrality is the wisest course. The march through Gaul takes on a different character than the Spanish portion. Here, Hannibal isn't just passing through potential enemy territory, he's building alliances that might prove useful later. Celtic tribes who resent Roman expansion see Hannibal as a potential ally against their mutual enemy. They offer warriors to supplement his forces, provide intelligence about Roman movements, and share knowledge about the Alps that will prove invaluable in the weeks ahead. As summer wanes and early autumn approaches, the army reaches the Rhone River, that major waterway that flows from the Alps to the Mediterranean. The crossing becomes another major logistical challenge. The river is wide, swift, and contested by local tribes who aren't thrilled about an army crossing through their territory. Hannibal solves this through a combination of negotiation and intimidation, arranging for boat builders to construct rafts, while cavalry demonstrates what happens to tribes that actively oppose the crossing. The elephants present a special challenge. Some are coaxed onto rafts disguised to look like solid ground, the ancient equivalent of tricking a cat into a carrier by making it look like a cosy hiding spot. Others have to be persuaded through more direct means, their handlers using every trick learned through years of experience. One story claims an elephant was led onto a raft by its mother, only to jump off and swim the river when it realised the deception, with its handler clinging to its ear the entire way. Whether true or embellished, it captures the mixture of comedy and danger that defined the entire enterprise. Beyond the Rhone, the Alps rise in the distance like a promise and a threat. The army can see them now on clear days, snow-capped peaks that seem to touch the sky, ranges that no army has ever crossed with supplies and equipment intact. Hannibal's soldiers look at those mountains and begin to understand what their general is really asking of them. But they've come too far to turn back now. Behind them lies territory they've already crossed, where Roman armies are surely mobilizing to cut off any retreat. Ahead lies the only path forward, up and over mountains that everyone says are impassable, toward Italy and the war that will determine whether Hannibal is a visionary or simply someone who led 50,000 men to die in the snow. The march toward the Alps continues, each day bringing those peaks closer, each evening camp filled with quieter conversations, as soldiers contemplate the impossible challenge ahead. Hannibal walks among his troops and tells them that the mountains are just another obstacle, that together they've already overcome challenges others thought impossible. Whether they believe him or not, they continue marching. Because that's what armies do. They march, they camp, they march again, carrying forward the dreams and ambitions of their commanders until those dreams become reality or turn into nightmares. And somewhere ahead, in passes that have seen only traders and shepherds, the Alps wait to test whether Hannibal's dream has any substance beyond ambition and will. Let me tell you what it's like to stand at the base of the Alps in late autumn, looking up at mountains that seem less like geography and more like mythology made solid. The air has a crystalline quality at this altitude, sharp and clear and cold enough that each breath feels like drinking from a mountain stream. Behind you, the rolling hills of Gaul descend toward the Rhone Valley. Before you, rock and snow rise toward clouds that tangle in the peaks, like wool caught on thorns. Hannibal chose his route based on intelligence gathered from Gallic guides, who knew these mountains the way sailors know familiar coastlines. The exact pass he used remains debated by historians. Was it the Col de Clapier, the Col du Mont-Cenis, or perhaps the Col de la Traversette? Each has its advocates and its geographic logic. But for our purposes, what matters isn't the precise location, but the experience itself, the reality of moving an army through terrain that actively resists human passage. The initial ascent is deceptive. The lower slopes offer decent footing and enough vegetation to graze horses and pack animals. The army moves in a long column that stretches for miles, each unit finding its own pace as the trail narrows and steepens. The elephants do surprisingly well initially. Their sure footing and strength make them better at mountain travel than you might expect, though their handlers remain in constant anxiety about what lies ahead. But as the army climbs higher, the mountains begin to reveal their true nature. Trails that looked reasonable from a distance turn out to be barely wider than a man's shoulders, with drops on one side that make even veteran soldiers nervous. The air thins, making breathing laboured and increasing fatigue beyond what the physical exertion alone would cause. Veterans who've marched across Spain and Gaul find themselves stopping frequently to catch their breath, puzzled by their own weakness until someone explains what altitude does to human bodies. The local Celtic tribes who inhabit these heights add their own complications. These aren't sophisticated city dwellers impressed by elephants and diplomatic overtures. These are mountain people whose wealth consists mainly of what they can take from travellers, and a slow-moving army laden with supplies represents opportunities that are hard to ignore. They know every trail, every hiding spot, and every place where a handful of defenders can make the path impassable. Hannibal faces ambushes at narrow points where his superior numbers mean nothing because only a few men can fight at once. Boulders roll down slopes, triggered by defenders who understand leverage and gravity better than they understand formal warfare. The army's advance slows to a crawl as each suspicious cliff and narrow passage must be scouted, secured, and passed with agonizing caution. Imagine being a soldier in this situation. You're exhausted from altitude and constant climbing. Your sandals, designed for Mediterranean terrain, are falling apart on these rocky paths. The weather shifts with unsettling rapidity, warm in direct sunlight, frigidly cold in shadow, with winds that seem to come from every direction simultaneously. You watch men ahead of you dislodge rocks that tumble down the trail, forcing everyone behind to freeze until the danger passes. You're cold, you're tired, and you're starting to wonder if your commanding officer's vision might actually be fatal insanity. But you keep climbing because everyone around you keeps climbing, because stopping means dying. There's nowhere to go but forward or back, and back means admitting defeat to comrades who've become family through shared hardship. Because your general is somewhere in this column, sharing the same cold and danger and exhaustion, and if that determined Carthaginian can keep placing one foot ahead of the other, So can you. The elephants become a project that consumes enormous effort. Handlers coax them over narrow paths, sometimes building up edges with stones to widen the trail enough for their massive bodies. When an elephant balks at a particularly difficult section, everything stops while the animal is encouraged, bribed with food, or sometimes simply given time to work up its courage. The patience these handlers demonstrate would impress any modern animal trainer. They understand that forcing an elephant in these conditions would be counterproductive and potentially fatal. Snow begins to appear, first in patches on shaded slopes, then more persistently as the army climbs higher. The white powder is beautiful in an austere way, catching sunlight and transforming the mountains into something that might grace a landscape painting. But its beauty is deceptive. Snow hides trail edges, conceals hazards, and creates surfaces where pack animals slip and slide like drunks on ice. The nights become genuinely dangerous. The army camps wherever it can find space, often on slopes where sleeping means preventing yourself from rolling downhill. Fires are difficult to start and impossible to maintain properly. There's little wood at this altitude, and what exists is often too damp or too wind-battered to burn well. Soldiers huddle together for warmth, sharing cloaks and body heat, discovering that survival requires cooperation at the most basic level. Frostbite claims fingers and toes. Altitude sickness leaves some soldiers dizzy and nauseous, unable to keep down the food they need for energy. Pack animals, never complaining but suffering nonetheless, begin to fail from the combination of cold, altitude, and insufficient fodder. When animals die, they're quickly butchered for meat. Wasting food in these conditions isn't just foolish, it's suicidal. Then the army reaches the summit of their chosen pass, and for a moment the suffering almost seems worthwhile. From this height they can see back across the route they've climbed, a dizzying descent that makes clear how far they've come. More importantly, they can see ahead to Italy. The Po Valley spread below them like a promised land, green and warm and inviting in the autumn sunlight. Hannibal gathers his troops at this high point and, according to legend, tells them the worst is behind them. He's lying, of course, but it's a useful lie. The descent proves as difficult as the ascent, just in different ways. Trails on the northern slopes are steeper, and often covered in ice that makes footing treacherous. Gravity, which was an enemy on the way up, becomes a dangerous ally on the way down, threatening to send men and animals sliding uncontrollably down slopes. The army descends in a controlled fall, each step a negotiation between progress and disaster. A story passed down through ancient sources describes a section where the trail has been destroyed by a landslide, leaving the army stopped at an impassable cliff. Hannibal's solution demonstrates both practical engineering and psychological leadership. His soldiers spend days building up the trail with rocks and earth, creating a passage where none existed. They heat rock faces with fires built from precious timber, carried up from below, then douse them with vinegar. The rapid temperature change fractures the stone, making it easier to clear. Whether this specific detail is accurate or an embellishment hardly matters. What matters is that the army finds a way through obstacles that should have stopped them completely. The elephants negotiate these final obstacles with what can only be described as determination bordering on stubbornness. Several are lost to falls or simply to exhaustion, their handlers mourning them with genuine grief. But most survive, making the descent with the same surprising agility that got them over the summit. By the time the army reaches lower elevations where the air is thick and breathing comes easy again, the elephants that remain have earned their place in history through sheer endurance. After 15 days in the mountains, though some sources suggest it might have been longer, Hannibal's army descends into the Po Valley in northern Italy. They've lost about half their soldiers to combat, desertion, exposure, and the simple attrition of an impossible journey. The survivors are ragged, frostbitten and near starvation, their equipment damaged and their morale hanging by threads of shared accomplishment. But they've done it. They've crossed the Alps with an army, with supplies, with elephants. They've accomplished something everyone said was impossible, and that accomplishment transforms them from soldiers into something more, witnesses to, and participants in a legendary feat that will be discussed for thousands of years. As they descend into Italy's relative warmth and plenty, Hannibal's soldiers probably don't think about their place in history. They think about food, about warmth, about rest. They think about replacing worn-out equipment and letting frost-damaged fingers and toes heal. They think about the fact that they're alive when so many others aren't. What they don't yet realise is that crossing the Alps was the easy part. Now they have to conquer Rome with an army that's been reduced by half and is exhausted beyond anything normal military experience would encompass. The worst, despite what Hannibal told them at the summit, is definitely not behind them, but that's a problem for tomorrow. Tonight they camp in the foothills where the air is warm and breathing doesn't hurt. Tonight they tend their wounds and tell each other stories about the crossing that will grow with each retelling. Tonight they are men who have walked over the roof of the world and survived, and that's enough. The first thing Hannibal's soldiers probably noticed about northern Italy was how flat it seemed after the Alps. The Po Valley stretched before them like a gift from geography itself. Fertile plains where rivers meandered through farmland, settlements dotted across a landscape that looked prosperous in the hazy afternoon light. After weeks of mountains, even modest hills probably looked imposing. The second thing they noticed was that they were in terrible shape. Crossing the Alps hadn't just reduced their numbers, it had transformed healthy soldiers into something approaching medical emergencies. Frostbite had claimed extremities. Exhaustion had settled into bones deeper than any night's sleep could fix. Equipment was damaged or simply worn out. The elephants, those survivors who'd made the journey, needed care and feeding that the barren mountains hadn't provided. Hannibal understood that he couldn't fight in this condition. His dream of liberating Rome's Italian allies required first making his army capable of fighting, which meant rest, recovery, and recruitment. The Gallic tribes of the northern Italy, who had their own reasons for resenting Roman expansion, provided what Hannibal needed most: time and space to rebuild. The army established itself in territory controlled by the Insubri, a Gallic people who viewed Rome the way you might view an aggressive neighbour who keeps expanding their fence line onto your property. They offered food, shelter, and most valuably, warriors to replace Hannibal's losses. Young Gallic men, hearing tales of the legendary crossing and eager for glory or plunder, or simply adventure, joined the Carthaginian force in numbers that helped restore its strength. During these weeks of recovery, something remarkable happened within Hannibal's army. The shared experience of the Alpine crossing had created bonds that transcended the usual mercenary relationships. Libyans, Iberians, Numidians, and now Gauls, men who spoke different languages and worshipped different gods, had become something approaching comrades through the simple act of surviving together. The Alps had been a forge that transformed disparate peoples into a unified force. Hannibal used this recovery time to train and integrate his new Gallic recruits, creating a fighting force that combined Carthaginian tactical sophistication with Celtic enthusiasm and local knowledge. He also began his diplomatic offensive, sending messages to Roman allies throughout Italy offering them a simple proposition: Rome doesn't protect you, and I'm here to prove it. Join me, or at least stay neutral, and together we can end Roman domination. It was during these autumn months that Rome first began to grasp what Hannibal had accomplished. A Carthaginian army in Italy shouldn't have been possible. They'd posted forces to stop any invasion through Spain, stationed fleets to prevent naval crossings, and generally assumed that the Alps would do their defensive work for them. Learning that Hannibal had simply walked around their defensive strategy must have been the ancient equivalent of realizing someone had burglarized your house by coming through a door you didn't know existed. The Roman response was swift, but hampered by the simple fact that they'd prepared for the wrong war. Legions were marching towards Spain to confront Hannibal there. Fleets were positioned to intercept Carthaginian ships, and nobody had thought to station significant forces in the Po Valley because nobody expected to need them there. It's the kind of strategic surprise that military planners study as an example of why you should always expect your enemies to do the thing you think is impossible. The first confrontation came at the Ticinus River, a relatively small engagement where Hannibal's cavalry proved decisively superior to their Roman counterparts. It wasn't a major battle by ancient standards, more like a large skirmish that happened to involve several thousand men, but it sent an important message. Despite the Alpine crossing, despite the army's reduced size, Carthaginian forces could defeat Roman legions in open combat. The psychological impact of Ticinus exceeded its tactical significance. Hannibal had proven he could hurt Rome in its own territory, and Roman allies throughout Italy began reconsidering their commitments. If Rome couldn't protect itself, could it protect them? If this Carthaginian general was as capable as rumour suggested, might joining him be safer than opposing him? Winter approached, bringing the traditional end to the campaign season. Ancient armies generally didn't fight during winter months. Supplies became scarce, weather made movement difficult, and everyone recognised that there were better uses of time than fighting in snow and mud. Hannibal established winter quarters in Cisalpine Gaul, allowing his army to recover while he planned the following year's campaign. This period of relative calm was when Hannibal truly demonstrated his gift for leadership. Managing an army in combat is one thing. Any competent general can order charges and retreats. Managing an army during months of inactivity, keeping soldiers trained and motivated while preventing the kind of indiscipline that idle armies develop, requires different skills entirely. Hannibal maintained his troops' edge through regular training and occasional raids that kept both his soldiers and their enemies alert. He rotated units through different duties, ensuring no one felt their service was less important than others. He settled disputes, enforced discipline, and maintained the careful balance between firmness and fairness that marks effective military leadership. The elephants required special attention during these months. These weren't hardy mountain animals adapted to Italian winters. They were creatures from North Africa, suffering in climate conditions their biology wasn't designed to handle. Handlers spent enormous effort keeping them warm, healthy, and mentally stimulated, understanding that these animals were valuable psychological weapons worth the investment of time and resources. As winter progressed, Hannibal received intelligence about Roman preparations for the following year. Rome was raising new legions, calling in allies, and generally mobilizing for the kind of total war effort that their military system enabled. The Roman Senate wasn't panicking. Romans didn't panic, at least not publicly, but they were taking Hannibal seriously in ways they hadn't bothered to before his arrival. Hannibal used this time to refine his strategic understanding of Italy. He studied maps drawn by local guides, interviewed traders who knew the road networks, and carefully considered which Roman allies might be persuaded to switch sides. His goal wasn't to conquer Italy city by city. That would take more resources than Carthage possessed. Instead, he aimed to break Rome's alliance system, leaving the city isolated and vulnerable. The quiet months also allowed Hannibal's soldiers to fully recover from the Alpine crossing. Frostbite healed or scarred over into permanent reminders. Bodies regained strength, lost to starvation and exposure. Equipment was repaired or replaced, and the army that emerged from winter quarters was fundamentally different from the ragged force that had stumbled out of the mountains months earlier. Spring brought renewed campaigning, and the realization that Hannibal's arrival in Italy had transformed the strategic situation in ways Rome was still struggling to comprehend. The legions sent to intercept him in Spain were now uselessly positioned hundreds of miles from the actual war. The fleets meant to prevent invasion found themselves with nothing to intercept. Rome's careful defensive planning had been rendered irrelevant by one audacious march. But more importantly, Hannibal's mere presence in Italy was forcing Rome to fight on his terms rather than their own. Instead of choosing when and where to campaign, Rome had to respond to Carthaginian movements. Instead of taking war to enemy territory, they had to defend their own homeland. The psychological shift was profound. Rome had always been the aggressor, the expanding power. Now they were reacting, defending, and uncertain. The Po Valley, where Hannibal had established himself, became a stage where two very different military philosophies would test each other. Rome relied on citizen soldiers organized into legions, fighting in tight formations that emphasized collective discipline over individual heroism. Hannibal commanded mercenaries from a dozen nations, each with their own fighting styles, united by their general's tactical brilliance and the promise of plunder. As the weather warmed and roads dried, both sides prepared for the campaign that would determine whether Hannibal's incredible journey would become a lasting strategic achievement or simply a spectacular suicide mission. The Alps had been crossed, the army had recovered, and now the real test would begin, not of endurance or determination, but of whether Hannibal could actually accomplish what he'd come to Italy to do. Let's pause here in the story as winter turns to spring in northern Italy, and talk about something that ancient historians often skip over in their excitement to describe battles and conquests. Let's talk about the waiting, the preparing, and the long stretches of time when armies existed but didn't fight, when soldiers were simply people trying to survive another day in a foreign land far from home. Hannibal's camp during those months between major engagements would have felt less like a military installation and more like a mobile city. Picture rows of tents arranged with military precision, yes, but also the organic chaos that develops wherever humans settle temporarily. Smiths work portable forges, repairing equipment and occasionally creating new items when materials allow. Sutlers, those civilian merchants who follow armies like seabirds follow fishing boats, trade luxuries and necessities with soldiers who have coin or goods to exchange. The smell would be distinctive. Smoke from countless fires, food cooking in various styles as different ethnic groups prepare meals according to their traditions, the ever-present odour of horses and elephants, and the tang of metal being worked and leather being treated. It's not unpleasant exactly, but it's dense with information if you know how to read it. A sudden increase in metalworking means the army expects combat soon. More food being prepared than usual suggests either a celebration or preparations for a march. The sounds create their own rhythm. Soldiers training in the mornings, the clash of wooden practice weapons, the counting cadence used to coordinate movements, occasional laughter when someone makes a mistake that's funny rather than dangerous. Animals being tended, horses whickering for food, elephants making those low, rumbling sounds that you feel in your chest more than hear with your ears. Multiple languages in conversation, the linguistic diversity of the Mediterranean world compressed into a few acres of Italian countryside. Hannibal moved through these camps with a familiarity that suggested he was as comfortable here as anywhere. He'd spent most of his adult life with armies and understood their rhythms and needs. When he inspected troops, he didn't just check their equipment, he asked about their health, their concerns, and whether they were receiving adequate supplies. This wasn't merely calculated leadership. It reflected a genuine understanding that soldiers fight better when they believe their commander actually cares whether they live or die. The elephants required constant attention even when not preparing for combat. These animals couldn't simply be parked somewhere and ignored until needed. They were complex beings with physical and psychological requirements that their handlers worked to meet. Each elephant had a personality, preferences and moods that varied as much as human moods vary. Some were naturally bold, eager to advance when given the signal. Others were more cautious, requiring encouragement and reassurance before confronting anything unusual. Training elephants for combat involved strange compromises between the animal's nature and military necessities. You can't force an elephant to charge into danger it finds genuinely terrifying. The animal is too large and powerful to compel. Instead, handlers work to make combat situations seem safe enough that the elephant's trust in its handler outweighed its natural caution. It was a relationship built over years, based on mutual respect, and the elephant's recognition that following its handler's directions had always led to safety and food in the past. During these calm periods between major engagements, the army also dealt with the administrative realities that kept any military force functioning. Supplies had to be inventoried, distributed and protected from theft or spoilage. Pay had to be calculated and distributed. Mercenaries fight for money, and armies that don't pay regularly tend to dissolve through desertion or mutiny. Letters from home, carried by merchants or travelling soldiers, brought news that connected these warriors to lives they'd left behind months or years earlier. Medical care occupied significant attention. Ancient warfare generated injuries that didn't immediately kill but required extended treatment. Wounds that needed cleaning and monitoring to prevent infection. Broken bones that needed setting and time to heal. And illnesses that spread through camps with depressing regularity. The army had physicians, but their knowledge was limited by contemporary understanding of medicine. They could set bones, stitch wounds, and had some effective herbal treatments. But infection remained a mysterious killer that struck seemingly at random. The psychological toll of military life during these periods manifested in various ways. Some soldiers became superstitious, developing elaborate rituals meant to ensure survival in the next battle. Others became reckless, affecting an attitude of careless bravado that masked genuine fear. Many simply became quiet, conserving emotional energy for the challenges they knew were coming. Hannibal's leadership during these calm periods was perhaps more important than his tactical brilliance in combat. Keeping an army cohesive and effective during months of relative inactivity requires different skills than winning battles. He had to maintain discipline while preventing the kind of harsh enforcement that would breed resentment. He had to keep soldiers trained and ready while not exhausting them through pointless drill. He had to balance competing demands from different ethnic groups within his force, ensuring no one felt consistently disadvantaged or disrespected. The Gallic warriors who joined Hannibal's army brought their own cultural expectations about warfare. They were used to seasonal raiding, quick campaigns followed by returns home to handle agricultural work. The idea of multi-year campaigns far from home, fighting not for plunder but for strategic objectives, represented a cultural adjustment that required patient explanation and management. Religious observances provided structure and meaning during these waiting periods. Different groups within the army worshipped different gods, conducted different rituals, and observed different festivals. Hannibal, who'd been raised in the religiously diverse world of Carthage, understood that allowing these observances strengthened rather than weakened his army. Soldiers who felt their gods were honoured fought with more confidence than those forced to abandon their spiritual practices. The passage of seasons marked time in ways that the mere counting of days couldn't capture. Spring brought warmer weather and the resumption of serious campaigning. Summer meant heat and dust, long marches under the Mediterranean sun that turned armour into portable ovens. Autumn brought harvests that could be appropriated to feed the army, and the knowledge that winter would soon limit mobility again. Each season had its rhythm, its challenges, and its opportunities. News from the wider world filtered into camp through various channels. Merchants trading with the army, deserters from Roman forces, and diplomatic envoys from Italian cities considering their options. Through these sources, Hannibal tracked Roman preparations, learned which allies were wavering in their loyalty, and gathered the intelligence that informed his strategic decisions. Letters from Carthage arrived irregularly, bringing news from home and instructions from the government that theoretically controlled this campaign. But distance and the difficulty of communication meant Hannibal operated with enormous autonomy. The Carthaginian Senate might pass resolutions about what he should do, but by the time those instructions reached Italy, circumstances had usually changed enough that they were irrelevant. Hannibal fought his war according to his own judgment, for better or worse. The relationship between Hannibal and his soldiers during these calm periods created bonds that would be tested in coming battles. When soldiers had watched their general share their hardships for months or years, had seen him eat the same food and endure the same weather, and had observed him making decisions that prioritized their welfare when possible, they developed loyalty that couldn't be purchased or commanded. This loyalty would prove crucial when battles went badly, and retreat seemed more rational than continued fighting. As each period of relative peace ended and the army prepared for the next campaign, soldiers performed the small rituals that warriors have always performed before combat. Equipment was checked one final time. Personal items were secured or given to comrades for safekeeping in case of death. Some soldiers wrote letters to be sent home if they didn't survive. Others simply spent quiet time alone, contemplating mortality in whatever terms their religion or philosophy provided. The elephants sensed these shifts in mood and routine. Their handlers could tell when the army was preparing for combat by subtle changes in the animal's behaviour. Increased nervousness, reluctance to eat, and the way they grouped together as if seeking mutual reassurance. Managing these magnificent but temperamental creatures required understanding that they responded to human emotional states with surprising sensitivity. And then the waiting would end. Scouts would report Roman movements, or intelligence would arrive about a vulnerable target, or strategic necessity would demand action regardless of whether anyone felt ready. The camp would transform from a temporary city back into a military machine, all those months of waiting and preparation distilling into renewed purpose. But even as the army prepared to march toward whatever awaited them, the memories of these calm periods remained. Soldiers carried with them the knowledge that their comrades were people, not just weapons to be employed in combat. Commanders understood that their decisions affected real lives, families back home who depended on husbands and fathers and sons returning from this foreign war. This human dimension, the waiting, the wondering, the quiet moments between dramatic events, is often lost in historical accounts that focus on battles and movements. But for the men who lived through Hannibal's Italian campaign, these calm periods were as much a part of their experience as any dramatic confrontation. They were the times when friendships formed, when fears were shared, and when the reality of being far from home with an uncertain future pressed most heavily on consciousness. Now let's fast forward through the years that followed, not because the battles aren't important, but because tonight's story is about something deeper than tactical victories and strategic manoeuvring. It's about how one man's dream and one impossible march created ripples that spread across centuries, changing how humans thought about possibility itself. Hannibal would spend 15 more years in Italy after crossing the Alps, winning battles that should have destroyed Rome but never quite achieving the decisive victory that would break Rome's power. He won at Trebia, at Trasimene, and most famously at Cannae, where he destroyed a Roman army twice his size through tactical brilliance that military strategists still study today. Yet Rome refused to surrender, refused to negotiate, simply raised new legions, and continued fighting with a stubbornness that eventually wore down even Hannibal's remarkable army. The story's end isn't happy by conventional measures. Hannibal was eventually recalled to Carthage to defend against Roman invasion. He lost his first battle at Zama, not because he'd forgotten how to fight, but because Rome had finally learned from its defeats and produced a general, Scipio Africanus, who could match Hannibal's brilliance. Carthage sued for peace on Rome's terms, accepting conditions that guaranteed they'd never again threaten Roman power. Hannibal lived on for years after the war, serving his city as a civil administrator, trying to rebuild Carthaginian prosperity through commerce, since military competition was no longer possible. Eventually, pursued by Roman demands for his surrender, he took poison rather than be captured, dying in exile far from the Carthage he'd spent his life trying to protect. It's the kind of ending that ancient tragedies were built around. The brilliant hero undone not by lack of skill, but by forces larger than any individual could control. But here's what makes Hannibal's story worth remembering 2 millennia later. He permanently changed what humans thought was possible. Before Hannibal, armies didn't cross the Alps with elephants. They didn't march from Spain to Italy through territory that geography said was impassable. They didn't win battles through tactical creativity that turned expected advantages into fatal vulnerabilities. The Mediterranean world had assumptions about warfare, about logistics, and about what was feasible, and Hannibal casually demolished those assumptions through the simple expedient of ignoring them. His crossing of the Alps became the standard example for impossible journeys. When Napoleon crossed the Alps centuries later, using proper roads that hadn't existed in Hannibal's time, he explicitly compared himself to the Carthaginian general, because that's how deeply Hannibal's feat had embedded itself in Western consciousness. When military planners talk about bold strategic moves that ignore conventional thinking, Hannibal's name comes up with the regularity of a metaphor that's earned its place through sheer appropriateness. The tactical innovations Hannibal demonstrated at battles like Cannae influenced military thinking for centuries. The double envelopment he executed there, where his army surrounded and destroyed a larger Roman force, became a template that generals dreamed of replicating. Modern military academies still teach Cannae as an example of perfect tactical execution, which means 20-something cadets today study a battle fought by a Carthaginian general 2,200 years ago. But Hannibal's deeper legacy isn't really about military tactics or strategic innovation. It's about what his story teaches about human capability, determination, and the relationship between dreams and reality. Consider what Hannibal actually accomplished. He took a diverse army of mercenaries who had no particular loyalty to each other, led them through a journey that everyone said would kill them, and forged them into a force that repeatedly defeated the ancient world's most successful military power. He did this not through overwhelming resources or supernatural intervention, but through leadership, planning, and the ability to inspire people to attempt things they didn't think they could achieve. The soldiers who crossed the Alps with Hannibal weren't special forces or elite troops at the start of that journey. They were ordinary men, farmers' sons, tribal warriors, poor young men seeking fortune, who became extraordinary through the simple act of continuing when continuing seemed impossible. That transformation suggests something important about human potential. Our limits are more flexible than we assume, and sometimes the only thing preventing achievement is our certainty that achievement isn't possible. Hannibal's story also demonstrates how individual vision can overcome structural disadvantages. Carthage was weaker than Rome by almost any objective measure. Smaller population, less extensive alliance network, fewer resources. A conventional strategic analysis would have concluded that Carthage couldn't win a direct conflict with Rome, which was probably accurate. But Hannibal didn't attempt conventional strategy. He invented a new approach, found a route no one expected, and nearly defeated Rome despite all structural advantages favouring his enemy. This has implications beyond ancient warfare. In business, politics, personal life, anywhere someone faces challenges that seem overwhelming. Hannibal's example suggests that creative approaches can sometimes overcome apparently insurmountable obstacles. Not always, not reliably, but often enough that attempting the seemingly impossible isn't automatically foolish. The story also illustrates the limitations of individual brilliance. Hannibal was possibly the most gifted military commander of ancient times, yet he ultimately failed to achieve his strategic objectives. Rome's institutional strength, its ability to absorb defeats and continue fighting, its extensive alliance system and its governmental stability proved more durable than Hannibal's personal genius. Sometimes the structural realities really do win, no matter how capable the individuals challenging them. This tension between individual agency and structural forces is part of why Hannibal's story remains compelling. He succeeded beyond any reasonable expectation, yet ultimately failed to change the historical trajectory he challenged. He was simultaneously incredibly successful and fundamentally unsuccessful, which makes his story more interesting than if he'd either conquered Rome or been immediately defeated. The human element of Hannibal's legacy might be its most enduring aspect. Here was someone who cared enough about his soldiers to share their hardships, who developed relationships with war elephants that his handlers respected, and who could inspire loyalty from people who had every reason to desert or betray him. In an era when military commanders often viewed soldiers as expendable resources, Hannibal treated them as humans whose welfare mattered beyond their utility in combat. This approach to leadership, combining strategic brilliance with genuine concern for those being led, has influenced thinking about management and command ever since. Modern military leadership doctrine still emphasizes the importance of leaders who share their subordinates' hardships, and business management theory often discusses the value of leaders who prioritize employee welfare. These ideas trace back through various sources, but Hannibal's example is one of the earliest and clearest instances of this leadership philosophy in action. The elephants themselves became legendary, symbols of Hannibal's audacity and exoticism. For centuries after, writers who wanted to suggest something was impossibly difficult would compare it to taking elephants over the Alps. The fact that most of the elephants died during the Italian campaign, from climate, combat, and simple exhaustion, somehow doesn't diminish the legend. If anything, it enhances it, demonstrating that Hannibal attempted his impossible journey despite knowing the cost would be enormous. Rome itself was transformed by the Hannibalic Wars in ways that shaped its future development. The near-death experience of facing Hannibal in Italy convinced Romans that their survival required total dominance of the Mediterranean world. The Roman Empire that would later stretch from Britain to Mesopotamia was built partly on lessons learned during those desperate years when a Carthaginian army wandered through Italy, seemingly unstoppable. Carthage's eventual destruction, raised completely in a later war, its territory sown with salt in a gesture of absolute annihilation, was partly motivated by Roman trauma from Hannibal's campaigns. Rome had been so frightened by what one Carthaginian general had accomplished that they decided the only safe Carthage was no Carthage at all. It's a sobering reminder that sometimes success creates its own disasters. Hannibal's brilliance helped ensure his civilization's destruction. The cultural memory of Hannibal spread far beyond the Mediterranean world. His name appears in text from cultures that had no direct contact with Carthage or Rome, passed along through trade routes and cultural exchange until even people in medieval Europe and Asia knew stories about the general who crossed the impossible mountains. This kind of cultural persistence suggests that his story touched something universal about human ambition and achievement. Modern historians continue debating details of Hannibal's campaigns, which pass he used, exactly how many troops he had, and whether specific accounts of battles are accurate. But these scholarly debates, important as they are to specialists, miss the larger point. Hannibal's legacy isn't really about the precise details of his campaigns. It's about the story those campaigns tell regarding what humans can accomplish when they refuse to accept conventional limitations. As you settle deeper into your blankets and feel sleep beginning to pull at your consciousness, let's bring this story to its quiet close with some final thoughts about Hannibal and his march through time and memory. Somewhere in northern Italy, if you look carefully, you can still find traces of the routes Hannibal's army followed. Not obvious monuments or dramatic markers, but subtle signs visible to those who know what to look for. Old roads that follow paths chosen for military logistics rather than commercial convenience. Place names that echo in languages descended from the tribes who witnessed that unprecedented army's passage. The Alps themselves remain, unchanged by the armies that have crossed them over millennia. The passes that seemed so impossibly difficult to Hannibal's soldiers are now threaded with highways and rail tunnels, made manageable by engineering that would seem like divine intervention to ancient travellers. Yet for anyone who's walked in genuine mountain wilderness, who's felt altitude steal their breath and cold numb their fingers, Hannibal's achievement remains impressive regardless of modern technological advancement. Think about those soldiers who made the crossing, the ones who survived to tell their grandchildren about the time they walked over the roof of the world, following a general whose dreams seemed like madness until it succeeded. They returned eventually to homes in Libya, Iberia and Numidia, those who survived the Italian campaigns, carrying memories of snow-covered peaks and desperate mountain passages. Some probably exaggerated their stories, making the mountains higher and the dangers greater with each retelling. Others probably understated them, finding that the reality defied description and that listeners couldn't really understand what they had experienced. The elephants that survived the crossing lived out their remaining years in Italy, exotic creatures far from their African homes, cared for by handlers who'd crossed impossible mountains in their company. When these elephants died, from age, combat, or simple exhaustion, their passing marked the end of one of history's most unusual military logistics efforts. No one would attempt war elephants in Alpine campaigns again, partly because Hannibal had demonstrated both that it was possible and that the cost probably exceeded the benefits. Hannibal himself, in his later years of exile, sometimes spoke about the Alpine crossing to those who visited him. By then it had been decades since that extraordinary march, and the world had moved on to other conflicts and concerns. But for Hannibal, the crossing remained central to his identity. The moment when he'd proven that will and planning could overcome barriers everyone else considered absolute. In his final moments, taking poison rather than surrendering to Roman capture, did Hannibal think about the Alps? What about the young men who'd followed him over impossible mountains because they believed in his vision? About the elephants struggling through snowdrifts and the scouts finding paths where no paths should exist? We can't know, but it's pleasant to imagine that his last thoughts included some satisfaction about that impossible achievement, that dream made real through determination and leadership. The story of Hannibal's crossing lives on because it speaks to something fundamental about human nature. We need stories about people who refused to accept limitations, who looked at impossible challenges and decided to attempt them anyway. Not because these stories guarantee success. Hannibal ultimately failed in his larger strategic objectives, but because they remind us that impossible is often just difficult in disguise, and that human capability exceeds what we typically demand of ourselves. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself on that mountain pass, looking back at the route you've climbed and forward toward the descent into Italy. The air is thin and cold, the path ahead uncertain, but you've come too far to turn back now. Around you, thousands of others are making the same journey, sharing the same hardships, bound together by common purpose and shared impossibility achieved. This is what Hannibal gave to history, not just tactical innovations or strategic lessons, but a story about what becomes possible when people refuse to accept conventional limitations. A story about leadership that inspires rather than compels, about soldiers who become heroes through simple perseverance, about elephants in snowdrifts and armies achieving the impossible through the accumulation of small possible steps. Sleep now, comfortable in your warm bed, safe from cold and altitude and the dangers that Hannibal's soldiers faced. But carry with you into dreams the knowledge that 2,000 years ago, people did impossible things because one man dreamed them possible and had the skill to make others share that dream. The Alps still stand, snow-covered and magnificent, indifferent to the humans who crossed them. But they remember in their patient, stony way the army that shouldn't have been able to pass but did, leaving footprints in snow that melted millennia ago, but somehow still mark the path between impossible and accomplished. Tomorrow you'll wake to your own challenges, your own mountains to cross, metaphorical certainly, but no less real for being personal rather than geographic. When you face them, remember Hannibal and his soldiers, taking one step at a time through impossible terrain, proving that sometimes the only way to cross an impassable barrier is to stop believing it's impassable and start walking. Rest well. Dream of elephants in snow, of generals who dared greatly, of soldiers who achieved the impossible by refusing to accept impossibility, and know that their story continues as long as people remember that human will, properly applied with skill and determination, can reshape the world in ways that seem like legend until they become history. The calm wars of Rome ended long ago, but their lessons remain, carried forward through centuries by stories told on nights like this, when sleep approaches and the past seems near enough to touch. Hannibal crossed the Alps 2,000 years ago, but his journey continues every time someone faces an impossible challenge and decides to attempt it anyway. Sleep now. The mountains have been crossed. The story has been told. And tomorrow awaits with its own adventures, its own impossibilities waiting to be transformed through determination into achievements that future generations might remember with wonder. Picture London on a warm evening in late August 1939. The sun is setting over the Thames, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose that reflect off the river's surface like liquid copper. Street lamps are beginning their nightly ritual, that gentle flickering as they come to life one by one, creating pools of yellow warmth along the pavements. Shop windows glow with displays of summer dresses and wireless sets, casting rectangles of light onto the sidewalks where couples stroll arm in arm, their shadows long and lazy in the golden hour. You can hear the particular sounds of a city in its evening mode, the rumble of red double-decker buses, the clip-clop of delivery horses making their final rounds, and the cheerful ting of bicycle bells as workers pedal home for supper. From open windows comes the smell of cooking, roast dinners, boiled potatoes, and the yeasty warmth of fresh bread. Radios play dance music, the kind with horns and steady rhythms that make your foot tap without thinking about it. In Paris, the cafes are filling with their usual evening crowd. The Eiffel Tower stands illuminated against the darkening sky, its iron lattice outlined in electric brilliance like a piece of jewellery against velvet. There are neon signs advertising aperitifs, warm light coming from restaurant interiors, and the headlamps of Citroëns and Renaults making rivers of light along the Champs-Élysées. Street musicians play accordions on corners, their cases open for coins that clink with a satisfying metallic ring. Berlin too is bathed in light. The grand buildings along Unter den Linden are floodlit, their neoclassical facades standing proud and imposing. The shops stay open late, their windows full of goods that speak of prosperity and order. Electric trams hum along their tracks, their interiors bright and modern, filled with passengers reading newspapers or chatting about their days. These cities have spent decades building their electrical infrastructure, stringing miles of cable, installing countless fixtures, and creating networks of illumination that have become as fundamental to urban life as running water or paved streets. The age of electric light is barely 50 years old, still young enough to feel miraculous. People who grew up with oil lamps and candles now flip switches without thinking, banishing darkness with a casual gesture that would have seemed like sorcery to their grandparents. But on September 1st, 1939, everything changes. Germany invades Poland, and within hours Britain and France are making preparations that have been planned in secret for months. Government officials retrieve documents from locked safes, civil defence workers report to their posts, and ordinary citizens receive instructions that will alter the appearance of their world in ways both profound and peculiar. The blackout is coming. You might wonder why darkness would be chosen as a defence strategy. The logic is straightforward but chilling. Bombers navigating at night need visual reference points to find their targets. A city ablaze with light is as easy to spot from the air as a lighthouse on a dark coast. Remove that light, and the bombers are flying over an invisible landscape, unable to distinguish a munitions factory from a residential neighbourhood, or a railway junction from a park. So the decision is made. When night falls, the lights must go out. Not just some lights, or most lights, but all lights. Every window must be covered, every street lamp extinguished, and every car driven with hooded headlamps that cast only the faintest glow. The great cities of Europe will disappear from view, pulled beneath a blanket of darkness as complete as any medieval village knew. The preparations happen with remarkable speed. Shops sell out of black fabric within hours. Hardware stores run out of paint, tape, cardboard, anything that might be used to block light. The government has printed millions of leaflets explaining the regulations, and these appear in letterboxes like strange invitations to a backwards party, where the goal is to extinguish rather than illuminate. You can imagine the conversations happening in homes across Britain that first weekend of September. Families standing in their parlours, looking at their windows with newfound assessment, calculating how many yards of material they'll need, whether thick curtains will suffice, or if they'll need something more substantial. There's an odd domesticity to these calculations, as if they're redecorating for some peculiar aesthetic preference rather than preparing for war. The instructions are specific and somewhat overwhelming. Windows must be covered so thoroughly that not a crack of light escapes. This includes skylights, glass doors, and even the tiny windows in bathrooms. The penalty for showing light is not insignificant. Fines that could strain a working family's budget, and more importantly, the social pressure of knowing that your carelessness might endanger your neighbours. On September 3rd, Britain officially declares war on Germany. That evening, as darkness approaches, the blackout begins in earnest. It's a Sunday, traditionally a day of rest, of family dinners and evening strolls. But this Sunday evening will be different from any the nation has known in living memory. The sun sets at approximately 7:30 p.m. on that first blackout evening in early September 1939. As twilight deepens, you would notice something extraordinary happening, or rather, not happening. The usual sequence of lights awakening across the city simply doesn't occur. The street lamps remain dark, shop windows stay unlit. The familiar glow that typically begins to define buildings and streets remains absent. Instead, there's a collective dimming, as if someone is slowly turning down the brightness control on the entire world. As the last and natural light fades from the western sky, darkness arrives with unusual completeness. Not the partial darkness of a normal night, punctuated by human-made illumination, but something approaching the darkness of the countryside or wilderness. The kind of dark that city dwellers might encounter only on camping trips or during power outages. The psychological impact is immediate and disorienting. Human beings have an ancient, hardwired response to darkness. We are diurnal creatures, adapted for daylight activity, and our nervous systems treat darkness as a signal for rest or potential danger. For thousands of years, darkness meant retreat to shelter, gathering around fires, and ceasing productive activity until sunrise. Electric light changed all that, extending the day artificially, allowing cities to function around the clock. Now suddenly, that ancient relationship with darkness is restored, but in an urban context where it feels profoundly unnatural. You're surrounded by buildings and streets, the infrastructure of modern civilization, yet experiencing a darkness that belongs to a pre-industrial era. It creates a kind of temporal vertigo, as if you've travelled backward in time while remaining physically in the present. The first challenge is simply moving around. Walking down a familiar street becomes an exercise in careful navigation. Your eyes strain to distinguish shapes in the gloom, the outline of a pillar box, the curve of a curb, the silhouette of another person approaching. Curbs and steps become hazards. More than one person trips over their own doorstep in those early blackout evenings, misjudging distances in the absence of light. Cars and buses face even greater challenges. Vehicle headlamps must be fitted with special covers that restrict their light to a tiny slit, casting only the weakest beam onto the road ahead. Imagine driving at walking speed, peering through your windshield at a street you can barely see, watching for pedestrians who appear as mere shadows, and trying to avoid other vehicles that are equally difficult to spot. The accident rate in these early blackout days spikes alarmingly. Collisions between vehicles, cars striking pedestrians, and people walking into lampposts or falling into gutters. There's a particular comedy to some of these mishaps, though nobody finds them funny at the time. Respectable citizens stumble into hedges. Delivery boys cycle into parked cars. A bishop walking home from evening service mistakes a stranger's front gate for his own and spends several confused minutes trying to unlock it before realising his error. These little disasters become part of the blackout experience, stories to share over tea, and evidence that everyone is struggling with the same strange new reality. The government's air raid precautions wardens, quickly nicknamed ARP wardens, begin their patrols. These are ordinary citizens, volunteers and part-timers, given the authority to enforce blackout regulations. They walk the streets with masked torches, watching for any violation, any crack of light that might betray a city's presence to aircraft overhead. The wardens develop a certain reputation for zealousness. They'll knock sharply on doors at the faintest glimpse of light, their voices carrying through the darkness with urgent whispers, "Put that light out." The phrase becomes so common it turns into a kind of catchphrase, repeated in music halls and radio comedies, a verbal symbol of the blackout's intrusion into private life. Inside homes, families are adapting to their new evening routines. The process of preparing for blackout becomes a nightly ritual, performed as twilight approaches. You would rise from your chair, set down your tea, and begin the systematic covering of windows. Some families use elaborate curtain systems, heavy fabric on tracks that slide into place. Others make do with simpler solutions, blankets pinned over frames, sheets of cardboard wedged into place, and layers of newspaper taped to glass. The effect on interior space is claustrophobic. With windows covered, rooms lose their connection to the outside world. You can't glance out to check the weather, can't see the comforting glow of neighbouring houses, and can't watch the moon rise or stars appear. Your home becomes a sealed box, cut off from the usual visual reference points that orient you in time and space. Lighting inside must be carefully managed too. Many families reduce their use of electric lights, partly from habit, saving resources for the war effort, and partly from an almost superstitious fear that somehow light will escape despite their precautions. They rely instead on single dim bulbs or return to older technologies, oil lamps, candles and gaslight where it's still available. The quality of light changes, becoming warmer but weaker, creating deep shadows in room corners, making reading difficult and turning evening hours into something quieter and more subdued. There's an economic dimension to this darkness too. Electric companies reduce their output as demand plummets. Coal consumption drops as power stations throttle back. Street maintenance crews no longer need to service lamps. The entire infrastructure of urban illumination, built up over decades, sits idle. It's as if a major technological achievement has been suddenly paused, put on hold for the duration. But perhaps the most striking aspect of these first blackout nights is the quiet. With activities constrained by darkness, with people staying indoors more, and with traffic reduced to a cautious crawl, cities become genuinely hushed, in a way they haven't been since the 19th century. Standing on a London street at 9 o'clock on a blackout evening, you might hear sounds that normally drown in the urban cacophony. Wind rustling through plane trees, the distant hoot of an owl in a park, your own footsteps echoing off building facades, the creak of your shoe leather and the whisper of your coat. This quiet has its own peculiar quality, different from the silence of the countryside or wilderness. It's a metropolitan quiet, the sound of millions of people deliberately hushing themselves, suppressing their normal activities and existing in a state of communal restraint. It feels pregnant with potential, as if the city is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen or not happen. As September progresses into October, and October into November, the blackout stops being a shocking novelty and becomes instead the new normal. Human beings are remarkably adaptable creatures, and people develop strategies, habits, and even preferences around their darkened existence. Shops adjust their hours, opening earlier to catch morning light and closing well before darkness makes shopping impractical. The rhythm of commercial life shifts backward, becoming more diurnal, more aligned with natural light cycles. Markets bustle at dawn in ways they haven't for generations. Office workers arrive earlier and leave earlier, trying to complete their commutes while the sun still offers some guidance. Fashion adapts to darkness with unexpected creativity. People begin wearing white or light-coloured clothing in the evenings, making themselves more visible to others navigating the gloom. Women carry their white handbags rather than darker ones. Men sport white handkerchiefs in their breast pockets. Some particularly safety-conscious individuals paint white stripes on their clothing, looking rather like zebras as they hurry along pavements. The practice extends to inanimate objects. Curbs are painted white to make them visible. The trunks of trees lining streets receive white bands. Pillar boxes get white stripes. Even dogs acquire white collars so they can be spotted in the darkness. The effect, glimpsed in whatever dim light is available, is oddly festive, as if the city has been decorated for some backward celebration, where white rather than bright colours provide the decoration. Businesses find innovative ways to continue operating despite the darkness. Restaurants use dim red lights that supposedly don't carry as far as white light. Cinemas schedule more matinee showings. Pubs install double-door systems. Small enclosed lobbies where patrons can enter and close one door before opening the second, preventing light from spilling onto the street. These little airlocks become social spaces in themselves, places where strangers pause together in compressed transition zones, sharing apologetic smiles in the darkness before one of them ventures to open the inner door. The entertainment industry adapts with characteristic resilience. Radio becomes even more central to evening life, providing entertainment that requires no light beyond what's needed to see the dial. Families gather around their wireless sets in dimly lit rooms, following dramas and comedies, listening to news broadcasts that have taken on new urgency. The BBC develops new programming specifically suited to blackout conditions. Gentle, calming content for people sitting in darkened rooms, trying not to think too much about why they're sitting in darkened rooms. Reading becomes more challenging. Even with curtains drawn and no light escaping, many people find it difficult to read by the dim bulbs they allow themselves. Books are held closer to faces, causing eye strain. Some people rediscover the pleasure of reading aloud, with partners or family members taking turns performing stories or newspaper articles for each other. It's a practice that had largely died out with widespread literacy and individual reading lights, now resurrected by necessity and turning out to be rather pleasant. A return to the old tradition of communal storytelling, updated for the 20th century. Children adapt to the blackout with the flexibility of youth, though it complicates their lives in numerous ways. School days reorganise around available daylight. Evening activities, scouts, girl guides and youth clubs either move to afternoon hours or take on a different character as participants gather in carefully blacked out halls. Games and activities shift toward those that don't require good visibility. Card games become popular. Board games experience a revival. Radio quiz shows inspire living room competitions. The blackout creates unexpected opportunities for mischief too. In the darkness, it's easier to stay out later than your parents realise, to slip away unseen, and to conduct the small rebellions of adolescence with reduced risk of detection. More than one teenager discovers that the blackout, for all its restrictions, offers a kind of freedom that comes with reduced surveillance. For young couples, the darkness provides both challenges and possibilities. Traditional courtship rituals, evening strolls, cinema visits, cafe dates, must be reconsidered. Walking together requires linking arms, not just romantically but practically, for navigation and safety. The darkness creates a kind of intimacy by default, a closeness born of necessity that might not otherwise develop so quickly. First kisses happen in deeper darkness than any previous generation experienced, unobserved by passers-by who can barely see their own feet. Workers in essential services face particular challenges. Doctors making house calls navigate by memory and guesswork, their medical bags bumping against their legs as they feel their way along streets. Nurses on night shifts move through hospital corridors lit only by shielded lamps, checking on patients in wards kept darker than anyone finds comfortable. Fire brigades drill extensively for responding to emergencies in near-total darkness, developing systems of communication that rely on sound and touch rather than visual signals. The postal service continues its rounds, though postmen learn to sort mail by feel as much as sight, their fingers developing sensitivity to different paper stocks and envelope sizes. Milk deliveries continue in the pre-dawn darkness, the clink of bottles and the rattle of crates providing a kind of alarm clock, announcing the coming day to those awake early enough to hear it. Public transportation becomes an exercise in faith and routine. Bus conductors develop an almost supernatural ability to recognise stops in the darkness, calling them out with confidence born of long familiarity. Passengers learn to count stops and to listen for landmarks, a particular church bell, the sound of the river, and the change in echo as the bus passes between buildings of different heights. Regular commuters develop mental maps so detailed they could navigate their routes blindfolded, which is essentially what they're doing. As the months progress and Britain settles into what becomes known as the Phony War, a period when war has been declared but major fighting hasn't yet reached British soil, the blackout reveals unexpected dimensions. What began as an emergency measure starts to disclose peculiar beauties and strange pleasures that coexist with the anxiety and inconvenience. The night sky becomes visible in ways that city dwellers haven't experienced in decades. Without the light pollution that normally obscures all but the brightest stars, the full glory of the cosmos appears overhead. On clear nights, stepping outside is like discovering a lost artwork that's been hanging in your home all along, hidden behind a curtain you didn't realise was there. You can see the Milky Way from central London, that cloudy band of distant stars stretching across the darkness like a river of light. Constellations appear not as isolated bright points, but as part of complex star fields, patterns within patterns, depths, and layers that electric light normally renders invisible. The moon, when it's up, seems preposterously bright, casting real shadows, turning streets into silvered mazes, and making you understand why poets and lovers have obsessed over it for millennia. Some people find this revelation of the night sky almost worth the inconvenience of the blackout. Astronomy clubs form, taking advantage of viewing conditions that rival rural observatories. Amateur stargazers set up telescopes in parks and gardens, sharing glimpses of Jupiter's moons, Saturn's rings, and the craters of the moon in unprecedented detail. There's something hopeful about this. People looking upward at beauty and vastness while preparing for conflict that feels petty and small by comparison. The darkness also reveals the bioluminescence that normally goes unnoticed. On damp nights, decaying wood in parks glows with foxfire, that eerie green phosphorescence produced by certain fungi. People discover it by accident, initially alarmed by the spectral light, then fascinated by this natural illumination that requires no electricity. Some gather pieces of glowing wood, bringing them home like captured fairy lights, watching them pulse and fade in darkened rooms. Sound takes on new prominence in the absence of visual stimuli. Your hearing becomes more acute, more attentive to the acoustic environment. You notice the different sounds that shoes make on different surfaces, the crisp click of leather on pavement, the softer scuff on dirt, and the hollow echo when crossing a bridge. You become aware of how sound reflects off buildings, how it carries differently in cold air versus warm, and how wind affects what you can and cannot hear. Music heard in the blackout takes on different qualities. A piano played in a darkened room, with only the faintest light to illuminate the keys, seems to fill the space more completely. The notes appear to have more presence, more weight. Street musicians, fewer now but still present, create pockets of melody in the darkness, and pedestrians pause to listen in ways they might not in daylight, when vision provides so many competing distractions. Church bells continue to mark time, but their sound travels differently through the quieted city. Without traffic noise to muffle them, bells carry for miles, their various tones creating unintended harmonies as different churches mark the hours. Some people begin to navigate by bell sound, using familiar patterns to orient themselves even when visual landmarks are invisible. The blackout also amplifies smell. Without visual distraction, your nose provides more information than usual. You become aware of the particular scent of rain on stone, of fog carrying hints of the river, of coal smoke from chimneys, and of cooking from various houses, creating an olfactory map of your neighbourhood. Bakeries become locatable by scent before sight, the yeasty warmth of fresh bread serving as a beacon that draws customers through the darkness. But alongside these unexpected pleasures runs a constant undercurrent of unease. The darkness that reveals stars also conceals potential threats. Every shadow could be an obstacle, and every sound might signal danger. The human imagination, deprived of visual input, tends to fill in missing information with worst-case scenarios. That bump in the darkness is probably just someone's elbow making accidental contact, but for a moment your heart rate spikes with more primal fear. Women particularly feel vulnerable in the darkness. The reduced visibility that offers privacy to courting couples also provides cover for harassment and assault. Reported incidents of such crimes increase during the blackout, though it's unclear whether the actual rate rises or if darkness simply enables crimes that would happen regardless. Many women alter their routines, travelling only in groups, carrying whistles or other noisemakers, and avoiding certain areas that feel particularly threatening in the absence of light. The blackout also creates social isolation in unexpected ways. Without being able to see into neighbours' windows to note the comforting glow of occupied homes, people feel more alone. The physical proximity of urban life continues. You're still surrounded by thousands of other humans living their lives just beyond thin walls. But the visual confirmation of that presence disappears. Your neighbour might be 3 feet away on the other side of a wall, but in the darkness and quiet they might as well be miles distant. This isolation is particularly hard for the elderly and infirm. Those who already struggled with mobility find the darkness actively dangerous. The simple act of walking to a corner shop becomes fraught with hazard, unseen curbs to stumble over, obstacles to collide with, and the constant possibility of becoming disoriented and lost on familiar streets. Many older people choose to stay home more, venturing out only when absolutely necessary, accepting a constricted life as preferable to the risks of navigating the shadowed city. Mental health professionals notice an increase in reports of anxiety and depression. The darkness, combined with war stress, creates a psychological burden that some people struggle to manage. Sleep patterns disrupt. Some people sleep better in the deeper darkness, while others lie awake listening to every small sound, unable to relax into vulnerability. Dreams become more vivid for many, possibly because the darkness and quiet create fewer distractions from internal mental activity. Yet there's also a strange coziness to it all, a sense of communal experience that transcends the inconvenience and danger. Everyone is facing the same challenge, making the same adjustments, and developing the same odd competencies for navigating darkness. There's a camaraderie and shared difficulty, a democratic levelling that occurs when lord and labourer alike must feel their way along the same invisible street. Inside the blacked-out homes of Britain, family life reorganises itself around new limitations and possibilities. The blackout curtains that seal windows become daily fixtures, their operation as routine as making tea. Each evening, as natural light begins to fade, someone rises to perform the ritual, drawing heavy fabric across windows, checking for gaps, and ensuring no betraying gleam will mark the house from above. The rooms, once sealed, feel different, smaller somehow, even though their physical dimensions haven't changed. The absence of visual connection to the outside world makes interior spaces feel more like caves or cocoons, enclosed, inward-facing, and separate from the larger world. This can be comforting or claustrophobic depending on temperament and circumstance. For some, it creates a pleasant sense of snugness, everyone tucked safely together. For others, it feels confining, a nightly imprisonment in their own homes. Lighting becomes a subject of surprising complexity and importance. How much light is enough? Too little strains eyes and hampers activities, but too much feels wasteful, almost reckless. Families develop their own standards and practices. Some maintain just 1 or 2 lights in the most used rooms, leaving hallways and lesser used spaces in darkness. Others attempt to maintain something closer to their pre-war lighting levels, valuing normalcy over conservation. The quality of light matters too. Incandescent bulbs cast warm yellow-orange light that feels friendly and domestic. Gaslight, where it's still available, flickers slightly, creating moving shadows that some find nostalgic and others find eerie. Candles produce beautiful light but require attention. Someone must trim wicks, watch for drips, and ensure nothing catches fire. Oil lamps smell distinctive, a petroleum scent that becomes associated with winter evenings and the crackle of the wireless. Mealtimes adjust to the blackout's rhythms. Dinner happens earlier, while natural light still assists with cooking and table setting. The ritual of evening tea shifts backward too, or transforms into a simpler affair taken in dimly lit rooms. Some families find themselves eating more cold meals in the evening, avoiding the complexity of cooking in reduced light, and making do with sandwiches, leftover pie, cheese and crackers. Yet there's also an increased emphasis on making evening meals special, a conscious effort to maintain normalcy and comfort despite the circumstances. Mothers and wives take extra care with presentation, setting tables nicely even if the dining room is dim, using good china, and creating small ceremonies that assert civilization's continuity. These gestures matter more than they might seem. They're acts of resistance against the disruption, declarations that ordinary life persists despite extraordinary circumstances. After dinner, families gather together more than they might have before, with fewer options for individual entertainment, with darkness making it impractical to pursue separate activities in different rooms. People congregate in the best lit space, usually the sitting room or kitchen. This enforced togetherness recreates patterns of family life from earlier eras, before electric light allowed household members to scatter to different rooms pursuing individual interests. The wireless becomes the evening's focal point, its dial glowing like a small campfire, gathering the family around its broadcast voices. Programs structure the evening. The news at 9, followed by entertainment, then perhaps music before bed. Listening becomes a communal activity, something shared and discussed with reactions exchanged in real time. When something funny happens in a comedy program, the family's laughter mingles together in the dim room, creating a shared memory, a small moment of joy amidst anxiety. Games and puzzles experience a renaissance. Families bring out jigsaws, card decks, and board games that had been gathering dust in cupboards. These activities work well in dim light and accommodate multiple participants. The social dynamic shifts during gameplay. Hierarchies flatten, children can beat adults through luck or skill, and everyone participates on more equal terms. These evening game sessions create their own satisfaction, simple pleasures that don't require technology or brightness. Conversation, too, becomes more central to family life. Without the visual stimulation of bright rooms and varied activities, people talk more, tell stories, and share their days in greater detail. Parents discuss things with children that might normally be postponed or abbreviated. Siblings who might typically ignore each other in favour of separate pursuits find themselves actually conversing, getting to know each other better in these enforced periods of proximity. Reading aloud becomes a nightly ritual in many households. Father might read from the evening paper, sharing news and editorials, sometimes with commentary. Mother might read from novels, performing different voices for different characters, creating entertainment that doesn't require visual props. Older children might take turns reading, developing their expression and comfort with performance. These sessions revive an oral tradition that had been fading, turning literature back into something communal rather than solitary. Bedtime routines simplify in some ways. Without bright lights, the natural drowsiness that comes with darkness isn't artificially suppressed. Children get sleepy earlier, their circadian rhythms responding to environmental cues that electric light normally overrides. Parents find it easier to get little ones to bed when the whole house is already dim and quiet, when there's not much exciting happening to miss. But the darkness also introduces new nighttime fears, especially for children. The shadows in a dimly lit bedroom seem deeper, more ominous. The usual reassurance of "there's nothing there" becomes harder to verify when you actually can't see into corners and closets. Some parents leave candles burning, accepting the fire risk as preferable to childhood terror. Others develop new bedtime rituals, longer tucking-in sessions, stories told in soothing tones and songs hummed until sleep arrives. For parents themselves, the blackout creates its own intimacy and distance. Once children are asleep, couples have the evening to themselves in ways they might not have before, when evening activities might scatter family members to various entertainments. Yet the darkness and quiet also emphasize their isolation. Two people in a sealed house on a darkened street, living through history without knowing how the story ends. Some couples use this time for serious conversations that daylight and distraction had allowed them to postpone. Discussions about money, about plans for possible evacuation, about fears and hopes, and about what they'll do if the war intensifies. Other couples deliberately avoid heavy topics, preferring to maintain lightness to protect their evening hours as refugees from worry. They play cards, listen to music, and simply sit together in comfortable silence, taking comfort from physical proximity. The blackout affects married life in unexpected ways. The darkness provides privacy even in homes with thin walls and multiple inhabitants. Intimacy becomes easier when visual privacy is assured, when darkness guarantees discretion. Some couples find their relationship strengthened by the enforced closeness and the shared experience of adapting to strange circumstances. Others find the proximity without escape grating, the inability to retreat into separate activities, creating friction that might otherwise dissipate. Elderly family members, often living with their adult children, face particular challenges. Many older people have always relied heavily on visual cues, and the reduction in light makes everything harder: reading, knitting, even just moving around the house safely. Families must decide how to balance their elders' needs for light with blackout requirements and conservation concerns. Compromises emerge: brighter lights in grandmother's room, even if the rest of the house remains dim. Extra candles placed strategically, more assistance with evening tasks that darkness makes difficult. The blackout also reveals class differences in domestic experience. Wealthier families can afford heavier curtains, better blackout materials, and perhaps even specially designed blackout systems with multiple layers. Their homes might have more rooms, allowing family members more privacy despite the enforced evening togetherness. They might maintain closer to normal lighting levels, considering the extra electricity expense and acceptable cost for comfort. Working-class families make do with cheaper solutions: blankets nailed over windows, newspaper pasted to glass, and curtains sewn from whatever fabric could be afforded. Their smaller homes mean less privacy, more enforced proximity, and everyone living in each other's pockets even more than usual. Economies in lighting hit harder when you're already budgeting carefully for every shilling. Yet there's a democratizing element too. Rich and poor alike must darken their homes. The Duke in his mansion and the docker in his terrace row both spend their evenings in dimmed rooms. Both must navigate the same darkened streets. The blackout is one of the few wartime measures that truly applies equally across social strata, creating a rare moment of shared experience across class lines. As 1939 turns into 1940, and the blackout continues month after month, something remarkable happens. People stop thinking about it quite so much. The extraordinary becomes ordinary through sheer repetition. The nightly ritual of darkening windows transforms from a conscious process into a habit, performed with the automaticity of brushing teeth or locking doors. Innovations accumulate, small improvements that collectively make the darkness more manageable. Enterprising individuals develop gadgets and solutions that spread through communities like helpful folklore. Someone discovers that painting stair edges with luminous paint makes them safer to navigate. The idea spreads, and soon glowing stair edges become common, little safety features that cost pennies but prevent countless falls. Shops begin selling specially designed blackout accessories, torches with narrow beams and red filters that supposedly don't compromise night vision, reflective armbands and badges for pedestrians, luminous buttons that can be sewn onto coats, white-painted walking sticks. The commercial world adapts to serve the darkened consumer, finding profit even in darkness. Fashion truly embraces the blackout aesthetic. Designers create clothing with safety features built in, white piping on dark coats, reflective threads woven into fabrics, and light-coloured accessories that serve the dual purposes of style and visibility. Women's magazines run features on blackout beauty, suggesting makeup and hairstyles suited to dim lighting. The advice is practical and sometimes absurd. Lighter face powder is recommended because it's more visible, while dark lipstick is warned against lest you become a pair of disembodied lips floating in the darkness. Restaurants and pubs develop elaborate workarounds for the blackout restrictions. Some establishments paint their windows opaque black, but install elaborate interior lighting, creating spaces that feel almost normal once you're inside. Others embrace the dimness, installing red or blue lights that create atmospheric spaces while technically complying with regulations. Nightclubs in particular find that dim lighting can be romantic or mysterious, transforming a restriction into a feature. The entertainment industry becomes increasingly creative. Cinemas develop complex procedures for seating people in darkness, ushers with covered torches, luminous floor markers, and spaced entry times to prevent traffic jams in the lightless aisles. Some theatres experiment with matinee-only schedules, accepting reduced evening business rather than dealing with blackout complications. Others thrive precisely because they offer bright escapism inside while maintaining complete darkness outside. Radio programs evolve to suit their audience's circumstances. Content becomes more domestic, more suited to family listening in dimmed rooms. Comedy programs emphasize verbal humor over visual gags. Dramas rely on sound effects and voice acting to create vivid mental images. The BBC becomes increasingly sophisticated in its understanding of how to create entertainment for a population sitting in the dark, unable to do much else besides listen. Local communities develop collective coping strategies. Neighbourhoods organise blackout socials, gatherings where people can meet and commingle despite the darkness. Churches host evening services that become social events as much as religious ones, providing both spiritual comfort and human connection. Community centres run activities specifically designed for low-light conditions, music sessions, discussion groups, and collective listening to important broadcasts. Street communities become more tight-knit through the shared experience. Neighbours who might previously have exchanged only perfunctory greetings now check on each other, help each other with blackout preparations, and share resources and solutions. The darkness creates a kind of frontier mentality, a sense that you're all in this together, facing common challenges that require mutual support. Children, remarkably resilient, turn the blackout into play. They invent games suited to darkness, elaborate versions of hide and seek, treasure hunts that rely on touch and sound rather than sight, and theatrical performances put on in dimmed rooms where imagination fills in for visual spectacle. The blackout becomes normalised in their experience, not a temporary disruption, but simply how the world works, as natural as rain or school or Sunday roast. Teachers adapt their lesson plans, incorporating blackout realities into education. Science classes discuss astronomy with newfound relevance. Students can actually see what they're learning about. History lessons draw parallels to medieval life, helping children understand that most of human history occurred without electric light. Art classes experiment with low-light media, charcoal drawings, shadow puppets, and projects that work despite limited visibility. Physical coordination improves across the population as people develop better spatial awareness. Your proprioception, that internal sense of where your body is in space, sharpens when visual input becomes unreliable. People learn to move more carefully, more consciously, developing a kind of bodily intelligence that modern life had allowed to atrophy. The simple act of walking becomes more mindful, more present, and less the unconscious automatic process it had been. Health effects emerge, both positive and negative. Accident rates from the darkness remain elevated. People continue to trip, collide, and stumble into objects. But there are unexpected benefits too. The earlier evening schedules mean people get more sleep, and their circadian rhythms are more aligned with natural light-dark cycles. The reduction in artificial light at night might be improving sleep quality, though nobody's conducting formal studies to verify this. The enforced indoor evenings mean less exposure to cold and damp for some, potentially reducing winter illness. Seasonal variations in the blackout create different challenges and experiences. Summer evenings, with their late sunsets, require shorter periods of blackout, perhaps just 3 or 4 hours. People can enjoy long twilights and extended time outdoors while it's still light enough to see. Picnics and garden parties adapt to earlier schedules, wrapping up before darkness makes them impractical. But winter brings longer blackout periods, sometimes 16 hours or more of required darkness. The psychological weight of this is considerable. Waking in darkness, working through short daylight hours, returning home to more darkness. It feels oppressive, endless. Seasonal affective disorder, though not yet named or officially recognised, surely affects many. The lack of light combines with war anxiety to create periods of genuine depression for some. December 1939 brings the blackout's first winter holiday season. Christmas presents unique challenges. How do you maintain festive cheer in compulsory darkness? Families rise to the challenge with determination that borders on defiance. Christmas lights, those strings of coloured bulbs that normally decorate windows and trees, must be abandoned or drastically modified. Some people create elaborate interior displays, decorating trees in rooms with completely blacked out windows, creating private festivals of light that can't be seen from outside. Carol singing adapts to blackout conditions. Groups carry covered lanterns as they move from house to house, their voices rising in the darkness, creating moments of beauty and connection that feel more precious for the surrounding gloom. The ancient hymns about light coming into darkness take on new resonance. Silent Night feels especially appropriate when nights are so profoundly silent and dark. Gift-giving focuses on practical items suited to blackout life. Torches, luminous paint, warm clothing, and books for reading aloud. But there are frivolous gifts too. Deliberate assertions of normalcy and joy despite circumstances. Dolls and toy soldiers for children, perfume and stockings for wives, and pipes and tobacco for husbands. These gestures matter enormously. Small defiances against the war's restrictions, declarations that life and pleasure continue. New Year's Eve presents its own strange circumstances. The traditional celebrations, gathering in public squares, watching for midnight, and the explosion of noise and light as the new year arrives, must be reimagined. People celebrate in darkened homes, listening for church bells, gathering around wireless sets for special broadcasts. When midnight comes, they might step outside into darkness, hearing distant voices calling greetings they cannot see, feeling connected to invisible neighbours through sound alone. The turn to 1940 brings renewed determination. The blackout will continue, but people have learned to live with it. The initial shock has worn off, replaced by practiced competence. You know how to navigate your street in darkness. You know how long your blackout preparations take. You know which activities work in dim light and which don't. The learning curve has been climbed, and what remains is simply persistence. The blackout continues through 1940 and beyond, lasting in various forms until September 1944, when regulations finally relax as the threat of bombing diminishes. But even before official relaxation, the blackout evolves and becomes less absolute. As military technology improves and bombing strategies change, the strict requirements loosen slightly. Dim lights become permissible in some circumstances. The complete darkness of those first months gradually lightens to a more manageable gloom. The first relaxations are tentative, almost apologetic. Regulations allow heavily shielded street lighting in some areas, not the full illumination of pre-war years, but enough to prevent the worst accidents and to make navigation possible without constant hazard. These new lights cast pools of dim radiance that seem extraordinarily bright after years of complete darkness, even though they are actually quite faint by historical standards. People's reactions to these first returns of public lighting reveal how much the darkness has affected them. Some feel immediate relief, an easing of tension they hadn't quite realised they were carrying. The simple ability to see where you're walking, to recognise faces, to orient yourself visually, these feel like luxuries, gifts restored after long deprivation. Others feel oddly uncomfortable with the light's return. After years of darkness, even dim lighting can feel exposing and vulnerable. Some people have grown accustomed to the anonymity that darkness provides, the sense of being unseen as you move through public spaces. The return of light, however faint, removes that protective invisibility. The gradual restoration progresses through 1944 as Allied forces push across Europe and the threat to Britain recedes. More lights return, regulations relax further, and the familiar glow of evening civilization begins to rebuild. Shop windows light up first, just modestly, but enough to display goods and to create welcoming spaces. Then street lamps return to more normal operation, their familiar yellow-orange light painting pavements and facades. For those who remember the change, and by this point young children have lived their entire conscious lives under blackout conditions, the restoration of light feels almost magical. Streets that had been navigated by memory and faith suddenly reveal themselves in detail. Buildings show their full architectural character. Faces become readable from a distance. The urban landscape recovers its visible complexity. The psychological impact of restored lighting is profound and multifaceted. There's certainly celebration, relief, and joy at this tangible symbol of the war's waning. But there's also a strange sadness, an unexpected nostalgia for something that everyone complained about constantly while it was happening. The blackout years, for all their difficulty, had created a kind of fellowship, a shared experience that had bound communities together. With the return of light comes the return of normal urban anonymity, the dissolution of that intense mutual dependence. Some of the innovations and adaptations developed during the blackout persist, even after they're no longer necessary. People who learn to navigate by sound and memory retain those skills. Families who discovered they enjoyed evening read-aloud sessions continue them even when bright lights would permit individual reading. Communities that drew together in darkness maintain some of that closeness, those relationships that formed during shared difficulty. The physical traces of the blackout persist too. White-painted curbs and tree trunks remain, their purpose obsolete but their presence continuing. Blackout curtains stay up in many homes. Why take them down when they're already installed, when they're useful for privacy, when they're a reminder of survival? Architectural features designed for the blackout era, those double-door entries on pubs, the carefully positioned lighting fixtures, remain as fossils of a particular historical moment. The ecological effects of the blackout years gradually reverse. As artificial light returns, the night sky slowly disappears again behind its veil of urban glow. The stars fade from easy visibility. The Milky Way withdraws. The darkness that had revealed celestial beauty is pushed back by human illumination. Some people mourn this loss, realizing that the blackout had given them a gift they'll never receive again, the regular sight of the universe above their heads. The generation that lived through the blackout carries memories that shape their relationship with light and darkness for the rest of their lives. Those who were children during the blackout often develop either a strong preference for darkness, finding comfort in the nighttime environment they knew as children, or an equally strong preference for abundant light, a kind of overcompensation for years of enforced dimness. The blackout leaves its mark on British culture in subtle ways. A certain comfort with dimmer lighting persists. British homes and public spaces tend toward more modest illumination than their American counterparts, a preference that may trace partially to this period of enforced darkness. The idea that too much light is wasteful, even slightly vulgar, becomes embedded in aesthetic sensibility. The historical memory of the blackout carries multiple meanings. It becomes a symbol of British resilience, of the home front's contribution to the war effort, and of collective sacrifice for a common cause. Politicians and cultural commentators invoke the blackout as an example of what a society can endure when properly motivated, when united by shared purpose. But the blackout also serves as a reminder of war's intrusion into civilian life, of how conflict transforms ordinary existence in ways both large and small. It demonstrates that warfare is not just distant battles fought by soldiers, but also the accumulated small deprivations and adjustments that everyone must make. The nightly ritual of darkening windows, the cautious navigation of familiar streets, and the adaptation of every evening routine to accommodate the absence of light. For modern observers, the blackout offers a peculiar window into a world that's simultaneously recognisable and alien. The Britain of 1939 had electricity, radio, automobiles, and cinema, all the technological fixtures of modern life. Yet the deliberate removal of just one element, artificial light after dark, transformed daily experience in ways that connected people backward to pre-industrial patterns of living. There's something almost meditative about contemplating the blackout years, this period when millions of people deliberately darken their world, sitting in dimmed rooms, navigating shadowed streets, and learning to experience their environment through senses other than sight. In our current era of constant illumination, when light pollution is so pervasive that many children grow up never seeing the Milky Way, when cities glow so brightly that they're visible from space, there's something oddly appealing about this historical moment of chosen darkness. The blackout reminds us that our relationship with light and darkness is not fixed or natural, but historically constructed, shaped by technology, regulation, and social practice. For most of human history, darkness was inevitable. You made the best light you could with fire or oil, but ultimately night meant darkness. Electric light changed this, pushing darkness back and extending the day artificially. The blackout briefly reversed this transformation, restoring darkness not through technological failure, but through deliberate choice. As you lie here now, warm and comfortable, in a room where light is available at the flick of a switch, it's worth contemplating what the blackout reveals about human adaptability and resilience. The people of Britain in 1939 didn't know how long the war would last, whether the blackout would be needed for weeks or years, or whether their cities would survive or be destroyed. Yet they adapted, persevered, and found moments of beauty and connection amidst the enforced darkness. The blackout demonstrates something essential about human communities, that we can endure significant disruption to normal life when we understand the purpose behind it, when we believe we're contributing to something larger than our individual comfort. The nightly ritual of darkening windows became a form of participation, a tangible action that connected each household to the national effort. There's something deeply human about gathering in darkened rooms, about families coming together around dim lights, about community supporting each other through shared difficulty. These patterns recur throughout human history, around ancient campfires, in medieval great halls lit by rushlight, and in pioneer cabins on winter evenings. The blackout temporarily restored these older patterns, using modern technology to recreate pre-modern conditions. The sensory richness of the blackout experience, the visible stars, the amplified sounds, the heightened awareness of smell and touch, suggests that our normal brightly lit existence may diminish certain forms of awareness and experience. We gain practical benefits from abundant light, certainly, but we may lose other kinds of perception, other ways of experiencing our environment and each other. The blackouts enforce slowdown, its requirement for more careful movement, more deliberate action, and more time spent in quiet domestic settings. These create a quality of life that many people found surprisingly satisfying despite the circumstances. The frantic pace of modern life, the constant visual stimulation, the ability to pursue individual activities in separate rooms with independent lighting. All these innovations have costs as well as benefits. Consider how the blackout changed social interaction. In darkness, you couldn't judge people by their appearance quite so readily. Conversations happened without the constant visual feedback we normally rely on. People learned to listen more carefully, to pay attention to voice tone and word choice rather than facial expressions and body language. This created different kinds of intimacy and different patterns of connection. The democratizing effect of the blackout, the way it affected rich and poor alike, created a rare moment of genuinely shared experience across social classes. The Duke and the Doctor both navigated the same darkened streets, both sat in dimmed rooms, and both faced the same challenges of maintaining normal life despite abnormal conditions. This shared experience contributed to the social solidarity that characterized Britain during the war years. The blackout also reveals something about the relationship between freedom and security. The regulations represented a significant restriction of personal liberty. You couldn't light your own home as you wished, couldn't move freely at night without risk, and face penalties for violations. Yet most people accepted these restrictions as legitimate and necessary, a reasonable trade-off for collective safety. The balance between individual freedom and common security is never simple, never permanent. It must be constantly negotiated and renegotiated. The innovations and adaptations that emerged during the blackout, the luminous paint, the white-marked curbs, the hooded headlamps, the double-door entries, represent human creativity responding to constraint. Necessity truly does mother invention, and the blackout years produce countless small solutions to the problems that darkness created. These innovations demonstrate that restrictions can inspire rather than merely limit, that working within constraints can generate creativity. The return of light after years of darkness must have felt like emerging from a long tunnel. The familiar world revealed again the simple pleasure of seeing clearly, of moving without constant caution, of windows that connect rather than seal. Yet along with this relief came the loss of something too, that peculiar intimacy that darkness had created, that sharpened awareness, that sense of shared endurance. For those who lived through it, the blackout becomes one of those formative experiences that shape perception for a lifetime. They carry memories of navigating darkness, of families gathered in dim rooms, of stars brilliant overhead, and of the particular quality of silence that descended on cities designed for noise. These memories become stories, then history, then legend, part of the narrative that nations tell themselves about their past. As we come to the end of our journey through the blackout years, as your eyelids grow heavier and your breathing slows, let's gather the gentle lessons that this history offers for your own rest tonight. The blackout teaches us that darkness is not necessarily something to fear, but rather a natural state that humans lived with for millennia before electric light became common. Those wartime Britons learned to find comfort and even beauty in darkness. The visible stars, the heightened awareness of sound and smell, and the coziness of dimly lit rooms where families gathered close. As you prepare for sleep, you're participating in the same ancient human practice, voluntarily entering darkness, trusting it to hold you safely while your consciousness dims. The darkness of sleep is restorative, necessary, and a gift rather than a threat. Like those blackout nights, it offers a time of rest, of withdrawal from the constant stimulation of waking life, and of renewal that comes through quiet and absence of light. The blackout families who learn to slow down, to move more carefully, to pay attention to senses beyond sight, they discovered rhythms that sleep requires too. The winding down, the gradual dimming, the shift from activity to stillness. These transitions matter. They prepare body and mind for the darkness of sleep, just as blackout preparations readied homes for the darkness of night. The resilience of those blackout years reminds us that humans can adapt to almost anything and can find peace and even pleasure in circumstances that initially seem impossible. If they could learn to thrive in darkened cities, you can certainly trust yourself to the darkness of your bedroom, to the natural process of sleep that your body knows how to perform. The community and connection that emerged from the shared blackout experience suggests something about the importance of letting go, of accepting limitations, and of working with rather than against circumstances. Sleep requires this same surrender. You cannot force it, only create conditions that welcome it. Like those families dimming their lights and settling into evening quiet, you prepare the space and then allow the darkness to do its work. Those visible stars during the blackout, the celestial beauty that emerged when artificial light withdrew, remind us that darkness reveals as well as conceals. In sleep's darkness, dreams emerge, unconscious processes do their necessary work, and the mind sorts and files and heals in ways that can't happen in waking light. Trust the darkness to show you what you need to see. The gradual adaptation to the blackout, the way fear transformed into competence and then comfort, mirrors the journey into sleep that you make each night. At first, letting go of consciousness can feel vulnerable, even frightening. But with practice, with trust, it becomes natural, even welcome. The darkness becomes familiar, safe, and a friend rather than a threat. As the blackout eventually lifted and light returned, so too will you wake tomorrow to light and activity. But for now, like those wartime families settling into their dimmed homes, you can embrace this time of darkness and quiet. Let your eyes close like blackout curtains drawing shut. Feel your awareness dim like lights turning down. Allow yourself to sink into stillness like a city going quiet under the night sky. The people of the blackout years survived not through constant vigilance, but through acceptance, adaptation, and the ability to find peace in altered circumstances. They learned that darkness could be endured, that it brought gifts along with its challenges, and that life continued and even flourished under its cover. Your sleep tonight is your personal blackout, a time of chosen darkness, of withdrawal from the world's demands, of rest and restoration. Like those wartime Britons, you don't know exactly what tomorrow will bring, but you can trust that this period of darkness will prepare you for whatever light reveals. The last lesson of the blackout is perhaps the most important, that sometimes the most valuable thing we can do is simply stop, darken our world, and rest. Not as defeat or retreat, but as necessary preparation for continuing. Those nightly blackout rituals weren't just safety measures, they were acknowledgements that activity must balance with stillness, that light needs darkness as a counterpoint, and that life requires periods of quiet and rest. So let yourself rest now. Let the darkness hold you as it held those millions of people through their blackout years, safely, gently, preparing you for whatever tomorrow's light will bring. Your eyes are growing heavy. Your breath is slowing. The darkness around you is peaceful, protective, and appropriate. Sleep well, knowing that you're participating in one of humanity's oldest and most natural practices. The darkness is your friend tonight, just as it became the friend of those who learned to live through the great blackout. Rest easy, rest deep, rest well. And when morning comes, when light returns, you'll wake refreshed as those blackout families woke to another day. Resilient, adapted, and ready to continue. For now though, just darkness, just quiet, just rest. Sleep well.